Sorry, my throat got really dry for a second. I'm gonna have to.
The old bait and switch shit got me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My throat just like decided to seize up for a second. Okay,
Oh,
let's pop a lozenge and try again. All right, three, two, one. Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode number 102 of the Avocado Games Cast, the Avocado's gaming podcast. This time we're talking all about Summer Game Fest 2024, the good, the bad, and the Keeley. But before we get to that, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Merve Dory, and joining me, she's a tier 1, very reliable source as determined by the community. It's QuinleyThorne.
hello, and thank you to whichever community said that. I
And
do not.
also joining me, he's a 10,000 line pastebin document with dozens of archive.is links to screenshots of deleted tweets. It's the Kappa.
Hey, what is the guy like? Zhuge Lang? Is that the guy who's always the
Juge
screenshot?
EX,
Yeah,
maybe?
that's it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember from Dynasty Warriors. But yeah, he always shows up. And he's like, "Oh man, what? You're not gonna believe this." And then he's always right. So
Yeah, so the community that is calling us all tier 1 very reliable sources is the subreddit r slash gaming leaks and rumors. Rumors spelled correctly, not the American way.
oh, if that you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's spelled with a U, as it's supposed to be spelled. Two U's, sorry, because there's another U in rumors.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so they've had some drama recently um,
Yeah,
with a leaker who turned out not to be a real leaker.
And also, this was faking being a Japanese woman. Is
yeah.
is that your standard?
Yep, yep. So, like, okay, here's the really, like, interesting thing. I mean, it's kind of horrifying, but also really interesting, is that the mannerisms he was using, like the linguistic mannerisms, are the mannerisms of someone who speaks English, like a Japanese person who is good at English.
Okay.
Like those are the kinds of mistakes and like strange diction they would use are
Yeah.
exactly that. So it's
Okay.
someone who's like, probably could have been a linguist in another life instead of a fabulist.
And the thing about fake leakers too is you can be wrong a million times. You only got to be right once, and then everybody's like, "Well, this person knows what they're talking about." It's kind of a weird like
Hmm.
world to live in. But when you get outed as also all this other stuff was fake, you're kind of done.
Yeah.
Oh, and if you're
Because
wrong like
constantly called out.
once, like someone like Jez Corden might be wrong a couple of times because information changes, or Jeff Grubb, then you get demoted down to tier 2
Yeah,
because a
wrong
publisher's
one
plan
time.
changed.
Yeah. I think that's always like a funny world to live in though, because like yeah, I sometimes think they put out false info, but sometimes stuff changes, like you said, and then hey, guess what? Now you're tier 2. You were wrong one time, but yeah.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, Jeff Grubb. You'll never be as good as the fake Japanese woman.
Al was telling me about this, and he's like, "Hey, did you hear about the Midori scandal?" I'm like, "Who?" And then like I'm looking at the Reddit thread, and like one of the comments is just real Lex Luthor unmasking the Flash energy.
Yeah,
It's just
like
I have no idea who this is.
uncovering the supervillain. Yeah, I love that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, this was a pretty. It was pretty funny for me. Like I probably shouldn't find this funny, but I thought it was just kind of hilarious all around. So we're here to talk about SGF. A lot of showcases happened over the past week or so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and we're just
I
gonna
just want to
start. Sorry, what was
I,
that?
I just want to start real quick with something like an overall feel and just maybe see what you guys think about this. Does this feel like the closest to E3 we've kind of had in a while?
In
Yes
terms
and no.
of content, yeah, yeah.
For
I
me,
f-
I think so. And I don't know exactly why. Maybe it was just like the pacing or the amount of stuff, or maybe we're past that like COVID phase, where there's just more to announce. But just in general, I kind of felt like, wow, I was seeing more per show that I was kind of like hyped for, I guess, in a way, than I had maybe since 2020 or so.
Mm.
The way I see it is that I think the presentation format has kind of steered away from the E3 format, and I think last
Yes.
year's presentation format was closer to E3. But what's kind of making up for it is that now there's something more akin to a show floor. It's not really like the E3 show floor of old. There's not like these huge displays, but we're getting reports after the fact as news stories on places like GameSpot and IGN or on podcasts, and that's the part that was missing in previous years.
Yeah, and we're also getting that like hands-on, after
Yeah.
the fact with a lot of games. And
Yeah.
I think maybe that's what I'm like, okay, this feels like E3. Like, not only is this at the show, it's also in some form playable, and also journalists are going to be like giving you more juice about it after E3. That to me, I think felt new, right? Whereas maybe 2-3 years ago, we were getting, okay, here's a taste of the game. Here's, a 3-second gameplay, you know, quick flash of images. Here's the announcement. That's it. And you don't hear anything else.
Yeah.
So I was pleasantly surprised with a lot of the after shows where it was like, okay, we're actually going to go hands on with this or that. So I thought that was a little bit of a new feeling, not new old feeling, I guess I should say.
Yeah, and it's so much easier now to have, like, I know they do remote demos with things like Parsec, but actually having the devs there on hand to talk to journalists is the part that was really missing before.
Yeah.
So, we're actually going to start, though, before SGF. We're going to go all the way back to May 30th and briefly discuss the PlayStation State of Play that preceded SGF by about a week. I think there were two kind of big things here. One was Astrobot, and the other was Concord. And by big, I mean most discussed things.
Yeah.
So the highlight for most people was Astrobot, and the low light was Concord.
Oh boy. Yeah. Overall, kind of a, snoozer of a show for me, in general, but Concord felt like something, not a pleasant throwback, and I don't know what was going on. None of it felt consistent, especially the cinematic trailer that for a competitive shooter. I think you've got that in the notes, right? That's the exact reaction I had. I was like, what am I supposed to get hyped out here? Because this is like, Overwatch had a bit of that. I think like there's a little bit of a backstory to Overwatch, but like I can't tell you what the story of Team Fortress is at this point. You know what I mean?
There's
I
a
don't know that anybody
story?
cares.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Comics.
Yeah.
There's shorts. You should use fan content. Watch it, Mises Blue. By the way, it's fantastic.
I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking with Concord, and I think this is their big push game, right? But I don't know if they found the tone that they really want to tell you about with that game. I don't know. The whole show I thought it felt disjointed, and it didn't really land many with me. I don't think that's surprising. I still haven't been, brought into the PS5 era. Like, I think a lot of people, right? Wasn't their numbers kind of shockingly still like stabilizing? It's just mostly PS4 at this point.
Yeah, it's my understanding is that they're about half the level of sales of overall PS4 lifetime sales, which I guess would put it about on pace with PS4 sales. But they've seen a pretty sharp slowdown since lifting of pandemic restrictions, is my understanding.
Okay.
I might be wrong with those numbers. I should probably
No, I mean
check them
that's
against another source.
that's kind of what I took away. I think because they said the numbers during this presentation, right? And I just remember my gut reaction being like, "Wow, that's a lot more PS4s than I thought there would be still at this phase."
Yeah.
But that, like you said, that was a gut reaction. I don't know, like yes or no if that's true. I was just kind of surprised.
I believe
but-
the estimate is that half of PS4 players have transitioned to PS5.
and it's 6 years in, 5 years in.
Uh,
I don't know what the
4 years in.
I don't know what
Yeah.
that
It debuted
pace
in
looks
2020.
like, but I don't know. It seems slower to me. That's the best I can say. Like it felt like by now, I mean, definitely in the PS3 360 era, people were, by this point they were on the new systems. I think it did slow down, the last console gen. So maybe this is just going to be like, a furthering of the trend. But
I think COVID and all the logistics issues that came with COVID probably didn't help either.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah. Definitely.
It sold out, like the first run they had, it sold out really, really quickly, and you had a hard time getting it. And then COVID happened and all the logistics issues, so they had problems resupplying all those other places. Like I remember, weren't people having to get because I had to get on a waiting list.
Yeah,
Like,
there was
yeah.
like a, and then
To
like
wait.
even if you went to like the retail websites, like a Target or something,
Yeah.
it would just be like, yeah, we'll tell you when they're in stock. It wasn't like you could argue it, you know?
Yeah, so I wonder how much that has to do with it, if anything.
Yeah, there's also the issue that previous gen kind of got prolonged by
Yep.
COVID.
Yeah,
I can see
So
that.
it reduced the
Yeah.
incentive for people to switch over quickly. So I don't know if we're going to see more people switching over or if they've really plateaued. But
But either way, I don't know if this was the state of play to really push people one way or another. Astro Boy did look cool, I thought, right? I mean,
Astrobot?
Astro Boy would
Astrobot,
be
what is
the
Astro
old,
Boy? Yeah.
yeah, the old anime.
That's with the helmet, yeah. And that looked pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. Like that is, I don't know if that's enough to get me to actually buy a PS5, but if I had a PS5, sure, that'd be a day one for me. Oh, the other game I wanted to discuss was Infinity Nikki.
Yeah.
You know what?
Like somebody who actually had to love Nikki addiction for a little bit. Who is this for? Who is
I
this
don't
for?
know, but I think I'm in that audience.
Like the people who are playing this game are playing it on their phones. They're the fastest growing, cohort of casual gamers, which is like middle-aged women. Like, who is this for? They're not going to play Love Nikki on console.
You know, I think we've talked about this a few times here, but like, there's definitely games that have a vibe, right? This is a thing that I like to do on my phone, or a thing I like to do on my tablet, or like, but I don't know if I would sit on a couch and do this, right?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of those cozy games, right? I think are maybe in that, like, I'll sit on my phone and do this for an hour before I go to bed, but I don't know that it translates to I'll sit on my couch and do this for 4 or 5 hours, you know? But I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see with Infinity Nikki.
I mean,
Like, what is the structure? Like, is it an MMO? Is it an open world? And you because the fights are basically like you put together an outfit and
Yeah.
it's like my outfit is better than yours, and then you, I don't know, get Thanos snapped. Your opponent gets Thanos snapped into dust.
my understanding is that it's like an open world 3D platformer with dress up
fashion.
elements.
Yeah, like a fashion battler. I don't...
So, like, the way I would do this is I'd go Ubisoft on this. I would have the, like, open world bits on the console, and I have a companion app where I set Nikki's outfits. Her name is Nikki, right?
That's
I don't
right.
actually know how this works.
Yeah, no, her name is Nikki.
Okay, well, I would dress Nikki up on my phone, and I would control her on my TV.
Yeah. This
But,
has
yeah.
been done before. I feel like that kind of like integration, but I don't.
Oh, Ubisoft were the kings of it. I don't know if they
Yeah.
still do it, but
Yeah.
yeah, give Infinity Nikki to Ubisoft to see what happens.
I did.
Sorry, go ahead.
I did have one. Silent Hill 2 was a part of the showcase, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So this caused a bunch of discourse, right? Because
The model. Yeah.
yeah, so apparently, and I don't really know the story of Silent Hill 2, but apparently one character was not sexualized enough, but the fact that they were not sexualized enough was unwoke. I don't really understand Silent Hill because I've never followed it, but my understanding is that part of the themes of that story were that this woman represents like a part of a very like misogynist man's psyche, and so she's supposed to be like sexed up. Is that correct?
I mean,
First of all, I don't know if James is like in the original game, if he is even developed past being a metaphor enough to be considered a misogynist in a way that matters. But
Fair enough.
But so the thing is, like, I personally think the redesigns look fine. They look fine. I think James looks like Owen Wilson a bit, and once I saw that, I couldn't unsee it. So
Wow.
I just hear wow every now and then in my head. So
That's a good impression.
wow. So there's that. But all the other designs look fine. I'm not going to engage with the discourse on Angela's design because it's all done in bad faith. So I'm not even going to touch that, especially given her backstory. Like, what the fuck? But the thing about Maria's design, like, what was the tweet? It's like, oh no, they made Maria allergic to serving, or something.
Oh yeah.
The thing about her design is that her whole character, you know, like you said, is she's basically a manifestation of James's, you know, guilt and repressed sexuality, etc., you know, all that stuff. But her redesign, given what she's supposed to represent, it says a lot more about James than it does about her. And assuming that is the intention, the things her new design implies about this new version of James are kind of interesting. I have a theory as to what it might be, but I do kind of want to see where they go with it. But I don't think it was done like just because. Like, I do think she kind of comes off a little meek. Her compared to the previous design, it is a little conservative, but also I think it's worth noting that Maria's previous design was taken straight from Christina Aguilera's outfit that she wore to the Teen Choice Awards in 1999. So I can see why they kind of maybe didn't want to go with that exact outfit. The most glaring thing to me about the Silent Hill 2 trailer is Eddie is not in it. He's not in it.
I didn't even recognize that. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, and he's a boss, so it's not that he's like not a main character. So it's kind of weird that he has not been in any of the trailers that they've released. He's not in the gameplay one, none of the cinematic ones. So I'm kind of wondering what's going on with that.
Yeah, I didn't really pick up on a lot of the, you know, when like I guess the discourse started on changing the way the characters look. I thought I'm an idiot. Well, I thought they were more like, oh, this doesn't look upscaled enough. And I was like, oh no, I think this looks pretty good. They were like, no, that's not what we're talking about, you fool. They're not sexy enough or whatever. I was like, oh, now I feel dumb. But I mean, the remake, like the actual like remake, I thought looked pretty good, like graphically. And so I was really confused when people were complaining about that. But
yeah,
and
no, Bluebird Team.
Me.
Yeah, like presentation and atmosphere, that's something that Bloober Team is, to their credit, consistently great at. That's something they always excelled at. So it's not really a surprise to me that the models do look as good as they do. I also think them having like the characters actually being able to have like mocapped animations and facial expressions, and like there was some controversy over the voice acting not sounding wooden and stilted enough. No, it's not uncanny enough. It's like, the reason, I know there are people married to the voice acting in Silent Hill 2, and I know the uncanniness does work in some aspects, but the reason the voice acting in Silent Hill 2 is bad is because it was done by a Japanese studio, and they hired, and the group of English-speaking actors that they could get were all expats.
Oh yeah, there you go.
They go with, like, the voice actor for James, he wasn't even auditioning. He brought his daughter to audition for Laura, and they just asked him, hey, would you mind doing an audition? And he got the part. Like, he's not an actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like it's fine. I think having the voice actors like actually, you know, voice act the characters well will add some stuff to their characterization. It makes them seem more like people as opposed to just being walking metaphors. So I think that'll be.
I think especially with Silent Hill that a lot of people loved a lot of that like charmingly goofy, you know, VA sometimes. But no, for me it was a distraction from the game itself. You know, I probably lean more towards enjoying the gameplay of Silent Hill than I do kind of like the cinematic storytelling because of that reason. It felt kind of It
Yeah.
didn't feel charming. It felt amateur. If you know what I
Yeah.
mean. Like I think there's a difference for me. I
Yeah.
think, but
Like again, sometimes it works, but there's that opening scene where you first talk to Angela and James like, I think I'm lost, and she just goes, lost?
yeah, like the concept of being lost is strange. Yeah.
Yes. Like just now realizing like, oh. And I mean,
Uh,
like when it works, but
mhm.
when it doesn't, it's like, oh, okay, let's move on. What did
Right,
you
but
think of the game, by the way?
I'm sorry.
What did you think of the gameplay in the new Silent Hill 2 trailer?
Okay, I mean medium. That's what I
Yeah.
would say. I think that if you're going to rework Silent Hill, the gameplay isn't the thing I would rework. I would leave that mostly alone, in my opinion. But
Mm.
I think there's always a way to do horror that a lot of games like kind of have developed on now lately, which is you show and tell in a lot of these horror games, and I don't
Mm.
know that this game is going to kind of do that. But I
No,
enjoy,
Liberty are gonna shut up. Ugh.
yeah. So, um, I want to see where this one goes, but no, gameplay looked okay. Is kind of how I'd say.
It's it's fine. It's not like it had a particularly high bar to meet.
Hmm.
So, I did have one friend complaining. He's like, "There's not enough fog." It's like all of the fog is volumetric. If
Oh
they
yeah,
had as much fog in this game as they did in the original, the game would not run.
right,
It
right.
was
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
now back then the fog was more to hide the load scenes and stuff, right? Wasn't that like the big thing? Like you
just
just
layered,
stick fog everywhere.
it was layered sprites, and it had a limited render distance so
Hmm.
that could render as you ran, so that it looked like it ran well. It's like, oh, it's spooky, I can't see, and then now it's like,
Yeah,
okay,
that
yeah, I see what
that gen
you're doing.
loved fog for that reason. That whole generation of like, hey, fog. Woo, isn't this atmospheric? No, we're just hiding the loading and the, like that. The draw
Yeah,
distance is like 4 feet.
yeah,
So,
You know
it's
the saying, necessity is the mother of invention, right?
yeah, hey, it worked. I mean, if you think about a lot of the, the horror series that really kind of exploded in that era, that's really what they were doing, right? Like if you go back and play Resident Evil before some of the remakes, I mean, yeah, that's really what's going on with all those weird rooms and stuff, right? It was
yeah,
a smart way to hide, some of the limitations.
yeah, and it's crazy how fans of those games from back then are so convinced that of the narrative intentionality behind those. It's like, no, they did.
It'd be like a Mass Effect fan being like, "Look, we gotta have elevator rides. We just have to have."
No, it gives you a chance to stand in the elevator and really focus on your characters and get to know them. And God, I can hear it right now. Ugh.
All right, so that was the PlayStation Showcase. Now let's fast forward to the
Wait,
day
wait, wait.
before. Sorry, what was that?
What did you think? What did you think? I don't know. Overall of the PlayStation one.
Meh. Like, I'm I'm sorry, I don't own a PS5 right now. There's
Okay.
nothing in here that would make me get a PS5 except for maybe Astrobot. And like, there are other. I have a Switch. I'm probably going to get the Switch successor. I'm not really like hard up for platformers. I still have Super Mario Galaxy in my backlog. I haven't played that yet. I should go rectify that. So I'm good on 3D platformers.
Okay.
And Concord looked like Concord just made me want another Guardians of the Galaxy game because that was clearly what was aping. It just gender swapped Guardians of the Galaxy.
Mhm. Kind of like the over the top commentary almost. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Don't get me wrong. I'll play a shooter all day, right? But I don't know that if I care. This is gonna sound bad. Okay, well, don't say this bad. Um, Battlefield 2042 came out and they announced, hey, we're gonna make one of our operators non-binary, right? I was like, oh, that's really cool, right? But then I played Battlefield 2042 and it does not matter. The operator doesn't say anything, have a story, do anything, right? It's all a multiplayer only game, right? So that iteration of Battlefield was just online only. So they basically just said, okay, we're going to make this character non-binary, but then gave them no lines, no story, no anything, right? So it kind of felt like the worst level of like, well, was this intentional? Were you doing this for a reason, or was this just you thought you could say this and get away with it? Because of course with EA, you always have that like
That level of
background thought of
cynicism.
like, right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. It's just that they also, it's not also a good thing in the sense that they don't, you don't get credit for representation that is like lifts out so easily that it doesn't matter. Like, you know, when Disney puts a 2 second gay kiss in a film and they can just edit that out when they take it to Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia or China, or yeah. And then, so I was thinking about with this game, I was like, is any of this characterization going to matter in this game? Or is any of these characters talking and their personalities, is it going to have an effect on my gameplay? No, it's not, right? Because of the way these 5v5 shooters, I think there is some persistence to it, right? But I don't know why you would spend so much time with a new shooter where people are going to want to see all the little ins and outs of the system with the character development. You know, I guess that's me being cynical about it, right? But like, I don't know if I ever picked an Overwatch character because I care about their personality more than like I want to win this map, so I need to be Bastion, right? I don't know.
Player. Is it? Sorry, you mentioned the non-binary thing. Is it Call of Duty that recently came out with the thing that had the bullets with the trans flag on them? So
yes. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. And then meanwhile, they have a Nick Merck skin that I think they removed, but like he's super anti-trans and like it's they try to walk a fine line in Call of Duty, and it's like trans rights stamped on the side of a gun. It's weird.
This is a series that had Ronald Reagan respect her non-binary pronouns, right? I mean, woke Reagan, big ups to him. But like these kinds of weird, let's say total inconsistencies are going to arise with when you have well-meaning people who kind of want to do the right thing, but they're also making games about real things, and those things don't always they're not always compatible, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's why I don't know why I go ahead.
Yeah, it's not meaningful in any way. Like, they're just putting it in there just to get eyes on it and to get brownie points and to maybe fuel some outrage because that's free PR. Like, the more people get mad at it, the louder they scream about it, and then somebody who maybe would not otherwise be interested in the game is like, it's making chuds mad. So
yeah. And I just don't know if that's ever translated to like sales, right? Or anything other than maybe like in like a cynical aspect. It's like we've got to engage with this game. We've got to engage one side of the culture war. Just pick one, right? It doesn't matter which one, right? And we're gonna pick one, and we're gonna hopefully get some sales from that side that we wouldn't have normally have gotten because they think we're on their side. But that feels so like, I don't know, like late stage capitalism. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
it's bleak. It's bleak.
Mad. Yeah, get them mad, and then we'll get a couple sales. Who cares? But yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying exactly that's what I took away from with Concord. I thought Concord just looked bad in a lot of ways, but I thought they were trying to give like look how cool this character is. Don't you want to play as this character? I didn't feel anything for any of those characters. I don't know anything about them, and I doubt it matters in the game itself. But
they really need to focus on why this was a unique 5v5 hero shooter experience that it couldn't get anywhere else, and deployable items that stay on the map is just not a big enough selling point. Like, the gameplay looks smooth, don't get me wrong. Okay, maybe this is fun for a few rounds, but what about this is going to drag me away from all the other live service things that I could potentially play, or the things that my friends play?
You know
what? I just didn't see that.
The thought I had was how far ahead of its time stuff like enemy territory was. You know what I mean? Like the on-map deployables and change the map as you go and build things as you go. Like, man, we were doing that, and what was enemy territory? 2002, 2003? That feels like a generation and a half ago.
That Wolfenstein game?
Yeah.
I can look it up right now.
Wolfenstein enemy territory.
Wolfenstein enemy territory was, yeah, you're right, 2003.
That is shocking because you know how bad I am with dates. but
yeah.
That's how far back those, hey, you can put something on a map that changes the map goes. And that got Splash Damage noticed and then basically made them a subsidiary of, like 500 different studios. I think they made their own games, kind of the infamously bad Brink. But I always had a soft spot for Splash Damage because they took chances. But now it feels weird that it feels like fresh all over again for some reason that you can do that.
Yeah, they're kind of a studio for hire now. Their last, I think, project that they led was Gears Tactics, and they don't have anything else announced yet aside from Transformers Reactivate.
Oh baby, I'm hyped for that one. I didn't see that at any of these shows, but I'm excited for that game. But
Maybe
anyway,
Game Awards this year.
yeah.
All right, moving on to the day before SGF, we have Guerrilla Collective, which was an indie showcase put on by the Mix, which stands for the Media Indie Exchange, hosted by Justin Woodward, who also founded the Mix. I know this is going to come up again, but I'll just say this right now. Justin Woodward should just go hire a host. Sure, he's a good dude, just not a good host. But lots of cool games shown off here. Just name a couple. Reckless looked cool, looked like a Tony Hawk kind of clone. Neon Blood looked cool. Cyberpunk Investigation Adventure with pixel art. Then The Secret of Crystal Mountain, which is basically a short hike but without pixel art. And the other two games I wanted to shout out were Pinball Spire, that looks like a spiritual successor to Yoku's Island Express. If we're not going to get a sequel, I'll take a spiritual successor from another studio. And Constance, which was a really nice looking 2D platformer / Metroidvania.
Yeah.
Had that very hand-drawn kind of style.
Constance looked awesome. I mean, that was the one I wrote down. I was like, this is going to be the, like, I don't know what the line of is. Remember, like, Trine, when Trine came out, people were like, whoa.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
It was like Ori, and then it was like there's always that, like, one, Grease. Like, there's always that, like, Constance looked amazing. Just the level of detail. Very kind of like old Disney to me, like old Disney games like Lion King or Aladdin. That's kind of my takeaway. It looked gorgeous. I'll actually probably pick this one up. I just like the vibes of it so much. But the other one I wrote down from this one that I really liked was Fallen Aces, which I think you mentioned. I thought that one looked really cool, kind of up my alley.
Oh yeah, any video game where you can punch a shark is a good one in my books.
Hell yeah.
That hard-boiled look, and on top of that, like that art style that they've got going, look kind of Archer, right? Like
looked like Archer crossed with 13.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the really heavy outline pencil stuff. It's going to be a game. I think people, if you look at an image of it, it's not going to look good, but if you look at a video of it, it all kind of comes together, right? Like, maybe the still image versus in action, it definitely had a little bit of like contrast to me. But I like Fallen Aces a lot. That one, we haven't seen a lot of those type of games really since maybe Wolf Among Us, right? I don't mean like
that kind of art style.
But yeah, no, that plus the combination of like a hard-boiled detective, look. So I really like that one. That was one I wrote down. I was like, I got to put this on the old wish list.
Yeah, as of 2 days ago, it's out in early access.
Mm-hmm.
Neat.
Yeah. So feel free to pick that one up. Overwhelmingly positive so far on Steam.
Yeah, I got a love-hate with early access. We've talked about this before. I try not to get into early access. I feel like, you know what I mean? I've gotten burnt too many times for the game that never made it out of early access, or the game that stayed in early access for 10 years well after it should have been a regular game. Like what we talked about last week, like technically it's not anymore, but like Fortnite was early access until like last year or something.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was in early access for a while until I think a couple years ago. We can get the exact dates for the
We
lineup.
looked it up last, what I remember, but they basically did it as like a way to avoid getting, what was it, like delisted from something or other. I don't know, whatever. There's a lot of scams with early access. I enjoy games that can use early access to get their funding, if they need it to kind of push further. I've been playing The Bellwright. I don't know if I mentioned this. That game, I think it's in early access, but that's a perfect example of a game where I think if it gets enough people interested in it, it can go pretty far. But then it had Manor Lords come out, which is kind of the same similar-ish idea that sucked all the wind out of its sails. So I wrote down to give Bellwright a shout-out because I really enjoyed what that game was doing.
Yeah, currently in early access.
Yeah.
Came out on 23rd of April of this year.
Yep.
By Donkey Crew.
Yeah, the famous developer Donkey Crew.
I got a shout out to Donkey Crew.
It feels like just in general we're getting these early access games now as kind of like I would say this is in like the funding phase now, so it's like it's a completed product that you can play, but they've got bigger ambitions for it, right? I think Manor Lords is kind of in that same like space, right? Like, hey, right now it is a game you can play and have fun, but we've got all these ideas that if we make enough money off of it in early access, we're going to add all this stuff. That's kind of a new version of early access that I'm a little bit more interested in than what early access has kind of been. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think it's because they've had so many issues with scams and so many issues with games just staying in early access forever or ultimately not coming out and stuff. I think developers have kind of, seen the change happen, and they're approaching. I think they're approaching early access differently. Also, early access it's as a feature for Steam has been out for a while now, hasn't it?
Right. Yeah, because it used to be Project Greenlight. That was the thing for a while, right?
Yeah.
And then I think Project Greenlight kind of faded, and then it started to be like a Kickstarter thing. Like games would kickstart, and it would promise all this stuff, and then maybe it came out, maybe it didn't, those sorts of things.
Right.
And I think this is kind of the new phase, is like early access.
So early access and Greenlight were two different things. Early access was what it's always been. Greenlight was for getting approved for sale on Steam. They decided to try to outsource that to the community, and that didn't go so well because it meant a lot of promising-looking games that critics thought would get approved didn't get enough votes, and a lot of meme garbage was getting enough votes to get onto the store. So Steam then adopted an open policy where it's basically like, as long as you don't make Nazi shit, we'll put it on our store.
And then people started making Nazi shit, and they were like, fine. Wasn't there like Have Sex with Hitler? Isn't that a game that came out?
What?
Like, yes, I swear. It got recommended to me, and I was like, what kind of degen do you think I am?
Like, what kind of games are you playing?
I'm not into guys with mustaches.
Yeah, it's literally called Sex with Hitler. And it was on Steam, and I was like, "Oh man, what is going on?" So,
I've searched "sex with," and the first result is "sex with Stalin" soundtrack.
Yeah, okay, so they toned it down a little. They just went with Stalin.
Yeah, "Sex with Hitler" is not available. "Sex with Stalin," though.
So yeah, I was like, okay.
Apparently, okay, let me check. I have the website that isn't working, but apparently "Sex with Stalin" soundtrack is available. You can't buy "Sex with." No, wait, you can buy "Sex with Stalin." Just to be logged in. Okay.
Oh, whew, man, I thought we were going to lose that. We were going to have to go to.
There's "Sex with Hitler" and there's "Sex with Hitler 2," and okay, because I have the adult filters turned off on Steam, the first thing I see when I opened the Sex with Hitler webpage, and all the content warnings for this, is naked Hitler with a horsetail dildo inserted in his anus, and his erect penis is currently being used to pleasure a half-naked blonde woman. And also, Hitler has a gag in his mouth.
Very, very high quality art.
This is the first image.
This is art.
So now I understand why you need to be logged in to view "Sex with Hitler." Yeah. Okay.
So now that you know I wasn't making that up, that was actually recommended to me. Yeah. So maybe back to Project Greenlight, right?
Yeah, I think I'm generally glad that the platform is open, but maybe we could just get just a tiny bit of curation in there, just a little bit. Like, I'm cool with hard sex games being sold on Steam, but maybe we don't need to be having intercourse with Hitler.
Maybe put that into its own little.
Any other thoughts on Guerrilla Collective before we move on?
Pretty. Go ahead.
Hollow Body looked kind of interesting. The note, it's the one that is clearly inspired by like PlayStation 2 era survival horror games. The note that I have is that it looks like if the combat sections of Deadly Premonition were actually playable.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah. Cool, actually. I think I've told the story on the podcast before. I was never able to beat Deadly Premonition because I had the PC version, and it would crash at the exact same spot every time in one of the combat sections. So I just had to uninstall it and give up.
Yeah, I mean, you had a very good Deadly Premonition. I actually like Deadly Premonition. That one shouldn't have been up my alley, but I actually really enjoyed that game. So I had some knocks on it, but I remember I was talking about it before. You were never able to beat it because of that.
Yeah. I have that, and then I have Wild Tactics. I guess it's free heist XCOM.
Yeah, I think that one showed it up in another show. I think I remember that one. I can't remember where I saw it. It might have been like the OTK show, which I don't know was also a thing.
Last year, but now that we know what kind of person Asmongold is, I don't think we're
surprise!
going to get another OTK show anytime soon.
What is it? What is this?
OTK is, I believe, a streamer group
Well,
that had.
that. Okay. Yeah. No. Never mind. I know what that is. Jesus.
Yeah. And let's just say some revelations about Asmongold have come to light over the past year that would make an OTK-led showcase not really viable.
Oh, they did one this year.
They did?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, shit.
Where was that?
It was, I don't know. It was on there. I remember seeing it because I was shocked. I thought, like, most people like you would probably, like you were saying, probably want to avoid that. But, okay.
The reason it's not like something that's going to be sanctioned by SGF is because it's OTK Games Expo presented by Cash App.
Yes. And I got to tell you, the only reason I know this is because my friend sent me this link. It was one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen. Okay, so Cash App.
Oh God, it's the YouTube video is 4 hours, 57 minutes, and 29 seconds.
Yes.
Dear God.
It was longer than any other show that I think was on. Anyway, there's this one scene, right, where they bring out 3 devs, right, who had recently been laid off, right? And they're like, basically like make a pitch about like, oh yeah, I've worked on these games. I've been in the industry for this long. Like one of them is like an industry veteran. One of them has been there like, I don't know, like 5 or 6 years. One of them just started right out of college and everything. And they're like, well, we feel really bad for you, so Cash App's going to give you all $1,000. And they're like, cool. But they're like out there like pitching themselves for a job on the middle of the stream. It felt so like weird and exploitative. It was gross. But
it's
like
so weird to see Asmongold standing up.
Yeah. Imagine like you just got laid off at your job and they're like, hey, we're going to bring you on this show, right? And we're going to like, pitch you to the world. Or like, that's kind of nice to do, right? But then they're like, yeah, what have you done? Oh, that's cool. Well, Cash App's going to give you $1,000. Good luck, and it's just kind of like they shuffle them off the stage without really letting them say much. It was the weirdest thing ever. The whole thing was terrible. It was streamers are not hosts, right?
Yeah.
I don't know who needs to hear that, but they are not. It was awful and awkward and way too long. 4 hours is, I mean, Guerrilla was pretty long too. Don't get me wrong, but 4 hours is like bang your head against the wall thing.
5 hours. 4 hours, 57 minutes, and 29 seconds. Oh dear God.
Anyway, the last one I had was Sky Ocean Wings for Hire, and as a Skies of Arcadia fan, I'm excited for that one.
I'm a Crimson Skies fan, and I would take whatever I can get when it comes to aerial combat.
Even turn-based aerial combat.
Yep, I don't care. Give it to me.
Yeah, it's basically the I'm putting together a team part of Skies of Arcadia and nothing else, which is good because that was the best part of the game. So,
yeah. Oh yeah, heist games are always fun. I mean, until you get to the payday world of heist games, but no, I love heist games.
Yeah, the main character of Skies of Arcadia. He has like the same color scheme and almost the same outfit. So,
speaking of color schemes, sometimes we need color schemes that work best for the visually impaired or people who are colorblind, and that's the kind of thing that was shown off the Accessibility Summer Showcase, which happened the morning of SGF Live. So, Quinley, I believe you had watched a little bit of it and had some thoughts.
I watched a little bit of it. Most of it, again, a lot of, if not almost all of the games that were shown on the Accessibility Showcase are shown in one of these other segments, like later on. I'm really glad that we're getting to see an Accessibility Showcase. And I think this is the second year, I think, that they've done one.
I think Laura Kate Dale organized it last year and continued to.
Good.
The most interesting one was this game called Periphery Synthetic, and it was described as a non-violent first-person Metroidvania that's designed to be played entirely unsighted. So you don't need any visuals. They have some, but you don't need visuals to play it. It's completely through audio cues and a robust soundscape, which is really cool and really great, but I couldn't hear that because the presenter kept talking over the footage the entire time. So,
jeez.
yeah,
that
so
that feels like it defeats the purpose of showing it off.
yeah, so hopefully it's like another trailer where there isn't a presenter, because that genuinely looked really, really interesting.
I only read the recaps, but one thing I'm really kind of excited, even like as someone, I don't know what level of accessibility, but I'd like to read that they're considering like modified or customizable difficulties now under like accessibility, because I think that is really important, right? Like, I'm done with QTEs, and I don't mean that as in like I hate them, right? And like it's ruined entire games for me when it comes to QTEs. But hearing people say like, yeah, now imagine if you had like legitimate accessibility issues and like a game was QTE heavy, right? So like in some ways, I'm seeing like a lot of games saying like, hey, we're gonna remove timers on QTEs, or we're gonna make a QTE like QTE light, or like seeing that that's kind of coming under accessibility actually makes me excited, because I'm like, yeah, I've had a lot of ruined games for me because I just don't enjoy this mechanic, and this mechanic is just unenjoyable for me. But it doesn't make like there's other people who are like, I can't do this, I literally can't, you know. So like from a selfish, what's that?
QTE. I don't know. I've never met anyone that actually likes QTE. It's like it's hype or whatever.
It's up there with like Escort Quest, right? like, oh boy, if I push
triangle
like quickly.
Quest at least gotten better over the years. Like QTEs they're just QTEs and they suck. Like why are we still doing this?
I mean, the way they made Escort Quest better is they made it so that your charge literally can't die.
Yes, yeah.
Or you do the Command and Conquer Renegade thing, where the enemies can only bring your charge down to 1 health, and only you can accidentally kill them, which I still think is hilarious.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna fail this one right now, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the part, because I you know, for my own part, I haven't really considered adaptive difficulty as an accessibility thing, but it entirely makes so much more sense now that I can think about it in that context of like, you know, annoyances to me for other people are like makes games literally unplayable. So it's a cool thing that's all getting kind of taken care of under accessibility at these points, where it's going to affect everybody to have a little bit more options for how they play. Because I get older. I mean, I even see like I've played nothing but shooters, but I even feel like I get my reaction times a little slower, you know, stuff like that. And like, I want to keep playing games. I don't want to be pushed out of games that I can't play because I just don't have the ability anymore, you know. So hopefully that trend kind of continues.
And I think like kind of the real stress test for whether or not audiences at large would, you know, be okay with, you know, accessibility features was the modern control scheme from Street Fighter 4. Like they introduced it as a
Street Fighter 6.
Street Fighter 6, sorry. Yeah, because it wasn't introduced as an accessibility feature quite. It was just like, hey, you know, accessible in terms of new players, not accessibility as in terms of like, you know, disabilities, even though that's clearly, like looking back, that's clearly what it was. And the fact that that was as well received as it was, I think is gonna go a long way.
Yeah. The other example I was thinking of is in Fortnite. They added visual sound cues, right? And at first, I thought that was like, wow, this is, you know. But then the more and more people use it, yes, it does help you, even if you. But also, like, just, you know, if you're playing in a loud house or in a loud room, you don't have the disadvantage of somebody who's sitting in a quiet room with a headset on, you know. So I was like, that's actually a pretty cool way to think of it. Is, you know, okay, this thing also levels the playing field for everybody, you know. I hadn't thought about that until I started like basically like playing with that on all the time, because even when I watch TV in my house, I don't know if this is the same for you guys, but like I always watch TV with the closed captioning on. So if my kid comes in here screaming about, you know, his brother or whatever, I can just like, okay, I can read what they'll talk about while I tell them, you know, no, go back and give your brother his, you know, banana or whatever. So that's been my own thing. But like in a game, it's like, okay, well, I got my, you know, kids screaming at each other, they're running around, having a good time, I can still focus on, okay, well, where's that chest or that guy's above me or where are they building and stuff because of those on-screen indicators. So,
Yeah,
um,
it's something that helps everybody,
yeah,
right? Like
yeah,
not
Absolutely.
just, it's mostly geared for players with disabilities, but ultimately it's applicable to a whole bunch of different scenarios. So ultimately it helps everybody. So like there's really no reason not to include it. And hopefully more devs will and more mainstream devs will start jumping on that and realizing it because it's
yeah.
really helpful.
Yeah, it is, and yeah, that. Now I wish that the gameplay or the games that they showed it also included some of the bigger stuff, right? I don't think they need to restrict this show to indie stuff, honestly, right? I wish they would show some of the stuff that the bigger games are doing. Like I remember Microsoft had their own like little presentation. Was like must have been last year where they were talking about how they're gonna like make Forza like people can drive with while being visually impaired in Forza.
Entirely audio cues.
Yes.
That was amazing, right? But like,
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a Microsoft thing or what. But I was like, wow, this is the future. If you can do that in Forza, you can do that in anything. But I think there is a place for them to use the show also to highlight what bigger devs are doing, not just indie games that are doing a different color palette or something. I think
Yeah.
also highlighting that like, hey, this is something that's helping everybody, and it makes Call of Duty better for all of us if we do stuff like this.
My guess is
Didn't PlayStation, they had an accessibility showcase, I think either earlier this year, sometime last year, and they were showing off the development of their accessibility controller. So I don't know if so much that other big devs or big studios or big console developers and stuff, it's not that they're not doing it.
Mhm.
It's just that they have their own segments that they do outside of this one. But I think it would really boost the visibility of this segment if they did get involved and did decide to put all of their showcases with this one.
Yeah, that's exactly
Real-
agree.
a real rising tide lifts all boats kind of
Yeah,
situation. All right, so that was the accessibility showcase. Now let's move on to what actually kicked off SGF. SGF Live, which played Friday afternoon, so that'd be Friday, June 7th. And there were a lot of games showed off at SGF Live. I don't know if you folks want to mention your highlights, and then we can give some lowlights and general thoughts.
Yeah, my highlights are Civ 7. Obviously, I don't know where Civ 6 left off, but I'm never going to not be hyped for a new Civ game, honestly. This one looks very, very, very cool to me. I liked everything that they I like almost that aesthetic that they've got sometimes where it's like, I don't know enough about architecture, don't get me wrong, but it's like that neoclassical look, right? I love when they combine that with kind of like a realism layer to it, and so it looked really cool to me as far as the aesthetic. So
yeah, that layering of future and neoclassical,
yes,
I think is really cool.
So that was probably like my most hyped one. I don't know what to think of this game yet. I've seen a couple people playing it, but Once Human had some intriguing look to me, but I don't really know enough about the game beyond it looked cool, and I want to see more of it.
That was my thing. I was really on board with it until they told me it was an open world survival game, and I was like, okay, I'm out. But what they showed of the world looked really cool.
Right, but God knows I've never been able to stick with an open world survival game. I mean, I've tried them all. I've tried Valheim. I've tried this. You know what I mean? Like, I need a layer to it other than okay, just survive. Like that is not enough of a game to me, right? I think Subnautica may be like kind of like towed the line the most, but yeah, I need a game. I can't. The game can't just be okay. Now just live. So I liked what I saw, but yeah, I'd probably wait for like a finished product or some reviews or something before I got it. But it like I think probably you said it looked cool, right? So that was
it's
probably
out on July 9th, so
yeah, so that'll be once I start seeing some reviews, I think I'm going to be a little bit more excited about. Finally, the last one I thought was Mecha Break. I had no idea what this was when they started showing it, right? But Mecha Break looked really cool to me. I thought it was going to be like a whatchamacallit, like an Armored Core or something. at first, but it looks like a kind of fully customized. You fight your mech. It looked like a Gundam game, right? I
Yeah, it
think,
looks like a multiplayer Gundam game
yeah.
for sure.
And the level of customization there, I think, is going to be make or break for me. But like, what I liked about the game is I played a few like Gundam battler games before, but it just always like you always default to whoever's in the jet wins, right? Like it's just too much maneuverability. But it looks like this one had different levels, right? Ground tanks versus jets versus like guys on the ground using axes and stuff. So I want to see where that one goes. But those were probably my three, if I wanted to call them highlights. And then I don't know if I would call this a highlight, but Bloomhouse games, kind of cool, right?
Yeah, that now they're getting into game publishing.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a love-hate relationship with Bloomhouse, but I would say I generally like Bloomhouse horror better than I like A24 horror. So I'm not gonna, turn away Bloomhouse, games when I kind of stuck with A24 games here and there. Well, I'm sorry, not A24, Annapurna Interactive, right? But I'm excited to see where they do with some of these horror games. It's just horror genre just kind of gotten a little stale for me in gaming. I feel like we've kind of come to Dead by Daylight as being like the horror default for a lot of games. So it's asymmetric survival games, and I'm ready to move on to something a little bit better when it comes to horror games.
I'll play some
Absolutely.
indie horror games then. Go to itch.io. They got a ton of indie horror games.
Some of them are
there.
good, but it depends because it's really hard to tell with some indie horror games if it's a jump scare game or if it's just like a slow plotter that just never gets going, right?
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
like I a lot of the go ahead.
Most horror games that I've played, like indie ones or like kind of B tier ones that I've played recently, there seems to have been kind of a backlash against jump scares in games.
Oh, okay.
Just because it's cheap, right? It's
Right.
really, really hard to do well. They're really only good if they're used very sparingly. And the last kind of decade of horror games, like, they relied on them so much that a game came out called Spooky's House of Jump Scares. So,
Oh my gosh.
Well, I think part of it was
and
how
that's all it is. So
like,
I don't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Five Nights at Freddy's, I think, sucked all the air out of indie horror for a little bit, right? Like, I think there was a chase that, and so a lot of the games you'd play were like, wouldn't it be creepy if you were at a kid's whatever, and then this thing actually happened? And it was like, but they didn't really follow up on what made Five Nights kind of scary, right? And then the gameplay was just more like roam around and get jump scared. But I don't know, like that was just me kind of in that. But if you got some recommendations, I'll definitely check them out. I love horror games, but
I got a list. I'll get a list together.
I think my favorite of all time was, I don't know if you were what was the one where you were in jail? Oh, it was like The Silencing or something like that. I love that game. And then they never really made it. Clive Barker made Undying. That was pretty good. But
It was
I liked it.
okay. I mean, interesting concept. I don't know about the execution, but yeah.
The Suffering. That's the game I was thinking about in the jail.
Okay, yeah.
But
Okay, I know
I
what you're talking about.
I would almost like for Bloomhouse to kind of like, I don't want to say big budget, but like their budget, like Bloomhouse budget level 2 games where it's like you can make it look better than it is for the budget that it is, and then make it actually atmospherically and thematically scary, not just rely on jump scares. So I think that's one of the things that Bloomhouse does best in their movies is they build the tension until it's like unbearable, right? And I think games have kind of lost that in some of their horror games, but that was kind of like, I don't know if highlight, low light, just promising, but I'll wait to see what they kind of deliver.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quinley, what about you? What was interesting to you about the showcase?
I mean, Metaphor we're probably going to talk about later.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah. New Fatal Fury. That's great.
Oh yeah, City of the Wolves or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Like, Garrow Mark of the Wolves came out in, like in the 2000s, like the late aughts or something. So it's been a long. It's due. I know it was out.
Yeah,
like,
was it the last game to feature Terry Bogard? I mean, aside from Smash Bros, wasn't it the last one, like that cutie fighter game where he was gender swapped?
No, he was in the most recent King of Fighters.
Oh really?
Yeah, he's always been in He's been in all the King of Fighters. Yeah.
Okay.
The Garrow Mark of the
I was
Wolves.
thinking of SNK Tag Team Heroines. That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's been in every King of Fighters game. You might be thinking of Garou Mark of the Wolves, and I think King of Fighters 11 was the last time he wore his bomber jacket because they
Ah,
did that design in Mark of the Wolves. I really liked it, but apparently most people didn't. So that's the last time we got that version of Terry Bogard. But no, he's in games all the time. Um,
cool.
yeah. Did I didn't actually get a chance to watch this one, but did they show the Night Springs DLC trailer?
They might have. Let me see. They did. Oh yeah, because they brought what's his face, Sam Lake out on stage, and Sam Lake I think is just having a ball. He's having the time of his life.
I love Sam. Like he's great. He's in. We actually played. Me and South actually got to play the Night Springs DLC last week. It's a lot of fun. It's uh it's like three different Night Springs episodes, and it seems to be honestly kind of a love letter to not just fandom but fan fiction specifically, which is really really cool. The first one is the most obvious one with Rose running around with her fully automatic shotgun, shooting down shooting down all of Alan's quote unquote haters that have kidnapped him and fighting his evil twin brother, who is a bad boy with a motorcycle, who is also a werewolf. And the best part of that DLC is when you're fighting the evil twin brother and he turns into one of the wolf enemies because he's a werewolf. And then a few seconds later, he goes, "My motorcycle is also a werewolf." And then the motorcycle turns into a wolf with a steel gray color scheme and also attacks you. It's so funny.
Wait, is the reason they're twins because it's played by Sean Ashmore?
What? No, 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 no.
Okay, no. Sorry, I'm confused with.
The first one, the first episode is Rose, the waitress, who is Alan.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was
And
confused.
Alan Wake has an evil twin brother that she has to fight. In the context of the Night Springs is of course. That's
Oh,
their
okay.
version of the
Sorry, I
plot.
was confusing it with the other episode that might not be.
Oh, yeah, no, the one with Sean Ashmore is really really good. It's
Okay.
really funny.
I thought they were being like meta and
No,
having Sean Ashmore's twin brother show up.
Oh, no, no, no. They do some really interesting things with Sean Ashmore because like he's playing quote unquote the actor, where
Oh, okay.
he's basically playing the part of Tim Breaker, and the whole episode is basically a commentary on Remedy's least favorably received game, Quantum Break, which he was also in. He was the protagonist of that game as well,
I
and
mean, I think
just,
at this point their least favorably received game was Crossfire X, but
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I love Quantum Break. I didn't know that was like poorly received, but
it's they had a gimmick and they didn't do anything with it.
the TV show.
No,
Yeah.
no, no, no. Wait, no. The game. Isn't that what the game is called, or is it called something else? Am I thinking
Quantum
something else?
Break? Yeah, Quantum Break had like
Quantum Break had a TV show that was
like
attached
TV
to
show
it.
cutscenes in throughout it.
Did it?
Yeah. So like it was like
It had
it's
live
our,
action scenes with like Lance Reddick and some other people.
Yeah, the
Hey.
Carcetti from The Wire. I don't remember his name. Littlefinger from Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like
And one of the Ashmores, I believe, was in it as well.
Yeah, Sean
Yeah, 'cause
Ashmore. He's in.
it was kind of
Alan
an
Wake.
interesting idea. Like you would basically play the game, and like you would get to a certain part, and then it would show you an episode of the TV show if you wanted it. It wasn't like totally a cinematic from the game, if that makes sense. It's kind of like a in-world, TV show based on the events of what you just did in the game, and they timed it so that you could see it during certain points of the story. I thought it was a pretty interesting gimmick. The show sucked, but
Oh.
you know,
Yeah,
I think a lot of the
that was
content-
part of the reason that the download was so huge, because you could download it with 4K episodes of the TV show, and it would end up taking up a huge amount of space on your hard drive.
yeah.
Yeah. As for other highlights, mine was the new game from the studio that made Gris, Nomada Studio. It's called Neva, and it looks to be another 2D puzzle platformer, very much in the vein of Gris, but with different mechanics. So I'm very excited to see what they build out of that. Other than that, I didn't really have many other highlights.
Oh
This was.
no!
I mean, I could talk about lowlights if we
Oh yeah,
want
I
to
got a
go
couple
there.
too.
Sure, I'm just gonna say it. Delta Force Hawk Ops. Let's not make a game about the Somali Civil War. Let's
Yeah.
just not do that. It's just not. It's not a subject we should be
It's
touching.
not gonna be very nuanced, you know. Like it's yeah.
Yeah, let's just not do it. And like I know like that component is a remake of the old Black Hawk Down game. We didn't need to remake that game. We can
Nope.
just leave it aside.
Yeah.
We don't need to touch it. But yeah, it's getting made, and apparently, bombing civilians in Mogadishu is a big selling point. So that's where we're at.
My low light is probably whatever the hell that Dune game was. I don't know. I'm maybe not as high on Dune as anybody else, but like, I don't know that you can pull off an alternate history Dune. It seems like it's very tied into what the story. Dune feels like it's very tied to certain events and certain things happening. I don't know what an alternate history Dune feels like or plays like.
Like
Dune Awakening, I think is what it was called.
yeah, like okay, the whole premise of Dune starts when one of the Bene Gesserit sisters has the child that she's supposed to have a generation in advance of when that child is supposed to be had. So the whole story of Dune is based on a very specific event happening, and the idea that you could go and construct the alternate history would make Dune less interesting because the whole premise of Dune is all around not being able to construct an alternate history.
It's very like the chosen one. The chosen one must arrive. This must happen. And then
Yeah,
like,
the whole point is that they got the chosen one a generation early, kind of by accident.
but then that feels weird that you're going to be like, you know what? Never mind.
Let's get the chosen one on schedule. That's the alternate history we're going to explore.
Just everybody sitting around looking at their watches like, any minute now.
Yeah, let's wait another 30 years for a boy to be born.
But I wasn't sure about what. I mean, I'm wrong. Maybe Dune fans are gonna love that one, but I didn't really get what that was going for. That was one of my big lowlights. Of course, Sonic X is gonna suck. I mean, I think it's a given. Sonic games are all trash, and I don't know if anybody's interested in them anymore.
I've heard that this is a remake of Generations, plus shadow content built in the style of Generations, and reception from the show floor has been positive. Because Generations is one of the good Sonic games.
Listen, we have no audience. You got to go for the clicks, all right? Sonic trash. Don't listen to Merve. Let me know in the comments if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so
Will it have Power Man 5000 soundtrack in it?
Oh man, are they gonna
okay, you need Power Man 5000 if you're gonna have Shadow. You need your Alien Ant Farm.
Yes.
POD? You got POD on that one?
POD's way too Christian for Shadow.
Yeah.
What? Oh man, I think Shadow's probably he believes in it.
You think Shadow's a born again Christian?
Yeah, just on the outside, he's got that exterior, but inside,
evangelical Shadow.
yes.
Y'all don't know about Sonic Christians?
Oh yeah, I definitely.
Oh,
do.
I've seen the memes. I didn't know whether they were ironic or not.
No, they're not. That's a real thing. I mean, it was anyway. It was. I don't know if it still is, but it definitely was a real thing. I remember surfing the internet just like when I was a kid and like in the early aughts and just coming upon that in the wild. that is definitely a real thing.
And it's why you accepted Jesus into your heart.
I mean, you know, if it wasn't going to be Sonic, it wasn't going to be anything.
So when we were talking about the other show, I was like, kind of like, what were the vibes like? What do you think about this? Was this not the most overtly like violent, like gory, like presentation you've ever seen on a kind of game release show?
I still remember like the old John Tatey murder reports from like 2013, 2014 era.
They really jumped into
E3.
some of that like Slitterhead stuff and like it was pretty dark. Maybe it's because I think we're getting a lot of Souls likes, and Souls likes kind of have to show that like off. And I don't know. I felt like this was like there was a lot of head choppings and stuff like that going on in a lot of these games.
I think I just wasn't paying enough attention at a certain point. I didn't really register. We'll talk about violence a little bit later where it did register for me, but that might be because I was paying more attention to that because it was a more interesting show. There was really nothing for me, and I just kind of like I was watching. It was on my monitor, but I was not like paying that much attention after a certain point.
Yeah, this one I kind of lost me. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I can't remember why I didn't like that game.
Might be because Daniel Vavra was involved in it.
Yeah, I remember the racism. That was a part of it. I actually I think I actually bought it before a lot of that stuff came out because it was like you know what? I think I remember what I like. So they kind of advertise it as like work your way up from a peasant, peasant this, peasant that, work your way up and be part of whatever, right? But it felt like every other medieval game you ever played. 2 minutes in, you know how to use a sword and this and that, and like it wasn't like sim enough, and it also wasn't like arcade enough. It just kind of like straddled the line, which was weird to me when they really were going down. We can't have any people of color in this game because of it's set in this period in this time and stuff. But like, who cares? Like, gives a shit.
Not
like,
real.
Yeah, exactly. And like the story itself was really bad. It had a lot of poor voice acting and stuff, but overall, I just couldn't remember what I didn't like about that game until I kind of saw it too, and I was like, whatever.
Apparently, they've addressed all of that.
Oh, really?
We'll have to see. Moving on to the showcase immediately afterwards, Day of the Devs, which used to be organized by Double Fine, but now Day of the Devs is its own fully independent charity. So this, I think, was among the more interesting showcases for me because it was very well curated compared to some of the other indie showcases.
Yeah.
And I'll just mention a couple of my highlights. Phoenix Springs, that detective game with a really striking art style. That'll pop up in a bunch of showcases. Afterlove EP, which I was really uncertain about coming out. It's a game set in Indonesia, I believe in the 90s, and about, or maybe modern day, I'm not sure, about a guy in a band whose girlfriend passes away, and it's a rhythm game and / adventure game. And the reason I was uncertain about its future is because its creator, Mohammed Fahmy, passed away a couple years ago. So it was never certain that this game would ever actually come out. And it looks to be pretty good from what I can see, so I'm excited. Then there was Screenbound, that weird mix of 2D and 3D puzzle platformer. I don't know if this will actually be good, but I'm really intrigued to get my hands on it and see what happens. And then finally, I think this was everyone's highlight, Building Relationships, which is a game where you play as a house, and it was sold to us with the tagline, "It's like a short hike, but stupid."
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm on board with that.
That part in the trailer, which it's like, what is the dialogue is like, are you a rooftop or a bottom floor or something?
Oh my gosh. It's so good.
I'm right. I'm sold.
What about you folks? What did you like about Day of the Devs?
Tides of Tomorrow.
Tides of Tomorrow
could be really interesting if they can pull it off. I don't know that they will, but it's an interesting concept. That was the one that was on this one, right?
Yeah, that's the asymmetric multiplayer game.
Yeah, where...
Or asynchronous, sorry.
Yeah, where asynchronous multiplayer, where you are all playing the same story, but apparently players that come before you can, like, leave... Apparently it's kind of commenting on, like, multiplayer, like, MMO games where you all have the same quest line and experience the same story at the same time, but, like, just completely divorced from each other, like it's all happening to you individually. Whereas Tides of Tomorrow seems to ask, okay, what if we did that, but, like, the characters would actually recognize it, that you were a different person just wearing the same clothes or something, like. And it's hard to say whether or not that's something that's going to work, since it didn't actually show any gameplay. It just showed, like, a cinematic example. But the you getting kidnapped and then being brought to the guy because they think you're a thief, and he like they take his hood off, and he's like, what are you talking about? This isn't the guy. And then you see the holograms in the background of the player that came before you, like leaving a knife for you to cut yourself free, or maybe kill the guy, depending, who knows. uh, that seems like it could be really cool, but I don't know how they'd pull it off, and I also don't know how far that gimmick can really go. It kind of seems like it would, like, you'd play through it once and then be like, okay.
It seems like the kind of thing that could maybe sustain 2-3 hours of gameplay. I
Yeah.
don't know if it could last longer than that, but we'll see.
Um, for me, Screenbound is going to either work or not. It's
Yeah.
one of those two. It's hard to tell. I could see that one honestly going really either way. I'm gonna guess it works because it seems like they're hands-on with it, are pretty positive. But man, it's either gonna make you want to throw up or it's gonna be the most fun game ever, I think. The one I was really curious about from this one that I was kind of like, I didn't see much after the show about it, was that Battle Puzzler Battle Vision Network. I was kind of more interested because of the style and like what was going on. Then I guess it's a 1v1 card battler. I don't know. That kind of gets me out of the interest zone of that one. The look and feel of it felt very cool. But something about 1v1 card battlers that are designed for mobile just kind of,
Yeah.
right?
They have very mobile game vibes.
Yes, yeah. The gameplay itself, but like the world seemed cool, like some kind of like musical contest fighting thing. I don't know what it was, but it looked cool. And then like I think this happens a lot to me when I'm watching all these presentations. I get hyped on like what I'm seeing, and then they tell me what the game is. I'm like, nah, never mind. Like like a lot of indie games, like, oh, this looks amazing, and then like, and it's a walking simulator where you find yourself over 14 maps. Like, nah, I'm good.
Anytime they throw in,
Oh, it's Cappy Games. Same folks made Below.
oh,
Interesting.
anytime they throw in deck builder, I'm like,
Oh,
I'll see
yeah.
myself out.
I am
Good.
very anti-card combat system. It just does not work for me. It is.
I hear roguelite, and I'm like, I'm good.
Oh, Souls-like is another, man. Souls-like is just. I know I'm just going to get my brain bashed in by somebody that I can't telegraph their weird half a second iframe hit or whatever, and then, I get frustrated and delete it.
The main problem with Souls-likes is that there's really only one developer that does the genre well, and
Right.
it's that made it. The rest
And
of
it's
FromSoft, yeah.
Yeah.
And
I was gonna say the folks who made Lies of P,
Oh,
but I couldn't remember their name. NeoWiz, that's it.
I have opinions on that one, but
I haven't played Lies of P.
I
All my opinions on it revolve around Timothy Chalamet.
It's like, no, that's not even me in that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, dude.
I actually played Lies of P. As somebody who played Lies of P and Bloodborne, it does come pretty close, and it's really the only game I've played that is a Souls-like that has. Most other Souls-likes, it almost seems like they're using it more as just it's shorthand for this game is really, really hard, and you're going to have to actually pay attention when you play it. But
Right.
it doesn't have...
Pay attention.
Yeah, pay attention. Like, you can't just passively play it, or like, just kind of button mash through it. Like, it's like, no, you have to pay attention to your build and your iframes and your da-da-da. But it seems like what most developers don't realize is, like, hey, it's really, really hard to design systems like that. They're really, really depth, really, really intricate. And Souls-like players especially will know if they're not done well.
And
Yeah.
there's a fine line between difficult and cheap. And,
Yeah. Like,
I've
is this
definitely...
challenging and fair, or is this just like hard
Stupid.
for like being hard or whatever?
Right,
and
right.
like you.
I
you
honestly don't think even FromSoft gets it right all the time.
I think they've got it a couple times, for sure. But I agree with Merv. I think, Demon Souls, oof, man, that was not fun for me to play.
And that was the one and only time I've ever thrown a controller. The one, and it wasn't even my controller, and it was my ex-boyfriend's controller, and he took it from me. He's like, "You're not allowed to play the game anymore."
The only time I've thrown a controller was playing Kingdom Hearts.
Wait, what?
got Xenonorded.
Yeah, because I played it on the wrong difficulty setting and they couldn't reset it, and I didn't level up enough for the end. So then I had to go back and grind and then try the final boss again, and I was mad at myself. I didn't throw a controller playing Sekiro. I was just like, I'm playing this on PC. It's cheat engine time. Because
exactly.
that game did not engage me enough for me to want to dive in and really understand the combat on a deep level. It just was not good enough to warrant that.
You don't know the difference.
Yeah, I really don't know the difference. I did cheat myself, and I admit it because I was using cheat engine.
That copy pasta will always live like rent free in my brain. It's a shame you don't know the difference, but
I do know the difference. I am proudly and openly cheating.
it's on
And guess what? I'm really happy about it.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's like, okay, I gotta get this game.
I sleep really well at night.
Yeah.
So the next showcase on the list is Devolver Digital. We can just go through this real quick. What was good about it? Possessors and the Crush House. Possessors is a new game from Heart Machine, same folks who made Solar Ash and Hyperlight Drifter. Looks cool. Looks more authored than Hyperlight Breaker, the other game they're working on right now, which is a roguelite. This looks a lot more like the kind of highly authored single-player experience that I love. And The Crush House, which is a game where you play as the director of a reality TV show. It's been referred to as a quote-unquote thirst-person shooter. I don't know what that means, but whatever this is, it looks really neat and funny. Any other highlights from Devolver?
Go ahead.
Thirst-person shooter?
That's what they called it. I don't know what that means.
There were a lot of games I think that are like kind of running with the possession mechanic. I've noticed that in a few different games. I don't know if it's like a trend. Like remember when we had to have a bow in every game for a couple of years.
Yeah.
I've noticed that possession is kind of starting to kind of catch on. So I don't know if what that says about us as a society, but yeah, possession.
It means we're all sheeple.
The only note I have on the Crush House is that little ad at the beginning that just says "Wet Dads in your area," and I'm like, okay, I'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, I think there's some wet dads who live in my building.
With all the wet dads out there.
Oh yeah, we are recording this on Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there.
Happy Father's Day, wet dads.
That's gonna be the episode title. We can skip that part.
Father's Day wet dads. All right, and then the last showcase of that day was the Atlus exclusive showcase, which showed off Metaphor ReFantazio. So this was mostly focused on the combat system, specifically the job/archetype system that they'd come up with for this game. I don't really know what to think about this. Quinley, I know you watched this. Do you have any thoughts?
I think it looks really cool. It sounds kind of, I like the progression of the job systems, like where you have a character where like they, from what I remember, they can do a whole bunch of different jobs. You can't switch jobs in mid-battle, but you can switch jobs between battles, and whichever jobs you focus on leveling will they can determine what other jobs open up along like the progress tree. Also, characters that you recruit will open up jobs. I think there are certain quests that you can do that can open up jobs. Like I like that kind of job progression system where not just using the job to level it up, you can also recruit people and do other quests to open jobs. Like that's one of the things I loved about Final Fantasy X too, was all of the jobs and stuff. So there's that part.
Yeah, playing the game opens up, like, different systems play into each other.
Yeah.
And that's what I think makes an RPG really special, is that when you have systems that talk to each other, rather than being siloed in their own kind of progression trees, you have, like, a more holistic feeling game.
Yeah. I saw the action part of the combat looking underdeveloped. I kind of agree, but one thing they did say was that you can only use that for like if the enemy you're engaging is like under your level, like way under your level. There are some enemies that can be killed on the overworld map, but if you engage an enemy either poorly, like you don't do a backstab or whatever, or if you engage an enemy that is on your level or higher, it will take you into the turn base. So I think that using the overworld battle action part for that, just to get rid of like low level enemy mooks and stuff, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
All
I'd rather see it like if it's going to be about your ability to attack properly, just do it like a bonus, like they do in Paper Mario
yeah.
or in Persona 5, where you get a bonus in the turn based.
Yep. And
Or just do it like Dragon Infinite Wealth, where you can just do an auto beatdown at the
yeah,
cost of a little bit of XP and money.
yeah, I kind of wish I wish more JRPGs would do that. Like the way that Earthbound did it was perfect. Is like you run into an enemy, you see a flash, and it's like here's your XP, here's your stuff.
A lot of people didn't like the Bravely Default series because it had like that boss rush mode at the end, but I did like that you could kind of turn on and off just every like encounters period if you just wanted to grind or do story or whatever.
Yeah,
I,
you could have the characters walk around the map on their own, like and just grind. Like I so many quality of life stuff in Bravely Default. So
yeah,
good.
so many people got hung up on that one aspect of it. I actually loved it because I grinded when I wanted to grind. I was max level by the time I got there, and then I was ready to just do the boss rush mode and pop jobs left and right. I thought that was really cool, but
It was the
kind of
first.
blown
It was the
there.
first JRPG to understand that grinding really isn't fun for the most part.
Yeah, exactly. Do it when you want, but we're not gonna make you. Yeah.
Yeah. But as far as like the rest of the actual battle part, the turn-based stuff, it seems more or less like Persona 5. It I didn't see anything too different other than the job system stuff. One thing I will say about like the what is it? Are the jobs the archetypes or are those two separate things?
I believe the jobs are the archetypes,
Yeah.
and you kind of unlock parts along the archetype development tree, and that's how you unlock like specializations. I
Yeah,
think that's what they were describing.
yeah, there's an aspect of the archetypes I think where like if you like they mentioned like kind of fusing archetypes, which is just like okay,
That's
this
Persona Fusion. Let's
that's
be
just
real.
like come on. So it's like okay, I think that was the only part of the trailer where I was like, okay, they're just trying to trick me into playing Persona 5 with a new coat of paint. But I do think they do enough different stuff uh, to differentiate it from Persona. I really, really like the setting. That it's really, really cool looking. Like just it's really sleek and yeah, it's medieval and fantasy and there are elves and stuff, but for the most part everyone dresses like they're like it's almost in the 20s or something. It's just there's a really really stylish aspect to it that all their other Persona games have. The menu in the
Yeah,
UI is incredible. I love the menu in the UI. It looks so good.
it's refreshing because it doesn't feel like your standard Western RPG fantasy setting. Doesn't feel like your standard JRPG fantasy setting. It seems like something a little bit more. I don't want to say steampunk inspired, but that kind of era inspired.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I'll say is I appreciate the job system has so much flexibility because that's one of the big problems with Persona games. Like you're very locked into what your what your team members' personas can do, or in the case of something like Tokyo Mirage Sessions, you're locked into even what your player character can do. Like you are stuck with a fire affinity player character, and you just always have to have that player character in your party because it's the player character. So it's good that they have that level of flexibility here. What I'm really intrigued to see, and what I hope we get to see more of, I want to see what the dungeons look like, because that's really make or break for an Atlus game. You can have really great dungeons like in Persona 5, or you can have Soul Hackers 2, where the dungeons are so mind numbing that I barely made it through that game.
And it's
So,
kind of hard to see from the showcase how involved the dungeons look. And I didn't see the previous trailers that showcased what the gameplay loop was, so I'm not too familiar with if there is an overworld that you go like where you go from the overworld map to dungeons, or if it's just more like Persona where you just navigate menus to get to the dungeon.
There is an overworld map, is my understanding, but the map effectively functions like a menu, and then you you kind of travel along the map, and there might be random encounters on the map, kind of like Dragon Age Origins.
Oh, okay. Because that was one aspect of Dragon Age Origins and Pillars of Eternity that I didn't like, so we'll see.
Yeah, it's like really old school RPG in that regard. And like I kind of appreciate it, but also sometimes it's like I just really want to get to Denerim. I don't want to have to deal with some level 3 bandits who are blocking my way. But it happens. All right, we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about the Future of Play Direct and the Xbox Game Showcase. Stay tuned. Hi, and welcome back to episode number 102 of the Avocado Games Cast, the only games cast that you will ever need to listen to. All the other gaming podcasts, no point, nothing there for you. We are going to be talking now about the Future of Play Direct, which aired on Saturday, June 8th, 2024. This was interesting because it was hosted by a VTuber. Forget the VTuber's name, but it was hosted Glitch something, or I don't know.
Was
do you
it
remember?
a VTuber that was famous, or they created specifically for their show?
Melios.
Who?
Melios is her name.
I
I think she exists outside of this, but I also see the words AI there, and now I don't feel so warmly towards her.
All right.
So enough of that. But there were a couple of cool games that got shown off. The ones I want to shout out are Abyss X0, which is this 3D Metroidvania with a PS1 aesthetic, made by a woman-led team. So shout out to them. Cozy Marbles, which is like a marble run creation simulator. And Sandara, City of a Thousand Eclipses, which looks like a Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood clone, but the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood was fantastic, so if they want to make clones of that, I'm down. Anything else that you folks saw that you want to shout out?
No, I'm worried about the AI VTuber now, though. I mean, there's 10 million VTubers. There's got to be a reason you didn't use a real
they
one,
could
right?
just pick one. Yeah,
Yeah, just hire, I don't know, Amelia Watson or God Gura or something like
She
that.
can't be that expensive.
Hololive? No, Hololive. You'd probably have to pay a pretty penny for that. Maybe Ninja Sanji. They have
Iron
lots
Mouse?
here. Iron Mouse is
Gettable?
Iron Mouse is probably too expensive.
Think
yeah,
so?
yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
They could hire Pikami. Pikami knows English.
Yeah,
Hire
yeah.
her.
Well, Pikami's pretty big. She's like, I think she collabed with Ikazuna a few years ago. Like, Pikami's pretty huge.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Forget about that then. I don't know. I don't know what the B-list VTubers are.
Yeah, I
'cause
know.
I don't really follow VTubing anymore.
They could have gotten the demon chick with the afro or something, who I see on Tumblr all the time. She's pretty good.
Oh, Demily Pyro?
Yeah, Demily Pyro.
Yeah.
They could have gotten her.
Go with her. Yeah. She's Dutch. She's cool. Get her on board. Yeah, she's Dutch.
Oh, I did not know.
Yeah. I believe she's Dutch. She's based in Europe. I know that much. But yeah, get her. Yeah, so that was the Future of Play Direct. Moving on now to the next show, Wholesome Direct. I haven't watched this.
No,
Did any of you watch this?
No.
I saw like 45 seconds of this, like, nope. One thing I think that Keeley hit on real good is indies are big right now, right? I mean, like, what didn't he showed that like top 10 from Steam for like the past 2 months, and like 8 out of 10 of them were indie games, right?
Yeah.
But I think what these shows need to do just a little bit more is like curation, right? Like, I don't know the difference between a wholesome game, a cozy game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's so much overlap in some of these shows now that I'm not really like coming away like with a vibe for what was shown or what this game is.
My guess is that for a lot of these showcases, if the PR firm that your studio hired or that your publisher hired is pretty deep pocketed, they'll just pay the fees to showcase at a bunch of these presentations.
I got that exact
and so you end up with games getting oversaturated, and it really just depends on whether the studio is paying out of pocket for their PR or they got a publisher who can pay all these presentation fees. That's what I would surmise.
Like, hey, these are like one-man game type, games that were shown that I thought was pretty interesting. And I saw Screenbound at like 3 shows. So it's kind of tough. Is Screenbound wholesome? I don't know, but like, why isn't it at this one? It just feels like there's a little bit of curation that some shows do better than others.
Like, I honestly think that you can tell what kind of PR firm is working on that game's account by the number of these summer showcases it appears in.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I would surmise. And I'm saying that with very little knowledge of how video game publicity actually works. So if anyone wants to hop in the comments and correct me on this, please do. I'm very excited to hear from someone who works at a firm like Pop Agenda how this all goes down.
It'd be interesting to find out for sure. Like, because, like, I think we all say, okay, I saw these 3 games, and then this show didn't seem to cohesive. It just kind of simply had a little bit of everything, and this one was way too long, but they showed a ton of indie stuff. Like, how does it all kind of boil down? And I'm sure,
the shows are long because they need to make money.
Right.
Like, the more fees they can collect, the more money they have to actually run the thing. That's why SGF is particularly long compared to what you would expect a showcase like it to be. And that's why, like, all the mixed shows, like Guerrilla Collective is like a death march that takes 2.5 hours, say with a PC gaming show, because, like, it pays the bills to have more trailers.
Then Microsoft's like a tight 1 hour of nothing but trailers. You know what I mean? And you're like, okay, like, they don't got to make the money. This is like their...
Yeah, because it's all what they're showing off. Like, they're not... No money is exchanging hands.
Right.
For something like a Microsoft showcase. For SGF, lots of money exchanges hands. So to get different trailer spots, you pay different levels of fees. And there are certain things that are, quote-unquote, editorial content. And those are things selected by Jeff and his team. And those trailers don't pay any fees.
Oh, that's cool.
So that can range from anything like a really hotly anticipated game from a major publisher that they want to get in the show to kind of be that rising tide that lifts all boats. And sometimes it's indie stuff that Jeff thinks is really cool. And he's like, I just want this in the showcase because I really believe in this game and these devs. So it can really depend. But for the most part, if you're in that showcase, it's because you paid money to be there. All right, so next up on the list is the Latin American Games Showcase, which I didn't watch, but I've been told was quite exciting.
It was really good. I didn't watch it. I looked at a recap. There's a lot of really great stuff in there. The only issue is a lot of it is repeated elsewhere. And I think
Yeah.
that kind of goes back to what you were just talking about, is you're just paying to get your to get your game out there, and you just kind of get put in these different shows, and it kind of goes back to what we're talking about, like what is a cozy game. There were a couple, I think, like the Slime Night one or whatever. I feel like I've seen that one shows up here.
Yeah.
It shows up in a couple of previous ones. It shows up in the
Slime
Black
Heroes?
Yeah, it shows up in the Black Voices showcase, and it makes you wonder, like, especially with the showcases that are, ostensibly showcases for marginalized creators. It seems like most of those games that get showcased are just kind of like, oh, you like one of the creators of the game is black, or one of the creators is it's a woman-led team or whatever. Just put it in there, and that was I would say that the Latin American showcase, it didn't quite feel like that, but once, like, as long as you were seeing new content, but once you were like, wait, haven't I seen that one? It really started to show. And it's the same with the women-led games one. There are a lot of repeats there too.
Yeah, so moving on to the Women-Led Game Showcase, that followed immediately after. Two of the repeats were Phoenix Springs and Abyss Zero, which, by the way, look... Oh, and also the Crush Nest. There were three of these. By the way, all of these games look amazing.
Yeah.
But I've already seen them like 3 times at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Dungeon.
But I will shout out games I didn't see elsewhere. The Star Named Eos, which is a photography-based adventure game. Widow, which is about putting together wooden diorama puzzles. And Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber, which looks a lot like... I don't know, did you guys play 1979 Revolution Black Friday, which is about the Iranian Revolution?
No, I did not.
This reminded me a lot of that game, for those in the audience who have played it, where you are a pretty, I don't want to say low level person, but an ordinary person kind of experiencing major political events unfolding around you, and it plays as like a immersive puzzle adventure kind of game. So that looks pretty neat to me, but no idea how that'll actually play out in the end.
That one was also in the Latin American showcase.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, makes sense given the subject matter. So yeah, I was excited to see that game there. Anything else on Latin American games or women-led games?
Tenebris Somnia was in the Latin American showcase, which I was really excited for, because I'm like, oh, are we getting a new trailer? No. They're just like, hey, the demo's out. The demo's been out. And I think the only thing we really got was a release date, which is for next year. Tenebris Somnia is that weird point-and-click where you play a film student who's going to your ex-boyfriend's apartment to, like, pick up keys or something, or to drop your keys off, and it's clear that there's something weird horror stuff going on, and the demo ends with that live action FMV, but it's clearly done by a film student because they use like really good cameras and stuff. It's a really polished FMV cutscene in the middle of this like 16-bit kind of looking point and click game. It's really cool looking. I was just hoping we'd get new footage for it and not just the stuff we already had, but
Yeah, I mean, at least we have that release date, so hopefully it's progressing nicely. The next showcase on the list was the Future Games Show. This is part of, like, I guess a series of showcases that are now put on by publications because it acts as an additional revenue stream for them. So this one's put on by Games Radar. PC Gaming Show is put on by PC Gamer Magazine. There's EGX, which is put on by Eurogamer. IGN Live was unfolding around the same time as SGF, and that's put on obviously by IGN. So this has kind of become a secondary revenue stream for a lot of games media publications. And also, these tend to be pretty long showcases because it makes a lot of money for these publications.
Weirdly, I thought this was a really good one, actually. I mean, based on what they showed. You know what I mean? I was kind of surprised that this got so many kind of like, I don't want to say like world first, but like big name games that kind of just seemed to come out of there. And it had a really good balance, I thought, between big games and indie games. Like, if you were going to say what like third party, non first party like show to emulate, I would say this one actually. I thought this one did a very good job when it came to the mix. I'm surprised it wasn't earlier in kind of the lineup, but I thought this was a really strong show, honestly.
I thought they showcased a lot of interesting games. I think the pacing was bad, and it might be because the hosting was really bad.
I
Let's
will
not
say
let
Britt
Roger
Barron-
Clark host stuff.
Yeah. Britt Barron.
Britt Barron,
awesome.
fantastic, delightful. Roger Clark is like Clark is like your drunk uncle before he starts drinking.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh
He was doing a lot of like dad jokes and like a little like, you know, like, hey, remember when I said this thing in Red Dead? You know what I mean? It was like it was the cringe that of the old, you know, that kind of was coming back of the old you know, E3 stuff. But it wasn't, I don't know if it was like actively bad. It definitely wasn't good though. But I thought Britt Barron kept it very much like, hey, I'm, you know, here to do this. And she was charming, and Ada One is always my favorite Destiny characters. One of my favorite Destiny characters. So she always has my vote.
She's Tifa in FF7 Rebirth. Yeah.
But I thought that this show kind of start to finish really, really strong with the games, and the way they kind of showed them, it made kind of like, I don't know, like I want to say logical, but it's not exactly what I'm saying. But it was like, here's a big one, here's an indie one, here's one, you know, that's kind of you've seen before. Here's a big one, here's an indie one. It kind of felt more like a coherent like presentation of stuff rather than just, you know, here's a bunch of games kind of. And hey, I thought some pretty good stuff out this one actually.
So what were your highlights?
So the first one I like was the first dwarf. I don't know what this one's got going on. It's like a base builder tower defense game. Where you're a dwarf building like complicated mech suits and stuff. It looked really cool to me. But I think there's a demo right now. It's going to hit early access, but I thought that one looked really cool.
It hits early access in 3 days.
Yep. There you go. They showed Once Human again. I think we already talked about that one. Thought that was pretty cool. And then they showed a game. Well, I don't know what to make of the Netflix game. That kind of seemed whatever. But I was interested in The Operator. I'm not sure what that is.
Oh, yeah.
But that looks kind of cool, man. I want to get my hands on it and see like if it's any fun. But like, kind of like a cyber detective game. It looked like it had a lot going on there.
Like, the idea being that you're looking at evidence and footage. You're not, like, existing physical space, but you're seeing all this footage and all this evidence, and you're kind of assembling the case that way. Mm-hmm. I think that really, captures being a detective more than, like, walking to a location to interrogate someone. Yeah. This is, I think, a little bit more my speed.
I thought it looked really cool. They had the Starship Troopers game, looked pretty cool. I think that came out. And they had the new Until Dawn game, which is called The Casting of Frank Stone. But overall, like, I thought pretty solid show with what they showed. And then they did kind of a post-show thing, right, where they like gave you gameplay of a lot of different things. But yeah, I thought a really good show.
Yeah. Quinley, did you watch Future Game Show?
I did not watch the show, but I did see quite a few of the trailers from it. You mentioned Nobody Wants to Die looks really cool, but the first trailer, maybe they didn't show this version of the trailer, but the trailer of that I saw, the narration really bothered me and got on my nerves. It was one of the it was a situation where it's like, hey, I'm talking, I'm using metaphors about time while I'm doing the time thing. Dude, have some confidence in your game. Just show us the thing that it's doing.
There was another game that did that RTS game that was like, we're going to do for RTSs what WoW did for MMOs. I don't remember what the game was.
It's like, shut up. It's like, just don't tell your audience that, like, to me, that is like the most grating thing a trailer can do or a game can do, is to tell your audience how to feel about your game. Like, just let us play the damn thing.
Yeah, it's weird to like feel like you're self-generating hype. I know what you mean.
Yeah. The only
yeah.
other one was like Dustborn.
What I'm seeing looks really cool, though.
Yeah, it looks really cool. It's just the narration got on my nerves.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else you saw that was interesting?
I don't know if I'm interested in the Dustborn trailer or Dustborn as a game. I've seen different trailers for it here and there, but the thing about as a black person, the thing about the Dustborn trailer that bothered me was the fact that they have a white friend who is male presenting and he's not the one driving. It's like, I
remember this game now.
If you are a BIPOC group of friends and you have one white man in that friend group, the white man drives. That way you don't have to deal with that scenario at all.
This was the one where they were pulled over by the cop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There are good ways to avoid. There are easy ways to avoid that. Provided you don't speed too much.
Yeah, and then the character like provokes the cop. It's like, what?
Yeah.
No.
That trailer felt very odd. I don't know what was going on. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I was like, this is a little dicey for me.
I don't know how much time Ragnar Tornquist has spent in the United States, or whether he's just like hanging out in Oslo doing Oslo things.
Yeah, it just bothered me. And then the other one, I think Merve, you mentioned this, the precinct.
Yeah, rookie cop. Wonder how he's gonna make it. Yeah.
Third attempt at propaganda. Like, no. They don't just hassle civilians. They also do paperwork. It's like, and like just the audacity of putting out a game where you play as a cop that isn't like a detective story. Like, no, you're just a beat cop.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, at least let me solve crimes, or go all out, make it like Battlefield Hardline, and then it's an action movie. At that point, I don't care, right? But this is a little bit like, this is overt propaganda.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of trailers that were interesting to me. In addition to Nobody Wants to Die, Parcel Core looked kind of cool. I don't know if you folks played like Dragon Infinite Wealth, but it reminded me of the Crazy Delivery minigame from that. So. Then there's Sacrifier, which is this HG2D action RPG.
Yeah.
So it looks like the action RPG version of Eiyuden Chronicle almost. So I dug that. Then there's Skim, the shadow-based isometric traversal game. Looks delightful. And Hell of an Office, which is a first-person parkour game with the premise that working in an office is like hell.
Yeah, I think I was all in on this one until I saw it was, I don't know, but more of like a platformer, I guess. I don't know, like maybe.
Oh yeah. It's like Neon White without shooting.
Yeah.
Which is something I dig, so I'm down for that.
Not bad.
Yeah. All right, so that was Feature Game Show. Now we're moving on to Sunday, June 9th, with the Xbox Game Showcase. Which included the Black Ops 6 Direct and also the reveal trailer for Dragon Age The Veilguard, no longer titled Dragon Age Dreadwolf. But we'll get to Dragon Age in a little bit. For now, we'll talk about everything except Dragon Age. So I just want to mention my highlights off the bat, because I actually had quite a few.
Me too.
So, as a Starfield apologist, I'll say the Shattered Space expansion looked like it had all the weirdness that the main game was lacking.
Yeah.
Like, it's just far out nonsense, and I'm down for, like, if it's sci-fi and things are purple and orange, something cool's about to go down. So, I'm on board. South of Bin. So go ahead.
As a fellow Starfield, weirdly, both of us ended up really liking Starfield. This had me hyped. I'm not gonna lie. There was something about this that I was like, this is what they were kind of keeping under wraps. Whether or not they thought that if this was in the base game, it was going to be too much to handle, or people weren't going to dig it, or they needed to establish the world a little bit more. I don't know, but I was actually very excited by that trailer.
I don't know if I think I'm a little cooler on Starfield than you two. Like the further
Yeah, I
removed,
mean, I
like
think we run the gamut from
yeah,
me, from like Kappa loving it to me merely liking it to you being split on it, I
the,
guess.
the worst game I ever played.
Split to negative, let's say.
I do like that. The Shattered Space thing is definitely the thing that I was the most looking forward to, and like that was because like the what are they called? What the
House
Bethesda?
House of
Faroon?
Moon.
Yeah, House of Room. They were like kind of the only interesting aspect of the Starfield lore that seemed like really interesting and cool, just because you get introduced to House Faroon and you're just like, wait, how does that happen? The snake?
Yeah, and
He
there's a
just saw
lot
the
in
snake
the
that ate everything, and he's like, no, I'm gonna start my own thing. Like, how does that happen? That's really cool. And then I think they also released the creation kit
yep,
for
finally.
Starfield. There's the specs required for the creation kit are kind of absurd. Like it is not, even though it's free, there have been a lot of complaints about the creation kit because it like requires, I think it's requiring like 32 gigs of RAM minimum to run, whereas,
Oh, dear, yeah.
whereas, and I get it, it was 10 years ago, but the one for the creation kit for Skyrim only needed 8, and they're saying required like 32, like, which is ridiculous. And something that somebody pointed out was like how whenever you look at like behind the scenes development footage at Bethesda, you look at all the huge high end computers that they're working this stuff on. And my husband South mentioned that like with Microsoft, they do this thing where they program the computer that the user is more than likely something close to it, something that they're going to have and that they would use in house. So, like, if you're programming on something that like a majority of your players are not going to have, that's something you need to take into consideration. And it just seems like Bethesda just did not do that. Like, it's really strange because apparently, like, the people who can get it to run, they said it's a pretty big improvement. But most people that are trying to get it to run, they're like, we can't get it to run. It just crashes
Yeah,
constantly.
because I've been watching Eleonora, who's one of my favorite mod makers, and she's been doing this whole week's Starfield stuff, and she loves it.
Yeah.
Like she's over the moon with how much better it is. But she says there are some pros and cons to it. But as far as it being something that she's more used to, so far she's been pretty happy with it.
So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, as far as mods go, we're at least like a year or two out before, the really big good mods come in. So, like, this is horny degeneracy, but my threshold is like, is CBBE out? Is CBBE for Starfield out? Do we have Caliente Beautiful Body Enhancer yet? No? Okay, I'll see you
Now,
in 6 months.
I will say in my defense that sometimes you do need those if they're starting to download armor packs, right? So
Yeah, you have to have the body morph. You have to have.
What kind of armor are you getting for
no,
that?
because
Like
it's
bras?
the way they skin the characters. Like if you there's like a male type and a female type, basically, right? And there's no like in between. So like a lot of modders have to make it fit to the skeleton. So there's an SK. Well, at least for Skyrim, it was the SKSE, which was like the
Yeah,
Skyrim skeleton system extender.
Yeah, the Skyrim script extender. Yeah,
Yeah.
and Starfield
So
have a script extender as well.
right, and then so if you don't have a skeleton loaded, right, which is what a lot of those nude mods actually do, because there are ones where it's like a nude mod but they're dressed. If you don't have a skeleton, it defaults to one or the other, and it looks really really weird because the armor texture only has one design. So you'll eventually get even like people who make lore friendly armor, they'll still choose to use one of those armor sets just because otherwise it looks really weird, like lumpy almost is the best way to describe
Yeah,
it. Like
most of the custom armor or custom clothes, they require you because they'll say like the pre-existing mod is like you have to have CBBE
mhm.
a CBBE preset, or you have to have the mod that adds all of the sliders to character creation, and then you have to have the body preset that has body attached to it, so that so that the outfits actually fit on the skeleton properly. Because like if you're like me and you're trying to give your character the fattest ass in the world, and you go to use like some armor, it's like her ass is going to be poking out of the back. So you got to have the body morph to make that work.
Yeah, exactly. Because it scales the armor to the character, not the other way around. So, but like if you do it to the default,
Okay, so it's not like Cyberpunk 2077 where you could have your ass like hanging out.
oh yeah, I mean you could do that too, but
Just if you're using like just regular,
But that's a choice
Yeah.
instead of something that happens at random. Okay,
game
got it.
armor, you'll just see ass clipping through the back, not
yeah,
unintentionally.
it's just that Bethesda games have a default like skeleton, and then so a
Yeah.
lot of the nude
Oh, okay,
mods
okay.
are that plus a new skeleton, and then the modders prefer to attach their armor to the skeleton because it just makes a little bit more sense to do it that way, I guess, than the default way, because the default way doesn't scale.
Yeah, whereas body morph you can change, it'll basically morph to the skeleton, which has more jiggle bones, more sliders, that sort of thing. Good to know you're a man of culture, Kappa.
Love it.
No,
I'm clearly not a man of culture because this is all alien to me. I need to be downloading more nude mods.
Lover's Lab, bud. Lover's Lab.
Oh yeah, that's another one. That's a whole little world for itself. I think there was like an animated
The
prostitution one.
the top comment on the Starfield Creation Kit on Steam is Lover Labs, here I come.
Yep.
But so like you'll even
So
see like
what is Lover's Lab? Is this
it's
like
straight porn.
like turning Starfield into Honey Select?
Yeah.
Like what are we doing here?
Do you want me to take this one, Kappa?
Yeah, no, I definitely
Sure,
know what it
please
is too,
describe. Like this can't be worse than Sex with Hitler. So please describe it to me.
So Lover's Lab is basically a forum website for explicit sex mods for really only like a handful of games, mostly Bethesda games. They have branched out into other ones, but that's mostly what it is for. The original reason that Lover's Lab existed was because the biggest mining or the biggest modding aggregate site, Nexus Mods, originally did not allow any explicit mods whatsoever. They didn't allow any. They allowed maybe some nude mods, but you had to label them as like being a skin texture overhaul. But
Right.
they didn't allow any. They didn't allow any sex frameworks. They didn't allow any sexy animations or sex animations. No nude mods and none of that. And because of that, or I think maybe they did at one point, but then they like really cracked down on it. This would have been like 10 years ago or something. And so Lover's Lab exists to have the very explicit nude mods. They don't really do, they mostly focus on, at least for like Skyrim and stuff, they focus mostly on having the sex animation frameworks. So like you have a framework that you download that has all of these different animations preloaded into it, and you can basically use that framework to like on its own just to like set scenes for your characters in Skyrim and basically make Skyrim porn. But the thing about the framework is that a whole bunch of other different mods are going to use this framework. So like if you have like as a dependency. So like if you have there could be like a brothel mod or whatever that uses all of these animations from this framework. So you have to download this framework and then download the brothel mod, or like the what's the one like all of the kink toys mods, like where you like hop around Skyrim like bound and gagged or whatever, and that one requires that framework. So that's like pretty much all Lover's Lab. That's all that stuff. Now Nexus Mods has
there's also a few where like the best way I could describe it is like, you know how there's like these like oddly chaste romance scenes in a lot of games, like like Dragon Age, where it's like, oh, we kiss and then it goes dark. You know what I mean? Like, and then Baldur's Gate was like
first Dragon Age, subsequent Dragon Age is alright.
Yeah.
Whole other ball game.
So there's a lot that will basically like say, hey, we're going to actually animate those scenes, right? So it feels a little more, realistic or adult or whatever, but they'll also use those as dependencies. So like if you're like, yes, I think that Morgan isn't just going to give me a peck on the cheek and go to bed. Okay, there's a mod that's going to allow you to basically, see a little more.
Yeah, and now there's like kind of now that Nexus Mods has kind of let up on the explicit content. Now there's two. It used to be that if you wanted explicit mods with a sex framework, you had to go to Lovers Lab. Now Nexus Mods has a completely separate sex framework, and that framework has its own mods that use that as a dependency, and that one has like its own kind of more user-friendly UI and stuff. And yes, before you ask, I have looked at both of them. I prefer the one on Lovers Lab just because I have a lot of kink mods. Whatever.
So
Yeah.
so now there are two competing sex standards
Kind of, yeah.
in Bethesda modding.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, this is like, how like GTA has like a whole second life because of people doing like GTA RP. It's probably the same for Skyrim. Like, there's probably like people who just, it's like a porn generator at some point for them, like you can.
So it's like there's like sex A and there's sex B, like two different types of sex.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one Lovers Lab is way kinkier. Like, if you want the kink shit, like the hardcore BDSM shit, like you want cages, you want implements, you want like milking economy. That's where you go to Lovers Lab for that.
And generally, Nexus has.
Milking economy?
We don't have time.
What?
We don't have time. We don't have time. We don't have time. We don't.
No, I think we do. I think, like, I understand the word milking. I understand the term economy. I understand milking is a kink. I don't know what you mean by milking economy.
When I have to justify why I know what that is, all right? We don't have time. We don't have time.
So, but I think the main thing, though, is, like, if you're getting creation kits to Starfield out, now it's just a matter of time till you can get to a point where, one, I do think the requirements are a little tough, but eventually, once people are able to kind of crack this stuff open, I think that for a while now, Bethesda has been pushing stuff to be on the creative or on their workshop, right? And I think that's going to be kind of the last frontier of, like, well, where am I going to put my mod, right? Because you're making a little bit more money, obviously, off of the Bethesda one, whereas the Nexus is more like a labor of love, and the Lovers Lab stuff is like you don't have a choice really to put it on the other two, so that's why it's there. So
mod can ask for donations and stuff, and they do strongly encourage that you donate. But if you do post it on Bethesda, like, you're gonna get paid.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think this is the first test case where finally Bethesda has their mods, and it's going to be where do the modders choose to go. Now, this happened a little bit even before Creation Kit hit. I don't know if you remember, for Starfield, there was a couple people who were like releasing DLSS fixes and charging for that, which the mod community was very much against. They're like, this is not what we're going to do. And I think the modder who did that kind of got run out of town on a couple of different people, and people were like, here's the free version of this. This is stupid to charge people for this. But that's where I'm really interested to see where Starfield goes now with the Creation Kit out, of where do modders find their home? Is it the place where they get paid? Is it the place where they have freedom? Is it the place where, kind of this mod is for this and this mod is for that? That's what I'm interested to see, kind of now that the Starfield Creation Kit is out.
Yeah,
whichever platform they can milk more.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, some modders do deserve to get paid. Like, there's some who are like doing like total overhauls, right? And I'm sure like the Fallout London guys would love to sell that, right? But you can't, because of how you're taking somebody else's software and doing things to it, right? But you've got the marketplace trying to decide who's going to put their stuff where, and careers have been made based on modding as well. So a lot of people, I think, are looking at this as an opportunity, one, to make a product, sell it, and then also kind of further their creativity. But also, hey, if you can make a career out of modding, I don't see why you shouldn't.
Yeah, like, wasn't the person who did the modder that did the Skyrim clutter mod, like, they got hired for Starfield?
Yeah, that's Eleonora. That's who I was talking about earlier. So she did clutter mods, and people loved her stuff because it was literally just like, it made it look more lived in. And she would always tend to do like lore friendly housing. So if you got her house, it would be like a shack, but it was lore friendly, right? It wasn't like full of like dragon skulls and stuff. It just felt like, hey, this is a house that's lived in. So when Bethesda starts to pick up on stuff like that, say, hey, this person is loved just because they make things that are interesting looking and lore friendly, you can develop, a relationship there. And I think there's two kind of ways to view Bethesda's kind of like love-hate relationship with modders. It extends the life of the game and makes them money, no doubt about it, right?
Yeah.
Two, they have to be careful that they're not running afoul of any legal issues, and they have to do that on their own dime, right? Not necessarily the modders' dime, or the for Nexus or whatever. But
Yeah.
three, I think that by keeping it in-house, there is something to be said about curating what does and doesn't get out there. Because remember hot coffee, like the controversy of hot coffee?
Yeah.
Like, was anybody mad at the modder? No. Was anybody mad at no? What did they say? Grand Theft Auto has sex in it, and they're showing it to kids, right? So I do think that there is kind of a precedent of like, hey, we can't let people run wild, and we have this site, and here's where it's curated, and it's on there, and if it's not on there, it's kind of unofficial, right? So maybe just a little bit of distance. Let's, Lovers Lab still exist, right? Hey, we don't. That's them. That's not the official store. If you want it, you can go get it, but it's not necessarily us selling it to you, right?
Yeah, I don't think that the Creation Club would host Old Roldon Farm. So I do know what the milking economy is now. I looked it up. And our listeners can go look up Old Roldon Farm if they're interested.
Desperate to know, what is the milking economy? It's forbidden knowledge.
But there's
well, I do know now, so
To the club.
yeah,
Happy to have you.
I understand. Yeah, that's knowledge I have now.
back to the Microsoft show itself.
Yeah. So enough about milking breasts. Let's talk about South of Midnight, which I thought looked really cool. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty generic third-person action adventure game, but style really carries this a lot. The setting, like that bayou setting, is really cool. The animation is fantastic. The gameplay looks really smooth. I really dig it.
I really liked that.
What?
Yeah, I really liked that one. Like, I have family in Louisiana, so I'm like, okay, let's see how they. Oh, no, they got it, they did it. Okay, all right, I'm on board. Like, it's just like, it doesn't look super polished. Like, the gameplay, especially that boss battle, it looks a little bare bones, but it's just weird enough to get my attention. It seems like if it, assuming it's not, maybe not a critical darling or whatever, it definitely seems like it's hovering in that maybe 7.6, 7.9 range. That tends to be my sweet spot. So I'm going to definitely have my eye on that one.
The only thing I will say is it's a tough game to show because it's kind of doing that like fake claymation animation, like, and I think we're all trained to look for something when we're playing those games, and it's almost like it almost looks like the FPS is dropping out of the bottom, right?
Yeah, it was hard to tell whether I'm like, is this a frame drop or is this?
Yeah, exactly. I was having the exact same reaction, and it was hard for me to tell because you couldn't exactly tell when it would shift to and from like cinematic to, I guess, like,
to
gameplay.
Yeah.
Right, and then it would just get all of a sudden get real smooth, look great, and then 2 seconds later be like kind of like chugging along a little. And I was like, this looks rough. And it's not that the game is bad, it's just that it the way it was showed, it's
a weird stylistic choice.
Yeah.
For me it works, but I think it's just, as someone who has watched a lot of animation, and in particular that style of animation, it registers really well for me. But I understand why for some people it's just like, yeah, this looks a little strange.
Stuff like that, I just had not seen it done in a game before.
Oh yeah, that's totally fair.
Yeah, and so it threw me at first, and then like I'm really glad that they don't use it for the gameplay, because
same. Yeah.
Good. I don't know how well that will work, but I hope
not well.
Hopefully they do some fine tweaking to the style. Maybe they'll get some feedback like, hey, this looks a little weird. So who knows?
So surprisingly, I thought Wuchang Fallen Feathers looked cool. Again, it's a Souls-like, so maybe there's a ceiling on how much I can like this. Maybe I'll play it and get frustrated, but what they showed off looked neat, so
yeah,
score one for that.
Maybe one where, like, it's more fun to watch a streamer or somebody play, because it does seem like there's a lot going on in that, and that style of combat is just, you either love it or hate it, right?
I mean, here's the thing with Sekiro. I like the combat ideas in principle. I just think, and I know this is blasphemy, that they're extraordinarily poorly implemented in that game. I like that game should not have queued inputs.
Right.
You cannot have animation priority and queued inputs in the same combat system. It makes the player think that their inputs aren't registering. You have no way of telling whether your inputs register until it's way too late. Because like if anything gets eaten, you're not going to know. So
Especially because the wrong thing is death, so you don't even know what you did wrong because you're just sitting there on the ground, like being like, okay, well, I must have hit something wrong.
If they can figure out a way to balance parrying and dodging, which Sekiro did not do, that will be, I think, the key for it. Because Sekiro does not really emphasize positioning in its combat. It's very much timing over positioning. And if you can mix both those things, so I have to have that skill a little bit, where I'm timing and coordinating things, but also where I place myself in relation to the enemy matters as well. I think they can make a good combat system with those principles, but they really have to understand what Sekiro, like they have to go in with the mindset that Sekiro did something wrong and they don't want to emulate it.
No, not with those sales.
And I don't think that Souls-like fans think that Sekiro did anything wrong, and that's why I'm wary.
Actually, for the delayed input things, that is something that Souls-like fans, especially FromSoft Souls-like fans, that is one thing that there has been a lot of pushback on, and FromSoft is just like, no, we're not going to do that. So they see it as a mechanic. Players see it as like really annoying to deal with, but I don't know. Like it's just.
I mean, pick one, right? Pick animation priority or pick queued inputs.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Both is a mistake, in my opinion.
They have pushback on that. It's just they're just not listening to us. They think it's a gameplay thing. Whatever.
Yeah. I mean, they also think that a non-functioning camera is a gameplay thing. So who should really trust them? I know I dump on FromSoft in like every single episode. I'm sorry. Make a game with a functioning camera, and then I'll stop dumping on you.
The number of times I've died in one of their games because I couldn't turn things is frustrating for me. But you know, I think I'm like you. I've tasted enough to know I don't like the broth, and I don't whatever else you put in it, I'm not going to be a fan of. So.
I don't know. Like maybe if I would have played Lies of P, I don't know. I just don't have the time for it.
It's definitely more forgiving. But if you didn't like the parry system in Sekiro, you're not going to like it in Lies of P because the window is even smaller.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, then I'm dying. Then I'm dying.
Like that.
Yeah, and the game expects you to use it a lot. The P in Lies of P is actually for parry.
You know, I think my game of the Microsoft show might have been Fable. Who knows if that when it actually comes out, but man, it was the first time they showed Fable where it felt like Fable. I don't know how else to describe it, but didn't it like there's something about the mood or the tone or the atmosphere, but I was digging that one. Maybe just
didn't grow up on Fable, but I think this got me intrigued because I don't want a fantasy game that's just like completely irreverent top to bottom, like a parody, but something that's kind of, I don't want to say Discworldy because it's slightly different in tone, but that has a world that's taken seriously but is also funny. Yeah. I think that's what I want to play, and that's what I really.
That really was the first two Fables. 3 kind of got off the rails a little bit, right? But I think the first two Fables would very much fall into what you just described, right? 3 got a little too goofy for me, and I'm thinking that this one seems like they know that, and they're bringing a little bit more back around. But I really liked what I saw from Fable this one, and it looked so good. But yeah, that might have been my favorite one that I saw.
A couple of other highlights for me were Atomfall, that post-apocalyptic action-adventure game. It looks kind of like a cross between We Happy Few and Atomic Heart, so we'll see how that shakes out. And the really surprising thing they showed off was Clair Obscur Expedition 33. JRPGs, not just for Japan anymore. Apparently European studios can make them too.
It's a French studio, right?
Yeah, it's a French studio making a turn-based RPG. And like the thing is, I wasn't paying enough attention to clock that it was turn-based when I first saw the trailer, and then people were like, oh my god, it's a JRPG, and then I went back and watched the trailer again. I was like, oh yeah, that is a turn-based combat system. And it's got like timed commands, so it's like high fidelity Paper Mario.
And
that's what we're doing here.
I'm so glad that you wrote this, because when I saw this, I had the exact same reaction. I was like, okay, whatever, like another one of these like little anime inspired whatever, and then like, uh-oh, like this looks really good. And then I started to see the timing inside of the turn base, and I'm like, okay, now that's the kind of combat I really can get into. I don't know what Claire Obscure is. Is it based on something? Because I searched up and there was like a Turkish movie about it or something.
Really?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's like, I don't know if I'm supposed to pick up on something that's Expedition 33 of it all, or if it's like some kind of existing property. But I'd like to know more, I think.
Hold on.
I don't think it's related because that is not set in a fantasy world. That is set in Istanbul.
Yeah, like I think it's like, I looked it up and it was like some kind of like, tortured drama about, the reality or something. I don't know. I don't think it was, but I didn't know if it was based on something because, Expedition 33, usually when you give me something after a colon, I'm supposed to know what maybe Expedition 1 through 32 were, but I guess maybe I don't.
They mention what it is in the trailer.
What is it?
So the whole to be fair, like the sound mixing for the narration is not very good, so it's very hard to hear him. Mm-hmm. But what he says is that there's this goddess that is of their world, and every year she paints a number, and it always counts down.
Yeah,
and then everybody that age dies, and every year they send an expedition of people to try and kill her. This is Expedition 33.
Got it. Now that makes way more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, like working the math on this, wouldn't this mean that you kill every other cohort of people?
Well, like maybe she writes down 150 and like no one dies that year, but
but she's counting down. So if you count down from 34 to 33, then the people who were 33 last year will be 34 this year and then won't die.
Why I thought...
Right? So you're just like cutting the population in half, right? Is my math correct on this?
So
don't ask me about math.
I looked at the website, and what the implication appears to be, because all of the people that are going on this expedition, I believe, are 33 years old. Okay. So it appears to be that he paints the number, and then like maybe at the end of the year, if they haven't killed her, maybe then you die, or maybe you die if you're turning 33 that year or something like that. I'm sure they'll get into how the math on that works, but everybody except one person on the expedition is 33 years old. There's one person who is 16 and is going on.
That's why I didn't get the 33, because they show her painting 33, but then it's also Expedition 33. So I don't know if this was the 33rd expedition or if this is the expedition of the 33-year-olds.
It's an expedition.
It could be both. They started at 66, right? Yeah. But I'm guessing it's... Or sorry, 65. But like, yeah, I'm guessing it's just that's the expedition of the 33-year-olds. And hopefully they'll have an in-game explainer with a calendar that'll explain exactly who gets killed and why it's everyone and not half the population.
We're being very solar-centric with this, so who knows? I mean, that could be,
Yeah, very... Yeah, this is a big heliocentrism.
In that world, I mean, 33 could be 4 million. We don't know, so...
Yeah, who knows what number system they use in this particular fantasy world that is not Istanbul.
Yeah, oh no, definitely not.
So a couple of the games I want to shout out from this, where I don't know if I call these highlights, but things that looked interesting. Perfect Dark.
Yeah.
I think we do need to talk about Perfect Dark.
This is going to be a polarizing
Yeah, so what they showed off looks good, but they also didn't show off the core of what Perfect Dark is. So what they're selling this as is it's a mix of first-person shooter, immersive sim, and stealth game. And they showed off the parkour, they showed off the stealth mechanics, they showed off things that were kind of sim-y. And what was missing from this showcase is, and I'm guessing this was a level from very early in the game. What was missing is what makes Perfect Dark special, which is late in the game, you get some really wacky weaponry.
Yeah.
And every weapon has some alternate fire that does something really wacky or really cool. And these iconic weapons like your Farsight, your laptop gun, your Super Dragon. That I think is that is what I associate with Perfect Dark. And I didn't see any of that, and that's why I'm a little wary. I don't just want something that's an imp sim. I also want something that's a really good first-person shooter, in addition to having this imp sim and stealth elements.
Yeah,
so,
and I think
we'll see.
It was interesting to see the amount of detail they put into like the takedowns and like making the combat feel, parkour cool. I don't know, kind of like futuristic, matrixy. It was interesting because I enjoyed Perfect Dark for a lot of things, but I don't know that the actual like gunplay was part of it. The gunplay was very GoldenEye to me, right? Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Not bad, not good, but not anything that I would say defined the series. But I guess that's kind of the thing you have to show in one of these trailers a little bit more than, maybe like a story trailer where you think like the story is going to be a main draw or something. But I would say like this one is like a 80%. It felt right for Perfect Dark, but the 20% like you, I think was like, are they going to get it or not? Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, if they really wanted to convince you it's Perfect Dark, they should have shown one of the goons punching Joanna and then your vision going blurry. That's what they should have done. Then a couple other things that could be interesting. Life is Strange Double Exposure. I really love the first two Life is Strange games. I love Tell Me Why. I never played True Colors. They're bringing Max Caulfield back. I don't know if that's a good idea. I think her story was kind of concluded. I don't need more Max. But I like Life is Strange as a franchise, so could be good.
Yeah, I only remember the ending mostly of Life is Strange, and like you, I thought Max's story was pretty much over and done. But I don't know where this one goes. Or maybe she keeps the powers. I thought it was kind of implied she didn't, but maybe it's been a long time. Maybe I was wrong.
I think the premise is that she hasn't used her powers in forever, and now she wants to use them again to solve a mystery.
Got it.
And that's what precipitates the events of the game.
Okay.
That's my understanding, but who knows what
cool.
Deck 9 is
really
cooking
depends.
up.
I mean, those games usually have great writing, so that I'm not as worried about that.
Life is Strange 2, I think one of the best written big budget games that has come out of a major publisher. So hopefully, I mean, it's going to be a completely different writing team because this is not Don't Nod, this is Deck 9. And Don't Nod's off doing weird climbing games and Harmony, The Fall of Reverie, which came out last year, this year. I forget when it came out.
This year, I think. I don't know. I'm probably wrong about that. I don't know what years are.
No, it came out last year. This year was Banisher's Ghost of New Eden. And the thing they're working on right now is Lost Records Bloom and Rage, which I'm really excited for. And finally, I'm just going to say it. Coblop 6 had a really good showing.
It did.
I'm not going to play this game because I have other things to do. Sorry, go ahead, Quinley.
It looked kind of cool.
Yeah. Even people who are like, oh, I don't know, like, is that Reagan? Like, but it looked cool.
Like, I don't want Reagan in another video game. Like, let's leave him deep in the ground, please. But I'm really excited by the fact that a military shooter is finally thinking about mobility in a deep way. Mobility is one of the things that pretty much every military shooter has never made fun. And a lot of them, you can't even jump. And now they're thinking all about what does it mean to lean around a corner? What does it mean to lie prone? What does it mean to translate those actions into gameplay? I don't know if they're going to succeed, but I am very, very happy that they're at least trying, because this could be a shot in the arm this genre really needs.
I have very high hopes for this game. It's tough because a lot of like when you base it on real world this and real world that, right? I mean, yes, Iraq War, obviously very big, but the Persian Gulf War, not so much, right? That was kind of like one of the last times, like, yeah, okay, they were invading a country. Was there some, stuff there? Absolutely. But, it's kind of the good guys versus the bad guys for one of the last times, right? And I think that that's kind of what they're going to want to lean on, but I think they're doing it in such a fictionalized way that you don't get those weird stories like they've been trying to do with Call of Duty, which is like, who's the good guys, who's the bad guys. That doesn't translate well when you're going through a mission and killing 5 million faceless whatevers, right? So I think
I think we've had this conversation before about modern warfare, where there's almost this element of cynicism about good and evil, which, let's be clear, like, having some level of cynicism towards, let's say, military adventurism is a good idea. But in a game where you're also deeply skeptical about military adventurism, it just ends up being that you're recasting the good guys as the unaccountable like spec ops dudes, the spec ops badasses who are going to come in and fix every problem from the shadows, and they're the real good guys. And like, you're taking away the entire idea of institutions existing and accountability existing, and just saying, trust in these great men.
Right. Because you're saying, like, well, this government wants you to do it for this reason. These guys are obviously bad guys, but we're going to be the ones who decide who lives and dies.
The extra governmental force is the good guys, right? And that's, like, on some level, that's more problematic than something that's openly jingoistic. Because something that's openly jingoistic, I think everyone gets that it's jingoistic.
Right. The government is telling you
if you're prone to... Like, you're already going to be a jingoistic patriot if you are falling for that. Whereas something like this is a lot more insidious and a lot more in keeping with, a lot more prone to convincing people who would otherwise be skeptical of this kind of material. And that's why I think the way we talk about military shooters is all being these extremely uniformly jingoistic works of, these extremely uniformly jingoistic creative works, kind of does a disservice to what they're actually doing and how they can be really insidious. Black Ops 6 seems to be taking more of the, like, overtly jingoistic tack, so you can just kind of, like, dismiss the politics as stupid and then roll with it.
It's almost better.
I would rather do that.
Yeah, me too.
Almost, because then it's like the enemy everyone knows.
I'm the good
right?
guy. I don't need to know. I don't need to struggle. I don't need a hand-wringing mission. I don't need a mission from the perspective of the other side. Nope, I'm the good guy. Good enough. Let's roll.
Yeah, and like, I know what's bad about that. I know it's bad about that perspective, but I'm going in with the knowledge that I know is bad, and I'm just turning my brain off. Right? I would rather do that than have to, like, struggle with these ideas and think that there's something profound there, and then realize, no, it's bad. It's just even worse than you would have anticipated. So yeah, maybe this is cool. We'll see what they do. I mean, people will probably love the multiplayer. I don't know what the single player campaign is going to turn up, but yeah, could be interesting. And then I'm going to mention things that I didn't think looked good. I still don't think the Indiana Jones game looks good. I think it's just completely misbegotten.
Little finger quotes with game, because I don't even know what the fuck you do in that game.
Yeah,
at this point, like,
who was?
I think you whip people with your whip. So I don't know when that Skyrim mod is coming out, but like,
it's out already. Don't worry.
I get the feeling they wanted to be like a puzzler, like I'm guessing Tomb Raider-y, but
I think they wanted to make Uncharted, and then people told them, you can't make Uncharted. That's like, you can't make a third-person game. That's literally just Uncharted. Yeah. So they're like, oh yeah, let's make this in first person, and then that just.
I will say, I think the Harrison Ford imitator impressionist. I don't know what you're gonna go with there, but yeah, I think that he does sound pretty much good.
Yeah,
he sounded pretty Harrison.
Whom do they get?
Maybe do a little AI touch-up. Who knows? But overall, I mean, I just thought good enough. But I still don't know what the hell the game is, and if it's just because they showed like 5 seconds of puzzles and then a bunch of talking, and I was like, all right, like, what do you do?
The sound-alike is Troy Baker.
Oh, are you kidding me? Man.
Actually, you know what? I'm looking at this still from the trailer, and does he do the mocap too?
Maybe.
Say? Okay, because I'm looking at the still from on the thumbnail and looking at Jones's face, it kind of does look like Troy Baker. So he might have done some maybe mocap
Troy
or some
Baker's a
face
pretty big
up
dude
stuff.
too, though, right? Like in real life.
Yeah, he's pretty tall.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the deuteragonist is played by Alessandro Mastronardi, whom you might know from Master of None,
Oh.
where she played
Oh,
Aziz Ansari's love interest in the second season.
Oh,
So
neat.
good for her.
Good for her.
Moving up in the world. The other game that, and I know this is going to be controversial, but I'm just going to say it. I think the new Doom game looks
I'm
terrible.
on the other side of this one. I'm on the other end of the fence.
Yeah.
It looks fine. I mean, I don't play. I
Yeah.
don't have any investment.
I
It looked
just
bad. It didn't look clunky or anything. It looked like any other.
Doom should be fast paced, right? And this just did not look fast paced to me. This looked
I
really
think Doom
clunky
got
and
too
sluggish.
fast paced in Eternal. That's my opinion. I think
Yeah.
you were.
I didn't play
Oh,
Eternal,
well,
so maybe
I think this one.
I don't know
If
how
you
it should
skipped
feel.
Eternal, this one might be more of a response directly to Eternal than maybe you realizing. But like in Eternal, I was like flying around like I was playing Bulletstorm. You know what I mean? Like I'm like chain
Oh yeah, maybe that's the
reacting,
wrong feel.
whip forming across plot. I was like, okay, this is a little too much, right? So I feel like this was maybe in your mind like an overcorrection, but to me, it's like okay, we're getting back to badass stomping around, walking forward, shooting a little bit. I like the.
I think what they should have shown off was like a bunch of smaller enemies as opposed to like that
Yeah,
one big
it was
dude.
a bad idea to show
I
bosses.
think
And any dude.
I think it was a mistake.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully it'll be good. What else do you folks want to note from the showcase?
I I really liked the trailer for Avowed. It
Yeah,
looked really,
me too.
really.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It did nothing for me.
I feel like
Yeah.
I'm all like on an island alone because I was like, I thought Avowed looked cool.
I completely forgot about Avowed, and I was watching it, and like, what is this? Like, who is this? Like, I'm loving the mushroom enemies. I love that. That's really, really cool. And then at the end, it's like Obsidian. It's like, oh yeah, that's a thing they've been working on. That's coming out this year. Neat. It's the first person perspective is interesting. Apparently, you do have other party members though.
Yeah.
Like,
So
You can play it in third person entirely if you want. Apparently.
initially I was iffy on Avowed, right? But then when I realized you can pick your perspective the whole game, that kind of changed it for me. What you just said, basically, because I thought it was forcing those perspectives, right? And I was like, okay, this is gonna get kind of annoying if I have to do it this way, like play this area first person. But no, apparently you can do that. And also, one of the things I noticed is that when you're in the living lands and whatnot, it looks like your character has different effects based on where you are, which I think makes sense a lot with the lore for that game, where
because it takes place in the Pillars of Eternity universe, right?
Yep, Pillars of
Yeah.
Eternity.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was iffy on it, and then the more and more I watched this one, the more I kind of vibed with it, honestly. And it's good to see something from this game because that's a game that I'm interested in. The Gears of War, I think, showstopper. You know, a lot of people are very hyped about it. I don't know if I need a prequel for Gears of War. I thought it started and ended on a just fine note. So I don't know if I need more for it, but
I think it might be a response to certain segments of the fan base really not vibing with
yeah,
5.
I think so too. Yeah.
And really not wanting more of Kate's story. But then there are also some people who really like that story. So there was inevitably going to be a split in the fan base, and they decided which side to cater to.
I think part of it is Kate has a pretty good story. I mean, who knows what Chuds think, right? But like, I thought Kate had a pretty good story, and I don't think it needed kind of to go anywhere anymore. Like, she kind of figures out a lot of stuff about who she is and what happened and things like that. I just don't know if they needed to go back to that well. So I'm kind of like, you know, when you write yourself a satisfying conclusion, sometimes you can't force it and you just let it end. And like, maybe that's a good thing, and you don't need to make Last of Us 2. But you know, like, I don't know.
That game doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about.
We're like, the only people who are like, nah, it's not for me. But I don't know. It could be great. But Gears is, you know, the story's fun. It's whatever it is. But I do miss the Gears gameplay. That is a chunky, big hitting. Everything feels like it weighs 1,000,000 pounds. FPS at third person shooter, but
TPS.
I do like the time I spend in that world. Every time I think I don't like Gears, I play Gears. I'm like, actually, I do like Gears. I don't know why I always think I don't like Gears, because I do like Gears. But It does kind of seem like the odd man out a lot of times of the shooting genre, but I'm glad that they're getting a second crack at it to kind of reboot it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else we want to note from the
Yeah,
showcase?
Stalker 2. Stalker
Yeah,
2.
finally.
Uh, yeah, I part of Chernobyl, which is
Mhm.
great. Apparently that is the Ukrainian spelling for Chernobyl, and
Mhm.
given
Yeah.
the everything happening over there in the past couple of years, that makes a lot of sense. It looks gorgeous. Uh, I have not actually played the first two Stalker games, but my husband loves, 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 loves Stalker. He has played the Misery mods
Oh, okay.
for that. So yeah, he's really,
Yeah.
really into it. He really, really wants me to play it. I don't know if I'll play the old one, but depending on how this
It's pretty
one
unforgiving.
goes, yeah, that's what I've heard. Depending on how this one goes, maybe I'll play it. I did find myself immediately enamored when the trailer opens and he's like, "Hey, come look outside," and you walk out and he just immediately starts singing and gesturing at the anomaly. I'm like, "Oh, okay, this is really
God.
charming."
He's like your new Blorbo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I would love
Um,
to have a new Florbo.
if we're just kind of staying with first party stuff, the last one I want to talk about was State of Decay 3. I know Undead Labs is not a good workplace, right? And I'm kind of keeping that in mind, but I do really like the State of Decay series. I don't know nothing really felt different about this one though. So this was kind of like what do you have on your list, like the maybes? That's where I'm with on this one. I didn't feel enough different from the State of Decays that we've previous played. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I like what I saw. I didn't like what I saw. It's kind of a tough spot to be in overall. But State of Decay, I think, is a series. There was a game series I used to love playing on. Remember when Newgrounds was the thing, like Flash games or whatever?
Oh yeah.
There's a game called Rebirth. I think it was like made by I think her name was like Sarah Ellison or something like that. And it's basically like every zombie game I had played at that point was shooting zombies, running around killing zombies. But like it was the first game that was like, okay, well, zombies are all dead or mostly dead, and they're kind of more of a nuisance than like an actual like problem. How are you going to rebuild the city, basically? Like, what do? Do you take over a school and start teaching the kids, or do you take over a refinery and start making oil for the cars, or things like that? And that game's always kind of stuck in the back of my mind as like an intriguing like what if scenario, and I'm hoping that State of Decay kind of goes in that direction, right? Like maybe the people are more the danger than the zombies, and also maybe like there's a way around it, and they started to touch a little bit on that too. But I love a good rebuilding the planet type game.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't have any background experience with State of Decay, so this just kind of washed over me. But if they can bring what they brought to the previous games in the franchise, then
Yeah.
maybe they have something. We'll
Do you
see.
want to talk about any of the third party ones? The Assassin's Creed or
No,
Fragpunk looks
don't care
really
about Assassin's
cool.
Creed.
Fragpunk looks like, hey, Overwatch fans who were disappointed by Overwatch 2, play this instead.
Yeah. What about Metal Gear Solid, sir?
No.
I don't care about Metal Gear.
All right.
I'm sorry.
No.
Flintlock could be cool, but not really my thing.
Combat looks terrible. What about a little game called Mixtape?
Not for
No!
me.
Is it a
Really?
game?
I don't know.
I was born in the '90s. This is not for me.
Yeah. Because when all my friends were like, "Oh, finally a game for you," I'm like, "Dude, I was not a child of the '80s, a child of the '90s. These people are 50, not 40. You know what I mean?" So, like, not exactly for me. And I was interested.
I think this was made by 30-year-olds who want to think of themselves as '80s kids.
So,
And
That's
I actually
the
have a-
big impression.
I actually have a theory about this game because me and Sal were talking about it. So I think this game is probably made by an industry veteran who has probably mostly just kind of been like a journeyman that's worked at a bunch of different studios and has had an idea for a game based on his childhood that they really wanted to make, but they maybe didn't have all of the skills or the resources necessary, and they turned 55 or something
yeah,
and we're like, it's time. It's time. It's like Kurt Vonnegut's like, okay, I have enough distance. I'm ready to write Slaughterhouse 5. That's what this feels like.
Well,
This
you
is
know
a
what?
game made by somebody who's like, it's time for me to finally realize my vision. And it's like, your vision doesn't really look like a game, but okay. I mean, it looks fine. It looks nostalgic, cute. The music being included is like, okay, great. You got the music there. You're really setting the scene. What is the game part?
Yeah, besides the nostalgia trip. Did it bother either of you that it was called mixtape and they showed a burned CD?
Yeah. Yes, honestly.
Okay, me too.
Honestly,
I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, if you're burning a CD, you're talking mid-90s at that point, right? Unless you're like a millionaire, right? Nobody was burning CDs like late 80s that I knew of, at least,
no.
right?
I think this is set in early 90s, but it's about 5 years too early for burning CDs.
Like, I guess mixed CDs doesn't roll off the tongue as well. The title, I don't know.
But I thought this would be okay. What
I'm trying to figure out, like, I'm trying to like find proof for Quinley's theory, and so the studio's previous game, The Artful Escape, was directed by a guy named Johnny
This is all
Galvatron.
making sense now. That's
But I don't know if Johnny Galvatron is
like a name or like a person.
I mean, it's his nickname,
yeah.
right? They're from Australia, and I don't think he's that old.
Yeah, I mean,
So I don't know. Maybe he hangs out with 50-year-olds with a lot of nostalgia. Maybe that's it.
like 30-year-olds are nostalgic for the nostalgia that we had at this point. Isn't that kind of weird to think about?
That might be
like,
it.
Real quick.
I mean, I like Quinley's theory better than reality. I'll say that.
How old are you? Because I'm 35.
I'm 41.
I'm 34.
Oh my god,
Wait.
I'm old.
Wait, how old
Okay.
are you?
I'm 41.
Oh, whatever. Yeah,
I just sound
okay.
young.
But like yeah, I don't. It feels like because this seems almost like somebody. If my theory is incorrect, then this is made by somebody who grew up watching like Dazed and Confused and like Clerks and Slackers and like other like Gen X films and like has nostalgia for the 80s, but they didn't actually grow up in the 80s, which is why it's all 80s music, but the aesthetics themselves have a 90s feel to them. Like it seems very strange.
Actually, that's like super common. I don't know why, but there's a lot of 80s nostalgia, and then when you're like, actually, that's 90s. Like maybe born in the 80s, but the stuff you're talking about is 90s stuff, right? The 80s were, I mean, you got to remember, boomers' parents, boomer parents were 80s parents, right? 90s, you get that kind of like weird middle gen type stuff going on a little bit more, right? So you get a little more like free form parenting than, the generation before. But, a lot of the nostalgia that people seem to have, and they'll say 80s nostalgia. I'm like, all the stuff you're mentioning is 90s. Like a lot of the cartoons you're talking about, a lot of the movies you're talking about, a lot of the shows you're talking about, that was actually 90s shit. 80s kids did not grow up on Jurassic Park. 90s kids did. By that time they were 80s teens.
80s kids reading the book. But...
yeah, exactly. But when you kind of flip that to a lot of people, like they're surprised because the timeline compresses, and it's like, no, like 80s kids were, by the time they were 2000s were hitting, they weren't nostalgic for 2000s. They were 20-year-olds. They were the Gen Xers that were, bored on MTV all day. The nostalgia you're talking about is more 90s than 80s. So
yeah, the weird thing is,
I'm estimating that, like, I'm looking at photos of the Galvatrons, the band that this guy is from. They're from the mid to late 2000s. They look to be in about their late 20s. So I'm guessing they were kids in the late 80s. So they probably have some 80s nostalgia, but they wouldn't have been like, it would have been their formative pop culture. The formative pop culture would have been in the 90s.
Yeah.
Which makes sense for the burn
but they
CD.
would remember stuff from the 80s.
The weird thing is the music selection too, because it's like Devo 80s, Roxy Music 80s, Lush, I don't know, Smashing Pumpkins.
Lush is 90s.
Yeah, Smashing Pumpkins.
Lush is very 90s.
90s.
You can't get more 90s than Lush.
One thing I'll say is that we are thinking about this from an American perspective. If they're Australian, sometimes you do get weird gaps in like what's popular where, like literally a decade apart. So like that might explain some of it. But I mean, I think to us, I think it just looks really weird. Like as
Yeah.
an American. What about the mouse game, Merv? No.
No, not for me. That looks boring as hell.
Oh, geez.
Um,
Tough crowd.
yeah, I don't know. This was an okay showcase for me.
I just want to mention one thing about Assassin's Creed real quick, because I think that as this gets closer, it's going to become more of a thing, But so like like that like meme where it's like we are not the same, like I don't like a dual Assassin's Creed narrative, not because of like any like of the racist reasons, but I just don't think they've ever pulled that off, like that dual narrative, right? Every time they've tried it, it's been a disaster, and
Did they only really try it in Syndicate?
Yeah. And they did the exact same in Syndicate, where the guy is like slow plotting meleeer, right? And then the woman character is like fast, stealthy, stabby, right? And it sucked then too. Syndicate was so, you had all these like cutscenes, and it was like just them two saying the same thing to each other, and it felt bizarre, right? So I don't know that they are ready for these types of complex two-character narratives. I don't know why they're taking another bite of that cookie, because Syndicate was a disaster. I thought it almost like ended the series, So I'm really surprised to see them going back to that, especially in like the gameplay, right? Like when they finally showed Yasuke's like attacks, I was like, oh my god, this feels terrible. Yeah, his attacks were like, what's that?
I said sorry to be the weeb. It's Yasuke. Sorry.
Okay.
Yasuke.
Yeah, I was just surprised that they showed like he's just like walking forward, just like swinging a sword. That doesn't feel very like Assassin's Creed-y.
Creed-y.
Exactly. She felt perfect.
I just don't imagine a samurai as being a stealthy dude who's sneaking around, assassinating people in the shadows. I just imagine he strides in there and stabs dudes.
Which is a different game, right? Like a totally different game. So
yeah, it's a completely different game. It's Assassin's Creed 2.
So I'd be interested in how they pull this one off. I think there's a couple of us now who have actually really enjoyed Valhalla for what it was, gigantic game and all. I thought Valhalla was kind of the end of like, let's say, a trilogy that started with Origins, went to Odyssey, and then went to Valhalla. I kind of thought we were getting almost really pure historical RPG at that point, right? This feels like we're going back to the Syndicate well, and man, that sucks for me. But I guess, hey,
it's
finally Japan.
Interesting, because like Syndicate was pretty well received on the whole, but I understand it didn't work for some people who really didn't like that approach.
So anyway, that's my Assassin's Creed thoughts.
I think it's really funny that Racist Losers made a big stink about Yasuke when we know Yasuke existed, but there's no actual like confirmed historical record of female ninjas existing. So I find it very funny that like the historical accuracy crowd was like, no black samurai. I'm like, no, this guy existed. Why aren't you mad about the kunoichi? We have no idea whether or not they existed.
So funny is there were tweets that I saw like from Japanese users who were like, Japanese audiences watching this trailer. It's like, oh hey, it's Yasuke, and then Western audiences watching this trailer and it's just angry, foaming at the mouth, and they're just like, what the hell are they talking about? So like even like the Japanese users are like, yeah, no, Yasuke's a dude. We learned about him in school. Like,
yeah, I just wish they gave him a little bit more thought to how they were going to put him in the gameplay, because boy, that looked rough. But no, I have no problem with him existing as in like an actual character. But
because he's a real person.
But I think like you said, like a samurai assassin feels so at odds. Like it'd be like a knight assassin. You know what I mean? Or like. Like, hey, like these guys have this complex code and they live by this and they're well known and they're like almost like lords and everybody will know who they are. But also at night he puts on a hood and assassinates people. It just doesn't really, kind of work for me. But I would rather them do a game all around him and cut out her than the other way around, actually, because I think that's a more.
It wouldn't be an Assassin's Creed game, but it could be a cool action RPG, right? Maybe that's what they should have done. I don't know if there's anything else to mention about Xbox. I thought it was
how awesome it was,
okay
how blisteringly great it was for a change, how it felt like old. Oh, I loved it, man. This was a good one for me. I know you were off on it, but I think the fact that you named at least 5 solid games from it, I think kind of tells you.
It was more like, it wasn't like that the individual games they showed off were bad. It was more like there wasn't the variety that Xbox had the past few years. It felt a lot like a throwback to their 2014-ish showcases. And a lot of this is colored by the fact that they have had those honestly really odious studio closures that are inexcusable. I think this would have played a lot better if they didn't bring out Booty Bond and Spencer. Just like keep them behind the shadows. No one wants to hear from them right now.
For them
We
to be
know
on stage either. You know what I mean? None.
they really shouldn't be
I mean, like,
opening their mouths right now.
I thought that I want to see. Have they said anything about Gamescom yet? Because me and you were talking about this, but apparently they said that they have basically a whole second show of stuff ready to go. That I think it was leaked.
I think that could be interesting. Yeah. I think the approach that, like, if that's all the wacky stuff, I think the approach I should have taken is like take some of the wacky stuff from Gamescom, take some of the more, I guess you could say, generic video game stuff from this show, and like just swap, and then you'd have a more balanced show. But the wacky stuff is where I live, so maybe I'll come out of the Gamescom showcase being like, "Oh yeah, that was freaking rad!"
Oh my god, this shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 15 walking sims about like queer people finding themselves. This is my shit, right?
Where's the guns?
But, like, have you seen that dorkly parody of Gone Home, Gun Home?
No.
Where like it's about Katie Greenbrier going back to kill Hitler. It's fucking great. I have to dig that up.
I just feel a weird, like as a Texan, I always feel a weird amount of pride when people make jokes about, like, oh yeah, like a satire would be a queer person shooting people, and then meanwhile, like I've been to a gun range and seen the Pink Pistols, which are a group LGBTQ plus individuals who are all armed.
Yeah,
and that's like their thing.
Yeah,
love the Pink Pistols. Good for them.
I wouldn't be surprised if Gamescom does have a totally different feel, because I don't think they gave so much of Blops and other games like actual like gameplay footage and everything. I don't know that they're going to go back to that well for Gamescom, but I also don't know how Microsoft views Gamescom anymore, right? Like it's kind of somewhere in the middle, you know? And they have their own presentations, but I don't know. I'll be interested to see what they show too.
I think they're catering to a different audience.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that audience is the audience that would miss the output of Arcane Austin and Dango. I don't know if that's it, but
a little more Eurocentric. So obviously, you know, like I think that's kind of what the idea is of what sells there a little bit more, you know.
Maybe.
But I'm sure they've got the numbers to tell you yes or no. But it'll be interesting either way.
Yeah, like a lot of this is more analytics driven than sometimes we realize, and a lot of what we perceive to be poor decisions are driven by numbers and data. I mean, numbers and data can be cruel, and I think we have every right to criticize decisions made on those bases, but they're not necessarily made, not necessarily decisions that are made stupidly. They're just decisions that are made valuing different things than us as consumers value. The last show of that day was the PC gaming show.
Cancel this thing already, man. I say this as a PC gamer.
I think this was its 10-year anniversary, was it?
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, it's been going on way too long. I don't know. That sounds.
I mean, we've seen Sean Plott go from a guy with hair to a guy who, I was gonna say a guy who looks like me, but I'm not white, so I don't think he really looks like me very much. But you know, the same kind of thing going on with the hair. Hair is like history to me and Sean.
Why can't the PC gaming show, who I'm pretty sure is this PC Gamer that owns the PC gaming show? Now,
yes.
PC Gamer also owns Games Radar, right? Which did the Future Game show.
I don't think
you don't.
Those are different companies.
So, why is Future Game Show so much better than PC Gaming Show? I guess is my question.
Because PC Gaming Show is wedded to an old style of showcase filled with skits and bits and other nonsense. And look, I like Sean Plott. I like Mika Burton. I like Frankie Ward. All great people. Give them a better script, please.
Or none. When it doesn't need it anymore, you know? I don't know. I think we've kind of evolved around past that, right?
Yeah.
That being said, some really cool stuff that got shown off. Wander Stars look cool. like this turn-based retro anime aesthetic RPG. I Am Your Beast, new game from Strange Scaffold,
Gun meringue.
which is a kick-ass looking FPS. Sorry, what was
The
that?
gun meringue. I watched that trailer and as he threw the gun, I was like, oh, okay.
It's very Xalavier Nelson Jr. It's very much his sensibility, and I really appreciate that because his sensibilities are like a really interesting mix of really lowbrow and really highbrow. So always excited to see what he's digging up. Unbeatable, a rhythm adventure game that looks like a cross between retro anime and Pantheon Stalking. Really cool that they're doing there. Death Sprint 66. That really nice parkour racing game that it's like neon and black mixed together. And I didn't think I would dig a chill, cozy game, but Crescent County looked really cool. Inspired by Kiki's Delivery Service, according to the devs. So we'll see.
There's two that I kind of walked away from. The first one was Mars Tactics, which is very XCOM-y, but you are playing like a rebel faction from the planet versus like the evil corporate overlords of Mars. I thought that one looked pretty cool. I love tactics games just in general, so this one was just made for me. The other one is, man, I've got a real love-hate relationship with this game, but it's Stormgate. As one of the Kickstart backers, I was really intrigued by the kind of, hey, let's get back to StarCraft 2 of it all. It's gone through a little bit of controversy where there's kind of been like, oh, well, we didn't say the thing was actually fully back, but it is fully back, but it isn't. But we're looking for some producers, and the people who pre-ordered on the Kickstarter are only getting some form of gameplay. There's a lot of crap going on with this game, basically. But what they showed, I still think looked broadly positive. It looks like they're still on pace to kind of deliver what they talked about, which is, solid FPS or solid RTS gameplay. I don't know. The more I see it, the more I feel like it's losing a lot of what kind of made it sound unique, and the more it's kind of just falling back into kind of like the nostalgia trap of just do the same thing with different units. So wait to see on that one.
Yeah, it really looks like they're replicating StarCraft, but like almost too devotedly.
Yeah. And that I played a little bit of the, like, I don't know what it was, like the backer beta or whatever, and that's exactly kind of what I walked away from. Like, there's homage, and then there's like, okay, this feels exactly like this, and I'm hoping they figure out how to balance that. A lot of the units have like individual upgrades, which I think is kind of cool, and maybe that, like, if I played more and more and there's like a third faction, that kind of broadens it a little bit. But from what I played, it's like, okay, I'm rushing dogs instead of zerglings, but past that, it really felt the same to me. So those were the kind of two that kind of really stood out. The third one, I don't even know what the hell was going on this one that I watched. I Am Your Beast.
Oh yeah, that was the FPS that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, that one is what the hell was going on there? But
I don't know, but I like it.
All right, shot. That one I thought was pretty cool.
Wilson Jr. done it again.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff. There was one that I thought looked really cool, and then it was a deck builder. It's called Inferni.
Oh no!
Bait and switch.
Yeah.
Which
Inferni,
game? Sorry.
I think is what it was called.
Inferni.
It was kind of like I don't know, like they called it a deck builder battle royale is what I wrote down, and I was like, okay.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Because what's gonna happen is you're just gonna get frustrated as shit. So no, that was the only one that I was like, okay, everything else sounded about cool, but no, I can't do that. Yeah, deck builder battle royale is out of my.
Oh yeah, absolutely not my thing. Quinley, did you watch PC Game Show at all?
I didn't. Honestly, I didn't look at this one.
Good.
I was like, okay, this is cringy and overlong, and I'll get like 4 or 5 good games from it, but not worth it.
I have been playing Core Keeper in the early access. If you're looking for something to scratch a Minecraft or a Terraria itch, that game definitely does it. It's very good. I've really, me and South have been playing it the past couple of weeks. I have really enjoyed it, but everything else is just kind of like,
Yeah.
I guess I'm tired of all the
I will say,
deck builders though.
Right? I mean, like it's. Man, I think it's just an easy to balance combat system. It's kind of becoming a default, right? It's like a pixel art, but for combat systems almost, right?
Honestly, I bet most of those, because the place you really see a lot of deck builders is on mobile, and I
Mhm.
think that's what it is. I think people are starting to shift more to mobile games, like now that we have smartphones that and tablets and stuff that can kind of run pretty high fidelity stuff, but maybe not quite. Because I think people, like you mentioned, like a cozy game doesn't feel the same on the couch that it does on your
Yeah.
phone. And I
Yeah.
think that's how people view deck builders, as mostly mobile kind of games, because that's the feeling I get with deck builders. But
It's weird to me that there hasn't been more studies about, like, I don't know how else to call this, but like gaming vibes, right? Like, where do I play what I play? Because I think people so long have pushed for like Steam Deck, right? But like, I wouldn't play Destiny on a Steam Deck. I just wouldn't. It's more
right,
like a sit down.
yeah,
I've got 8 hours to kill it, and this is where I'm going to play Destiny, right? But I would play, I don't know, like a card builder game or like one of those like auto battlers or whatever. Yeah, I'd play that on a Steam Deck all day. Um,
Like even like a more involved game, like maybe a retro
yeah,
JRPG. That's the kind of thing I
or
play on
like
a Steam
like an
Deck.
ARPG, like a Diablo or something. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
something like
exactly.
that.
but not like
Absolutely.
Elden Ring. Like, who's playing Elden Ring on Steam Deck?
Yeah, exactly. Some kind of
Yeah,
maniac.
that I want to play on a
Yeah,
TV or
Yeah,
like first person shooters. I want to play sitting at my
yeah,
desk because I need that mouse and
yeah.
keyboard. Or like a simulation game, again, need that mouse and keyboard.
yeah.
But I don't know. Apparently, I've been told that there have been good deck remappings for a lot of simulation
Sure.
games. So maybe it's a new world of opportunity for me if I ever get a deck. But yeah, like I think, Kappa, to your point about whether or not there have been studies about this, I'm guessing there have been, but they're all
Yeah.
internal
So like
to
Microsoft's like, hey,
companies,
we're
so
not
we'll
going to
never
bother
see the
with this, but they're
results.
not telling some indie studio, hey, it's a terrible idea to make a mobile RTS or something. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
so they
Yeah,
learn by failing.
I'm sure, like say EA
Yeah.
knows, but I don't know if that's trickling down to folks working at Annapurna.
Yeah, but that's I guess what I'm getting at, because the more of these indie games, I'm just like, this is just such a bad fit. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a bad fit for what they're going for. But
Yeah.
I guess I could always be wrong, and they could be the one who break through, and that all of a sudden I'm playing you know high speed FPSs on my phone. I just don't see it happening. So but overall, this show, man, I don't know. Put it out to pasture. I just don't see what it brings anymore.
Yeah, I mean, for closing on Gunboat
Mhm.
God, I think you've kind of missed the whole idea of how showcases should be paced and
Yeah.
sequenced. Yeah, you close with a big bang. You don't close with. I mean, no disrespect to Gunboat God. I'm sure it'll be okay, but
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. You build to a crescendo. You don't build to also another note, right? So, um, but you know, even with all that said about this one, this wasn't even one of the worst shows because Ubisoft came out right after it. So-
and we will talk about Ubisoft after one more quick break.
Nope.
okay, I hated Ubisoft, so you know.
I didn't.
All right, I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Didn't hate it, you said?
I didn't watch it just because
Oh, okay.
I don't.
Welcome back to episode 102 of the Avocado Games Cast. We're about to talk about the Ubisoft Forward Showcase that played on Monday, June 10th, 2024. And we're also going to talk about Prince of Persia again.
We are?
Like we've been talking about for so many years. Because the Sands of Time remake is back again. I don't know why this project is taking so long to come out, but it's still being worked on, apparently. Who knows? And there was a second Prince of Persia project. The Rogue Prince of Persia, which is the roguelite by the Dead Cells people. I don't know if that looks interesting to you folks.
Nah.
Yeah. I don't know. I
Okay.
Didn't watch the Ubisoft showcase, so.
Persia,
Good idea.
Yeah.
It wasn't like terrible. It just wasn't very interesting.
Prince of Persia
It was just kind of like
needs.
game after.
When was the last reboot? Right. It was 3 games ago now.
So they rebooted it in 2008 with that cel-shaded Prince of Persia, and then they went back to Sands of
Right.
Time with Forgotten Sands. I believe came out in 2012. And then
Go ahead.
And then since then, they did The Lost Crown earlier this year. They were planning to remake Prince of Persia, which they'd given, I believe, to Ubisoft Pune. Was it Ubisoft Bangalore or Ubisoft Pune? I think it was Ubisoft Pune. And that turned out to be a train wreck, so they brought it back to North America. Which is very funny for a game set in the Middle East. But
I have a really weird feeling with Prince of Persia that like I don't have a feeling what the series is about anymore. Like if you ask me for Prince of Persia, I would say light platforming, a little bit of combat, kind of an exploration, run around, right? But I don't think it's that anymore. I don't know what it is anymore. I mean, what is, because there's been so many remakes and reboots and demakes, and where are we at with Prince of Persia? What's a Prince of Persia game to you?
a Prince of Persia game is a 2D Metroidvania or 2D roguelite with either a mobile game art style or a striking hand-drawn art style. That is what a Prince of Persia game is in the year 2024.
Doesn't that seem weird?
Okay.
Doesn't that seem
Yeah.
like that's like two pretty opposite sides of a coin, right? Like,
Especially for a series that had a movie with Jake Gyllenhaal in it, like,
Yeah.
not too long ago.
I struggle with Prince of Persia. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't feel like it fits like in the Ubisoft like world either anymore. Like it doesn't feel like anything else they make. So I don't know. Maybe it'll be good. I have no clue at this point, but it's been delayed a lot, right? The remake at least.
I just think Sands of Time doesn't need a full-scale remake. Just fix the combat, touch up the graphics, and you're good. I know easier said than done, right? I'm saying like fix the combat like it's a simple thing, but it does not need a whole-scale level design,
Yeah,
a
like,
wholesale
the
level design
levels were
reimagining.
fine. It's just
You can keep the exact same levels, the exact same platforming challenges, the exact same puzzles, and the exact same aesthetic. You don't need to change very much to make a modern Sands of Time
Yeah.
game. And so I don't know why it's taking that long.
and like Prince of Persia to me is like there's like a gap between like the excitement for it and like the number of people I know personally who have been into Prince of Persia. I don't have a
Yeah.
good
And yeah,
Like-
like I don't know anybody who's played that game since the GameCube one.
right. That would be about the era I thought last like Prince of Persia was a big hit. Would have been about like that era. So I mean I might be wrong.
I've played the 08 game.
Really?
I wouldn't like... I mean, I'm not as much of a fan of it as like, say, Ben is, who's like a POP 08 super fan. I thought it was okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was sometimes just
But I mean,
too stupidly easy.
that type of
but
like
beyond that,
mid-level enthusiasm, honestly, that must drive like game like studios crazy. Like, do people love this thing? Do they like this thing? Are they still interested? You know what I mean? Like, it had good sales and people seem to like it, but are they still interested? It's been 10 years. What did they like about it? What didn't they like about it? I bet you that's like the hardest thing to do. Like a hit, okay, obvious. A flop, easiest. This one is somewhere in the middle. So it must like drive Ubisoft crazy trying to figure out, what do they do with this thing, right?
look, I'm okay with them just like throwing every idea at the wall, making a remake, making a roguelite, making a Metroidvania. I don't really care what this property is. Slap Prince of Persia on it. Maybe
Get out
it
the door.
sells better. Like, if they're not going to do anything, like, if they're not going to make a new full-scale 3D action adventure game, like, make a bunch of experimental projects and see what
Seems like
sticks.
that's
I
what
think
they're
that's
doing,
fine
yeah.
for that property,
Yeah.
right? Speaking of 3D action adventure games, the big showcase here was for Star Wars Outlaws.
Yawn.
I don't know what to think
Yeah.
here. I think I'm more positive about this than you are, Kappa. In that I think this is visually appealing in a way that the first gameplay demo was not. The first gameplay demo looked really drab. This looked a little more
Can I
varied.
tell you my problem with this game even before it's going to come out? And I'm going to be totally like making shit up because I know nothing about this game, right? Star Wars never really lets you play the bad guy, right? So they're going to call it something like Outlaws, and they're going to kind of like flirt with maybe you can like sell some stuff to the Sith, sell some stuff to the Jedi, right? But eventually they're going to put you on a path where you're going to have to help the Jedi beat some new Sith Lord who's a bad copy of Darth Maul, because that's all they've really figured out was cool last time. And it's just going to stick you on a path where you're not really doing anything other than helping the Jedi be the Jedi again. I'm so bored of it, man. Like Jedi Survivor, Jedi Outcast, all those, like it's all the only story they know how to tell anymore. Oh, I'm conflicted. Oh, the Force kind of sucks. Oh, the Jedi have done some bad things, but the Sith are worse. Time to team up with the rest of the Jedi and save the galaxy once again. It's boring. It does not have the black and white they think it does. It's just the same path,
I
you know?
I wish that they would be honest about it. Like, I'm fine just playing a good guy. I just wish they'd be honest about it. Like, it's called Star Wars Outlaws. Why are you saying I'm playing as a scoundrel? You could just say I'm playing as an outlaw. It's in the title.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Don't like promise that I can be like evil or
Right.
mean. Don't promise that I can do morally suspect things. Just tell me that I'm going to be running around as an outlaw in this universe doing outlaw things, maybe hunting bounties. I don't know. But I know I'm not going to be more morally compromised than Han Solo,
Right.
so don't pretend I'm going
Yeah,
to be.
yeah. You're gonna probably follow the exact Han Solo trajectory, right? Like, no, I'm doing this for me. Oh no, those scrappy rebels need my help. Okay, well, I'm gonna help them, of course, and then slowly find myself drawn into the side of the good guys, right? I just don't think they're comfortable with being anything other than on that alignment chart. You're not getting out of the neutral good area ever with Star
Yeah.
Wars, right? Like you're stuck there. You're not even gonna get chaotic good really with them, right? Like you're
Yeah,
just
but if
kind
you're
of like
but if you're too neutral, Star Wars will like poke fun at you for being a spineless fence sitter. So
right. Yeah, yeah. You're just kind of caught, and like it sucks to say, but like I mean, I can't I can't be interested in this game as a story because I know where it's gonna go already. So then, am I interested in the combat? No, not really. It looks pretty ho hum. Am I interested in it because it's gonna take me new exciting places? No, it looks like the same damn planet that they've had forever.
I mean, the thing is, in the montage parts, they showed areas that were a lot more visually varied and appealing.
Right.
And if they can pull that off, I think it'll be really cool. But what I'm skeptical about is that there will be enough gameplay variety here to really sustain what could be a 40-50 hour game. And on top of that, what I'm also a little skeptical about is why they keep showing off like the visually boring
Yes.
planets as part of the showcase. Like, if you have all this visually cool stuff they're hinting at in the montage, show that the sumptuous visuals, the lush greenery, the cool planets that we haven't visited very much in Star Wars. Why are we going to like Jakku and Tatooine?
Because this
I don't know. Was Jakku or Tatooine? I forget which.
because this game isn't actually for people who play video games. It's for people who like Star Wars.
Yeah, fan service. Like the
Yeah.
reason that the
They
Millennium
wanna see
Falcon is on Jakku
Nope.
has nothing to do with how it actually got on Jakku. It's because, damn it, we're gonna have the Millennium Falcon in this series, right? Yeah, I agree completely. I do like parts of the Star Wars aesthetic, right? I do like, I don't know what they call it, NASA punk or whatever now. You know what I mean? Like it feels,
Like that lived in
yeah,
space fantasy aesthetic,
So good.
it's really
Yeah.
cool. And there's a lot that I'm seeing here that could be really cool. If the gameplay is a lot deeper than what they're showing here, yeah, maybe there is something. Maybe I can approach combat encounters or enemy encounters in a cool way. Maybe there are traversal puzzles. Maybe there's something else here, but they haven't shown that yet.
yeah,
And from what I'm hearing from folks who've gone hands off on with it, the reception is not very
yeah.
enthusiastic.
I could see it. I mean, any Star Wars project is going to have to like serve like two sides of an evil dragon of angry fans, right? Like the people who are tired and want something different, and this is just the same, and the people who want nostalgia and where's Chewie and where's Han, right? So I know setting this is set between 2 and 3. I'm sorry, 5 and 6, right?
I think so.
Correct.
I'm not a huge Star Wars fan.
Okay.
I'm not like anti Star Wars. It's just I've only seen each of the movies once. I've never rewatched them.
Yeah.
I saw them all as an adult. Like I don't have a huge affection for the property besides thinking it looks cool.
I
So
think there's a bit of a red flag for me though whenever you set a Star Wars game in the first trilogy, because it's saying that you're gonna have a kind of a set course to run, right? And you know the events and you know what happens and you know who the players are, and you don't have the kind of freedom like a Jedi Outcast even does, right? I'm talking about the game,
really it's safe, like
Right.
narratively speaking and presentation wise, it's safe because that's really, in my experience with Star Wars fans, that's really all they want. They don't
Yeah.
really want anything different. I mean, we
Yeah.
all saw how the new trilogy ended up and how much vitriol it got for changing. So
Yeah, and when
that
does Luke show
totally
up? When
tracks
does
me.
Han show up? When does Chewie show up? I mean, I feel like it's going to check those boxes. You know what I mean? There's going to be a mission where you run into Han Solo. I tell you right now, um,
I just don't want to see Han, Chewie,
No.
or Luke. And I like those characters. I like all of them a lot. I just don't want to see them in this video game. I want it to stand on its own. Like this universe is vast, right?
it
I
is,
want
but it
like
isn't.
there's lots of stuff going on
Yeah,
in it,
it
right?
is, but
I
it isn't.
want to see,
you know,
yeah.
like with Star Wars.
I mean, in theory, it's
Right,
fast.
but-
In practice, it's just the same stuff over and over again. So, like, show me a corner of this universe that doesn't get visited often.
There's no Skywalkers.
Have me do like this independent story that has nothing to do with the ongoing Jedi Sith battle. Like, just people living their lives and smuggling contraband and getting into shenanigans.
And then it's
You can have shenanigans with all that aesthetic. You can reference events going on throughout the galaxy, but let this stand on its
and then
own.
the first thing.
And if it stands on its own, maybe it could be something really special. But if it's so beholden to like the main parts of the property that we're doing Chewie cameos, I think narratively this thing is going to fall apart. And if narratively it's not doing anything interesting and the gameplay isn't any deeper than what we're seeing in these trailers, I don't know that this is going to be more than a 6 out of 10 kind of game.
It has the same problem that most Star Wars, that the Star Wars IP has in general, where because it is so beholden to nostalgia, it can't really change all that much, so it can't do anything interesting. It can't really venture out, outside its confined borders, because that's not what people really the people who like Star Wars, that's not what Star Wars is for to them. It's not meant to change. Like what I was telling Kappa during the break is like, I don't have any nostalgia for Star Wars because it's never gone away. It's always been here.
Yeah.
It's omnipresent
Yeah.
and perpetual. And look, it's not like it's done uninteresting things. Like, hey, Raylo was interesting. It was just really, really stupid. And you don't want the things about your property that are interesting to also be the stupidest things.
'Cause, I mean, for me, I mean, where's the first setting they show you? Tatooine, right? Here's a Sandcrawler. Here's a Jawa. You're on Tatooine. Already, I know this is like this is for the fans, and I think as much maligned as they were for a lot of reasons, I think the EA games, at least with Star Wars, did some interesting stuff, right? Some new villains, some new angles, some, what happened to the Jedi who survived the Purge. That's kind of interesting territory, right? There's something that they were at least going on there I thought was a little bit more interesting, but this feels like, no, that stuff, nobody liked it. We want to go back to Luke and Leia and Han and, the people we all know, and tell us an adventure, and except we're the one that's
I think
there.
Star Wars Jedi games, like Fallen Order and Survivor, were quite well received. I think the big problem with Survivor was that it was such a technical mess that it's kind of just fallen out of the zeitgeist. And I kind of want to live in the universe where that thing came out polished and became celebrated for what was apparently a pretty good game if you could get past the bugs.
I mean, with not one sense of irony, this is honestly what my favorite Star Wars property is? KOTOR. I mean, it's KOTOR. It's not even close to me. I think KOTOR is the best Star Wars thing that's ever existed, right? And what do they let you do? There's some moral gray area, right? You're not beholden to Luke and Chewie and everybody else. The gang doesn't matter, right?
Because it takes place long before that, right?
Born, right? So like the concepts of the Force feel kind of like they're new and fresh and like religious and mystical, and not something that is a power meter,
Yeah.
And you're learning the Force as other people around you are learning the Force, and it's shaping the universe. But also you can see like, hey, there's a pull to this whole dark side thing. It's kind of silly that we can't do these things. We can't use our powers to fix things that we know are unjust, right? Well, if you do that, then you're giving way to the Sith because you're meddling and like, no, this thing is wrong. I'm gonna go fix it. The Jedi kind of like, no, let it happen. And I think there's some strong narrative backbone there that ever since KOTOR, Star Wars has been like, nah, fuck that. Don't touch that thing.
Yeah, and that segment of Star Wars has kind of created its own fan base. It's just not large enough to be catered to, considering the budgets that have to go into these things.
Yeah, the number of people who want a KOTOR, world versus somebody who wants to go ride a speeder on Tatooine. I know what's going on. I'm not stupid, but like...
Yeah, it's a Star Wars game for normies, and we're three people podcasting about video games. None of us are normies.
Yeah, we're too into it.
So we're just too into this. A couple other things I want to...
Normies, bro.
Sorry, go ahead.
Star Wars fans, just on the whole, are mostly normies. It wouldn't be as big as it is if that wasn't the case. So I mean,
it's like a version of normie though, who like when you probably grew up liking Star Wars, it was nerd stuff, right? But like you haven't made the transition to now knowing that okay, it's normal to like the closest thing I can think about is like Metallica fans, right? So Metallica, like original Metallica fans, they were metalheads, right? They were like this, you know what I mean? Like we listen to Metallica, we go to Metallica shows. This is not normie shit, right? But then sometime around, the mid-aughts, Metallica's on MTV and they've kind of softened their sound a little bit more normal, right? And now like it's not crazy for me, to see, a normie looking person who's into Metallica. I think Star Wars is the exact same, right? At some point, it was only for the nerds and the geeks and the people who played Dungeons and Dragons. They've gone through the exact same thing, right? I mean,
Look,
there
are 45-year-old dads with like RRSPs and TFSAs who are like into Metallica and wear Metallica t-shirts on the weekend while like taking their kids to soccer practice. That's just how the world is.
The new extreme because...
So I don't know what the American equivalents of RRSPs and TFSAs are. You know what I mean.
That
401k. That's the American equivalent of an RRSP. Okay. I don't know what the American equivalent of TFSA is.
I'm responsible. But no, that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? And it's the same thing for Star Wars, but I think a lot of other fan bases have accepted that. Hey, this shit was crazy for a while, but most people know who Metallica is. They can sing Enter Sandman to you at a baseball game, right? And I just don't think a lot of Star Wars fans have made that connection because it was an outsider thing, for nerds and geeks. And now that it no longer is, they are not yet in that phase where it's like, Yeah, man. Normal people can tell you who Luke and Leia are. It's not like an insidery thing anymore. The secret's out, basically.
I'm honestly not sure it was ever really an insider
Yeah, I
thing.
was about to say. I don't
Right?
really know.
Like, Star Wars has always been, since its inception, one of the biggest media properties in the world. I think what's the sicko stuff is like all the extended universe
stuff.
nonsense.
Yeah.
And if you got into that, then like you were a real sicko. But then they're not making big budget games for you. They're making big budget games for Bob and Mary, who watched like Star Wars Episode 7 in a theater and thought it looked kind of cool.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're named Bob and Mary. I'm sorry. I don't know what white people are called.
No, that's about right.
I think in some ways they think this kind of stuff is the new extended universe, but it's really not, because they always tether it back to something like, you know what I mean? Like, there's not a lot of Jerus or whatever that guy was, that everybody, forced clams over. But, there's always these like people who, like Star Wise wise, who just
force clams. Did you say
like,
force clams?
Like the avocado clam, but like forcing, like with the force.
Is this like the milking economy but with clams?
Okay. But I don't know what happened to the EU, but they basically said it doesn't exist anymore, right? And so now,
it's now like Star Wars Legends content. It's non-canonical. So all the Mara Jade fans out there are just like weeping.
Yeah, they have to become Kara Vess fans, right? Even though it's kind of the same idea, right? Or was it K-Vess? K-Vess is a bad name.
K-Vess, yeah.
K-Vess, because you tend to run it all together, But it doesn't even sound very Star Wars. Anyway, that's enough.
I'm cool. I don't mind the name so much.
K-Vess.
Yeah. K-Vess.
I'll tell you what did look.
What they didn't do with her is they didn't give her the like Star Wars standard issue extraordinarily elaborate hairstyle. Yeah. She just has like a normal person hairstyle. Like, this ain't Star Wars.
Nice little shag.
Sorry?
Little shag cut. It's cute.
Yeah, but
it's a good hairstyle. Don't get me wrong, but like, it's not Star Wars stupid
anything
hair.
braided in it. That I think that you gotta have something braided in it. That's usually the Star Wars thing.
It needs like 5 pointless braids, like terminating in a bun with like it needs to be a hairstyle that's held together with like 18 hairpins and like an enormous amount of hair.
What I'm hearing is it needs to weigh 5 pounds.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like like she should be getting encumbrance from her hairstyle. But enough about Star Wars Outlaws. Yeah. The other interesting thing from the showcase, I think, was there's a new Anno game. I did not think that Ubisoft tends to forget about its strategy franchises. Like, they own Settlers, they own Anno, they own Heroes of Might and Magic, and they just forget that they own these things. So I was really surprised to see an Anno game
that
here.
They did last year.
Yep.
Like,
yep.
Came out.
Apparently it was awful.
Well, nobody knows.
So maybe they didn't really forget.
Anno's, I know people are into it. I actually like those kind of like economic, like supply line games. I don't know like how they managed to pull it off in all these different eras, basically. But Roman time supply line, there is a strong history of these types of games. Caesar was one of the very first like types of these games that I remember playing. Do you remember the Caesar series? I think they made 4 or 5. Then they made a couple in Egypt and a couple, I want to say, in Greece or something. But I do like this style.
I remember Pharaoh.
Yeah, Pharaoh I think was the same line of games. I think it was like Caesar, Pharaoh. I don't remember the other one, but
Zeus.
Oh, okay, there you go. So I really enjoyed those games, but I think Anno's got a longer leash maybe than some of the other Ubi like Settlers, like you're saying, or like those types of games. Because
like, when was the last time they put out a Heroes of Might and Magic?
Yeah.
Oh,
but I think the Anno series tends to do DLC packs really well. And that's what sells their game, because I want to say if you look at Anno 1800, I think was the latest one. If you look at the number of DLC packs on it, there is quite a bit. And I think that's kind of what's still driving that train. Fun fact about the Anno series, the numbers in the title always add up to 9.
Yeah.
Yep. That much I know. which means that they're all divisible by 9.
The magic number applies. So, no, I thought this
Yeah.
was a pretty cool one. I don't have any love for the NO series. This one I'll probably check out. It's a little more interesting of a timeline than me than something like the 1800s. Because like, who wants to start the Industrial Revolution and the downfall of humanity? Not me, but Rome. You know.
Anarcho-Primitive's Kappa arc starting right now.
And then the other one they showed was X Defiant. I want to talk about this. This game looks fucking fun. I don't know else how to describe it. But X Defiant seems like a throwback, and I don't mean like throwback like Doom level, you know, but like COD before it got too much bullshit in the multiplayer, right? So kind of like a little like step back,
like pre-progression COD.
Yeah. So
look, if this is just drop in, drop out, everyone's on the same power curve. Cool, I'm on board.
That type of shooter is becoming harder and harder to find. You know, progression has been the name of the game because it's what keeps people coming back. So,
I think like Halo's the only game that does that, and it's because everything's cosmetic.
Well, Fortnite in a way, but but I mean, as far as FPS is, I think it's pretty much just Halo, and even there, it's all cosmetic. But otherwise, like,
and there's still like this progression system that's just for getting like skins, and like I'm glad they've kept the core gameplay. Like, there's no progression; you can't get like extra weapons. They've kept that purity. Yeah. But it's so rare.
It is, and
nowadays
this one looks like it's kind of going down that track, which I think is really smart to have something in that space, because Ubisoft shooters have never really, outside of Rainbow Six had a little bit of a time in the sun. They've never really kind of caught on outside of.
I mean, they've had games like Hyperscape, which never left beta. They just canceled it. So, I mean, hopefully it turns out well. Not really my thing. Briefly, this was a Tom Clancy game. Remember when it was called Tom Clancy's X Defiant?
I remember saying, like, there is no way in hell he ever wrote the word X Defiant. That you don't let the man lie. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he ever came up with X Defiant, but whatever. X Defiant, I think, is probably their it's going to be one of their like weird sleeper hits that funds a bunch of other mistakes and. The Star Wars.
I love how you just said mistakes. Yeah. Like, we know that Ubisoft's going to do some dumb shit.
Thank God for X Defiant.
All right. So the last showcase I think we wanted to discuss was this. It's time to talk about Dragon Age.
All right.
We have thoughts.
Yeah, we sure.
Yeah. I mean,
so okay, let's set the stage here. So, at the Xbox showcase, they showed off a cinematic reveal trailer for Dragon Age the Veilguard. No longer Dragon Age Dreadwolf, Dragon Age the Veilguard. And this cinematic reveal trailer had a kind of jokey, heisty, Ocean's 11-y kind of tone. But the way the graphics were presented, it almost looked like they are presenting a Dragon Age spin-off. Like some kind of fantasy hero shooter kind of thing. And then they're like, no, this is the real Dragon Age. It's the whole kit and caboodle.
After the initial trailer was that, okay, this is Varric telling a story, right? And they've done that before, right?
Yeah.
They've had Varric frame it as an unreliable narrator. I was like, okay, maybe this is where we're going with it. And then, no.
Yeah, maybe this is just like, I don't know, maybe Varric went and played a whole bunch of Overwatch and then told the story.
Yeah.
I mean, this is sub Overwatch. Maybe he went and played a bunch of Battleborn and then told the story.
Something.
Or maybe he went to play a bunch of Concord. Who knows? But yeah, it just looked like it was completely tone deaf.
Yeah.
It's not like Dragon Age doesn't have jokes. Dragon Age has plenty of jokes and plenty of humor. It can be a very, very funny game at times. There's the purple sarcastic option for a reason.
Yeah.
But it's a game that fundamentally takes itself seriously and has pretty high stakes. It's not just about going and heisting because you want a pile of gold. There are world-ending stakes here. And
we've known about those world-ending stakes since the end of Inquisition. And so the people involved know this is an extremely serious thing. We're going to stop an elven god from I mean, I don't remember what his original plan was, but I think it was like he was going to like kill Death or something like really
No,
weird.
His plan is to tear down the veil
trying to
between
tear
the
down the
Fade
veil.
and the real world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that elven magic will return
Yeah,
to
because-
the elves, and they'll be immortal again.
Yeah.
And
So
so everybody knows that, and we're going into it, and it feels like we're gonna like do some cheeky, quests. And I think what really fed into this trailer, if I had to guess, is going to be the success of the Dungeons and Dragons movie, because that's what it reminded me a lot of.
Yeah.
Which was a great movie. Don't get me wrong, loved it, thought it was fantastic, but it had a reason for the tone that it did that I don't think Dragon Age fits with, right? So missing the tone is one thing, right? Then the gameplay on top of it doesn't feel Dragon Age either. And
let's get to that gameplay. So before we get to the gameplay, reaction to this trailer was very negative and very swift, to the point that immediately afterwards, developers working on the game and community managers were sharing screenshots from the game, confirming, no, it's really dark and serious. Trust us. And those screenshots quelled some fears that this was going to be a jokey Dungeons and Dragons movie-esque adventure. But then they revealed the gameplay, and I think here people are a little split. Dragon Age is now going action RPG,
100%.
and they're. I am going to speak as a PC player. I did not play the console versions of Dragon Age. So to me, Dragon Age has never been an action RPG because that's not how it played on PC. I'm sorry, console players. I know you had a worse version of Dragon Age 2 that didn't have auto attack. I know that it played a little bit differently in Inquisition as well. I know you didn't have hot bars at the bottom where you could key in your commands with number keys. I'm sorry you had a worse experience.
I did.
Too goddamn bad. Play on PC.
What was that?
I didn't. It was fine.
Okay, well there you go.
I never used tactical view. I never needed tactical view. It plays fine.
Yeah, but it's never been an action RPG for me.
It's always
So for
been an
me,
action RPG for me.
This is where the split is.
That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
This is the split. So I'm coming at this from the perspective of I've never played this as an action RPG. Yes, they took auto attack out in Inquisition, but I still had my hotbar. I was still issuing commands. Positioning really mattered. Like all of that was, and I could still go into TAC-CAM mode if I really wanted.
You could assign AI tactics and tell them, if this happens, do this. Right?
Yeah, that's just.
They took most of that out in Inquisition. There was still a little bit of that about like deploying potions and when to adopt certain positions. But like it's not like what they had in Dragon Age 2, which is absurdly detailed.
Too much almost, yeah.
There's way too much. You could break that game super easily just with the tactics. Yeah. So for me, it's never been an action RPG. So for me, it's a huge switch. Right. For people who played the game on console, where Dragon Age 2 was literally just an action RPG, I get why for them this is not such a big shift. For me, it's a massive shift.
For what it's worth, I still don't think it's going to be very good. Like, so the thing about the gameplay is, like one of the first things that you see in like the first battle or whatever that they show you is the combat wheel. Mm-hmm. And the first thing I thought of when seeing that, it's like, oh yeah, that's right. The team that worked on the Mass Effect remaster for a few years, they joined the development cycle of this game about halfway through once they were done with the working on the remaster, and it really shows.
Yeah. I'm somewhere in the middle on this game. Like, I'm not completely negative. I'm somewhere in the middle, right? But I think the number one thing I saw was, one, it was a terrible idea to show a fight that probably takes place in the first 35 minutes of the game, right? That is because
you want to show the whole kit.
Yeah.
You want to show people commanding their squad mates.
Yeah. And he's got one attack, and it looks like 2 AI controlled squad mates. Am I right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so I mean, like, it does like that that like one sword attack.
Scott Harding, yeah.
Yeah, he does like that one sword attack a couple times, and it looks kind of generic. Like it's not even very flashy. They don't really show you any magic or how it plays off of combos or anything.
Yeah, because they demoed a rogue, which I think was a mistake.
Yeah, definitely. Like you need to demo, either you demo like a warrior, maybe a two-handed warrior, or you demo like a mage or something. Someone who has a lot of flash and stuff.
Yeah, so this guy had no flash for sure. And then the story itself kind of felt on rails, because it's basically the first fight. And then I think where I'm kind of cautiously optimistic of it, it did feel pretty cool. Like the combat felt pretty good for an action RPG. Whether it was or isn't in your mind an action RPG, that's one thing. But as an action RPG, it felt serviceable. The hits felt good. It felt like the timing was there. Didn't feel like he was missing when he should hit. Stuff like that, So that part of it I was cautiously optimistic about. But the part where I got kind of, okay, this doesn't feel right, is that, like, I don't know whether we're talking about AI control or what, but whenever the characters are doing stuff, it's not like the combat is in any way like linked up to what your AI characters are doing, right? You're over flailing away at some mage, and it's like the rest of your party just kind of sitting there watching. And then they're over there shooting something on the periphery, but you're over here smacking this, demon. It never felt like any kind of like coordinated, tactical anything.
I think the gameplay was the gameplay that they showed on console, because that would make a lot of sense if that was the case.
Yeah, I would
guess
so,
yeah, it was all console.
Because that's kind of on console, because that didn't strike me as odd. Because, like, I played on console for all three of them. I did play Origins on PC. It was fine. I used mods. But I did play, but I mostly played on console. And, like, in Inquisition, like, I made very, very heavy use of, like, the AI behavioral stuff, just so that I did not have to babysit them, because that combat wheel is annoying. It's annoying to use on a controller, and just... So the fact that most of the action appeared to be pretty siloed, that in and of itself was not like a red flag to me. It just looked rote and boring.
Yeah. For me, I was just like, okay, I would have liked it if they showed like, okay, I'm using my rogue's, lightning slash, and then my mage is seeing that, and then they're applying, the poison bolt of doom, which is going to let my warrior one shot him with the shield bash of power or whatever, right?
Like none of split and inflicting shatter.
The combo you want to show off for this is like one guy casting Cone of Cold, the other guy casting like the Stone Statue spell, and then like Walking Bomb and kaboom. That's what you want to show off.
Just slams them into the world and explode. Yeah, but this had none of that, right? Because I do think one of the unique things about Dragon Age was always that magical combo system, right? And I didn't get a taste of that at all from this. So now, it's early in the game, sure, 100%, but why do you show it? You know what I mean? It's like if you're not going to have any of nothing about it felt Dragon Age to me.
And I think that's the biggest problem here, is that it doesn't look bad, but like Merve, in your notes, you mentioned the perfunctory nature of the writing. I feel like a decade with a media environment dominated by MCU and related media properties has really done a number on script writing, and because the script writing and like the lines and everything, it feels dated. It feels like this could have come out when, I guess, the initial release date was supposed to be 2018, so it kind of feels like that. But like, if you took Varric, Harding, and Solus out of this game and just showed me this trailer, or out of the trailer, and just showed me this trailer in a vacuum, I wouldn't know that it was Dragon Age, because it doesn't feel like Dragon Age until you see Solus. It doesn't feel like Dragon Age until Varric walks up to him, calls him Chuckles, and starts talking to him, and Solus says the only good line in this trailer, where people are always dying, that's what they do. And I'm like, okay, now we're back. And then it was over, because it took watching like 20 minutes of rote gameplay to get to that point.
Yeah, and I think
Okay,
but
what I gotta ask is why does this game have every single third-person traversal
yeah,
cliche, like mantling over ledges, climbing short walls? There's that part where you walk on a narrow beam, but there's no like balancing mechanics, so I don't know why we're walking on a beam. And then everyone's favorite, that slope with scree that you slide down, and because it has scree, you can't climb back up. Because apparently no one's ever used their hands to climb anything. Why is this in my third person RPG?
Yeah, like was that even it? That's not in the previous games, is it?
no, no. I mean,
It's
it's literally
not.
straight walking.
Like, Inquisition has this really free movement
Yeah.
system,
Yeah.
which allows you to do to break the game in some pretty funny ways. I don't know why we're going like Uncharted with this. It's not a
Need this to
movie.
look like a set piece. Like it really, like
I don't want a set
yeah,
piece. I
like,
want
that's what
like,
this looked like. It looked like
and I'm not anti set piece.
yeah,
I love me some Uncharted. Don't get me wrong, but this is not what I want out of my Dragon Age. I want a genuine RPG. And look, I get that I'm not going to get my third person over the shoulder tactical RPG. I get that they're going in more of an action direction, but it still has to feel like a role playing game where I'm in control, where I'm not just playing the role of movie director.
Yeah, I think basing the camera and everything around one character in a party game is always tough in the first place, right? Because like
yeah.
you're saying, like when I walk across now, everybody walks across the exact same damn thing. You know what I mean? Like it just always looks kind of goofy to me, right? But to compound all that, right? Like your party never, at least from what I've seen in the trailers, they don't really seem to interact as much as like you would typically see in a Dragon Age game. Hey, throw me this, do that, do this. But like maybe it's because both party members are kind of,
Well, you
I
can
don't
only
know.
have two now. You can't have
Yeah,
three. You only have
that's
two. And
very, yeah,
It's like Mass
yeah,
Effect
yeah,
now.
there's a part early in the trailer that I didn't catch, but Sal did, and it worried him a little. That part early in the trailer where you and Barrick or the player and Barrick are just kind of walking, and there's one part where there's like an NPC doing an animation where they're like loading something onto a cart, and they happen to be in Barrick's path, and the player just goes around it, but Varric stops, but
hmm
he continues talking, but he stops there, waits for the NPC to finish their loading animation and move out of his way, and then he starts walking. And it's
uh, yeah,
this was just a cutscene. This
yep,
was scripted. He's not tethered to the player in any way. So like
yeah.
even if you want to move forward, you have to
Doing
wait.
that
That
walk and
drives
talk
me
thing that they
crazy.
sometimes do, yeah.
That drives me crazy.
Like, if we're speaking of technical issues, um, like a lot of the character models look gorgeous,
Yeah.
but the effects, frankly, do not look like current gen effects.
Yeah.
The fire looks awful.
Fire
The water looks awful. Like, um, when there are ripples on the water, like when the raindrops fall, you'd expect the ripples to kind of interact with one another, but each is its own little independent eddy, or not eddy, like independent splash. And there's no sense that the water has any volume whatsoever, which is really bizarre for a game that's been in development for this long. I know it sounds like nitpicking about graphics, but it's like when the fidelity of the effects is so out of step with the fidelity of the world and the characters, it really feels
Well, remember that was
incongruous.
like a lot of people shrugged a lot of that stuff off about Cyberpunk, right? And then look what happened. You know what I mean? It was
Yeah.
almost exactly like the little things betrayed the bigger things in that game, right? And I think that's a really good example of because that game had water problems as well, right? Remember, like it had like no ripples or anything. Like water was like just basically like a shader, um, and
Yeah,
and then like once you start to kind of pick at certain things like that, like you uncover, okay, yeah, this is just a symptom of a lot of other shortcuts that were taken. In a game that, in Cyberpunk's, situation promised the world. Um, so yes, I do think there is something about saying, okay, if you're BSing about the graphics and what things are doing, does it also, come to other parts of the game? But I mean, I think,
like I don't normally notice this stuff, which is why the fact that it stood out so much, like the fire looking as terrible as it did.
But then, like,
really struck me.
the background danger for Dragon Age is look at all the writers that left. I mean, during the course of, I mean, like, I don't even know if any of the original writers are on this one. You know,
A few of them are. Yeah.
Mary Kirby, I think, was actually the last one, and she got laid off with the 50 other ones last year.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I know was Hater. He
Gator's gone. Gator
he left.
Gator left a long time ago.
Gator was the one that he resigned. He was one of the veterans that resigned in protest when the game got canceled the first time.
Yes.
Yeah, like a whole slew of writers left. Mark Dara stayed as executive producer when it was canceled, and then it was rebooted again, and he stayed until 2020, resigned in 2020, and then joined the team again as a consultant
to like fix
in
it,
2023.
Right? Yeah.
So he's at least getting his bag. Good for him, because he can charge whatever he wants. But like the fact that, like, I don't know if y'all have read that article about the development of Anthem. It's a really good article, really in depth. But one of the things they say about Mark Dara when he is assigned to a project, he is their in-house fixer. He's the guy you assign to a project when you just need to get the game out the door, and that's the thing that worries me about this.
Yeah, I'm in the exact same boat.
The fact that he left, and then they got him back 3 years later, but as a consultant, meaning that to me speaks of desperation to get a project like just done. And the other thing, like, everybody's saying the name change is bad. I agree, it's dumb. But something I saw that somebody pointed out on Tumblr, who does like online marketing stuff, they think that their theory about the name change is that it was done to circumvent SEO stuff, because if you Google Dragon Age Dreadwolf, the stuff that's going to come up is like stuff about the firing, stuff about the troubled development, and all of this stuff, all the people leaving, and all of the issues and the delays. But if you Google Dragon Age Veilguard, which, you know, got changed a week before the trailers came out, you're just going to see trailers for the most part.
Yeah.
So I think that's the actual.
I mean, you're not going to see good trailers.
Yeah, you're not going to see good trailers, but you're not going to see articles about how, you know, how BioWare is currently embroiled in a lawsuit with 7 of their employees because their NDAs did not allow them to put this game on their resume, even though they worked on it for damn near 10 years.
And
I think
that kind of
the one thing you have to be like a little bit careful about with this, and I forget where I saw this article, but it was essentially a look at different exposés about video game development over the years, and how the exposés about very successful games and flops don't look all that different from one another.
Yeah.
And like every game production process is chaotic and terrible until the game comes out, and you can't really distinguish between like what comes out good and what comes out bad. Because there's so many games that, like, think about all the quote-unquote BioWare magic that got us the first Mass Effect, that got us Dragon Age Origins, that got us Jade Empire and KOTOR.
It got us Inquisition too. I'm amazed that game came out. Reading back.
Oh, that game's a buggy, broken mess, but it was fantastic in other ways.
BioWare
and
magic.
like, yeah, BioWare magic is what got that game out the door. And I don't want to downplay these difficulties, because they are very real difficulties that will jeopardize the game and be the reasons why it flops if it flops. But like, we have this incomplete picture right now and a lot of warning signs. And we'll say in retrospect, if it comes out being bad, well, we saw the warning signs. And if it comes out being good, we'll say, well, we had faith in the team. We'll always be able to tell ourselves a story about why our presuppositions were correct.
Yeah. I actually disagree with that a little bit, and here's why. Stuff with the stuff with like Inquisition and all the BioWare magic and all of that stuff. If you were in the industry, you probably knew about that stuff. But as an audience, as just players of the game, we didn't find out all of that stuff until after the fact. In fact, like the development of like games as they are in developed being like really, really troubled, or even like think about, exposés of, past games that had really troubled productions, how many of those actually touched on labor issues? It was mostly like, oh, the game is being delayed, or oh, the project heads is a revolving door, or whatever. We didn't really get a look into a bunch of different labor disputes, or emphasis being on labor disputes, or how those employees were being treated. It was just, oh yeah, it was a mess inside, but it just kind of seemed like that's just how the video game industry was back then for like a
I,
couple of years. But with this,
I think GTA 6 will be the litmus test of that
yeah,
because we had the expose on labor
yeah,
in its development. You're right. For Inquisition, we did not have an expose on labor. We did have an expose on technical issues. So all the issues with Frostbite and the difficulties it was causing with its development process were known in advance of that game's release.
That's right, because they were shifting to the one engine.
yeah, but I think that's the key thing is like that just happened. Inquisition came out in 2014. It wasn't until then that we were starting to get that in advance of a game coming out, like knowing about super substantial difficulties. So knowing all of this stuff.
It would come out afterwards. You're absolutely right.
I
Like
think this is actually a relatively recent phenomenon. So I think knowing all of this stuff now in advance of a game's release, I think you might actually be able to make a pretty good judgment on whether or not the game will do well.
Yeah, I think
we'll see. So, like, the funny thing about that is, guess who was the specialist in doing post-game exposés back in the aughts?
Was Fryer still? Or no?
No, it was Jeff Keighley.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff Keighley used to be a legit video games journalist. And back in the day, he was the guy, he was, like, one of the originators of long-form games journalism in the space before he left to become a hype man. And, like, there's a reason why... there's a reason why that Doritos Pope picture was such a shock to the system.
Yeah.
Because here was a guy who'd written some of the best long-form games journalism in existence up until that point. And now he's shilling for Doritos and Dew. So, like, it was a shock for a lot of veterans of the games journal scene. But yeah, to bring it back to what you mentioned, what you discussing about, like, whether or not we can tell. I think the test for that will be Veilguard and GTA 6. And if those games come out bearing the scars of severe labor issues and a failure to address them, then we'll know that labor issues in advance are a pretty good indicator that the game is troubled.
I mean, that's how it happened with Cyberpunk, right?
Right.
I mean, we didn't know quite in advance. Like, we knew, like, a day before, basically, that it came out, but that still proved to be true.
I mean, we knew actually way back, because here's another fun thing. So the guy who did the original expose on working conditions at CD Projekt Red was none other than YouTuber Yang Ye.
Oh, really? Before he started to be the guy who just hates everything.
And this is before he became a CD Projekt Red shill. It was a really weird heel turn because he was the guy who went and dug into their Glassdoor page and compiled all the stories of mistreatment and mismanagement at CD Projekt Red and did a big expose on it and became a really popular YouTube video. And then he rode that into ignoring everything and becoming a hype man for Cyberpunk. And now is a voice actor. Very weird career.
I don't know who this person is. Who
you'd recognize him. He kind of after like Merve.
What's
after
his name?
Yang Ye.
Yang Ye. He's the English voice of Kiryu in Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth.
Really?
Yep.
The other thing about him is during his heel turn is that he kind of became like a contrarian to a lot of like things that were getting posted. He would just be like, "This thing sucks. This thing's great. This thing," and it looked like he was trying to find his audience, which I
like both kind of courted and criticized the Gamergatey crowd. Like couldn't make up his mind about which side of the fence he was on with that. Yeah, but so we did know about labor issues at CD Projekt Red pretty far in advance, but it didn't really, because it wasn't like something that was reported on by games journalists, and this was no inside information. It was just a guy going and compiling Glassdoor reviews, which no games journal had thought to do until then. That's why it never really took off until the people who really started digging into it were Jason Schreier and Leanna Ruppert.
Yeah.
Leanna Ruppert ended up leaving games journalism shortly afterwards, and now I think does well. She did Bungie PR for a while. I think got laid off. Yeah. I don't know what she does now. But those are the two journalists who had really dug into what was going on at CD Projekt Red. But that was all around the time that Cyberpunk was about to release, and not far in advance. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with Veilguard.
I'd be more optimistic, I think, if, like, the reason I brought up the writing was all to say, like, I can forgive a lot of that stuff if that story hits. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of stuff that's kind of happened, like, throughout the course of Dragon Age story where I get worried that maybe, like, you know, like, sometimes, like, the wrong message kind of gets taken by things that do or don't work in a story.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like a lot of the stuff that people liked about Dragon Age, I'm wondering what kind of message they walked away with in terms of a lot of what people loved and didn't like. And it'll be interesting to see what translates into.
Can you expand on that a little bit?
So, for example, people love a lot of the romances, a lot of the quirky little side romances, right?
Right.
But there's a limit, I think, to what you can do with a romance before it gets kind of silly, right? So I'm worried a little bit about, like, some of the more fun romances, obviously, like stuff like Iron Bull, right? Fun character romance, things like that, right? But there's a port of that where it gets from, like, a fun fling type of writing to, like, silly. And I think that in not very capable hands that you lose what makes an Iron Bull romance fun versus silly, right? My perfect example is Sarah. I hate the Sarah character. I'm, like, the only person I think who does, but, like, that character to me, like,
a lot of people hate her.
I feel better.
I don't like Sarah as a person, but as a person of color, I find her wildly compelling. I don't like her, but she is very well written. She is a fascinating case study of a character.
Like,
I think you can get into that territory with her.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I think
it depends on how much you push back against what she says. If you push back on her, that's where you get the interesting stuff. But if you just kind of go along with what she says, that's how she's gonna come across.
Yeah, but it's very frustrating when you tell her, like, no, I actually believe this. I this feels real to me. She's like, no, this is stupid. It's like, no, wait, like, I'm allowed to have an opinion too. You know, like, it feels kind of like
you have your opinion. She just thinks it's stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, to kind of get at what this is. Speaking as a person of color, as how do I explain this? A lot of Sarah, I don't want to say it's wish fulfillment, but a lot of this is like, you know, if you face discrimination in your life, there's this idea that you can face it as, I don't want to say assimilating, but kind of accepting it, and not necessarily avoiding speaking out against it, but you speak out against it in kind of these pre-approved ways that get you what you want through diplomacy, and you learn that kind of diplomacy as a minority, and how to navigate these systems in a way that doesn't end up disadvantaging you. But there's always like this like kernel of wanting to be righteous, like righteously, not necessarily righteous, but like the attitude where you just go in and dismiss everything and tell it like it is. Yeah. And Sarah kind of represents that id.
But you don't think it's like
that's always kind of like there in the back of your head.
Like fighting guards by stealing their pants, or like throwing bees at people. But
like part of me sometimes wants to do that. Like,
I want to put these at a
part of me wants to like. Okay, I'll tell a story that makes me look real bad.
Okay.
So, like, I used to play house league soccer when I was a teenager, and one time a guy on the opposing team, who was pretty dark-skinned himself, let's say, told me to go back to my country. Mm-hmm. And so when I had the opportunity, I did a intentionally dirty, like when you do a slide tackle in soccer, you're supposed to keep your cleat down so you don't like hit another person with your cleat. And I deliberately turned my cleat up so it scraped against the back of his leg, and he was left with a big bloody gash down the back of his leg and had to go off the field. And I did not feel an ounce of regret for doing that at the time. And as an adult, I realized, wow, I probably could have really hurt that dude and gotten in pretty big trouble. But at the time, it felt fantastic to get my comeuppance on this racist asshole. And, like, Sarah kind of represents that. Like, getting that comeuppance in a way that's pretty stupid. Like, I gave this guy a pretty nasty cut on the back of his leg. And as an adult, God, I would never do that.
Yeah.
But as a dumb teenager who hadn't yet learned that level of self-control, I felt like it was the right thing to do.
But
and Sarah is that dumb
that's exactly what I was gonna say.
And I get why it's annoying. Like, adult me would find that super annoying. Adult me thinks teenage me was a fucking moron.
Yeah.
But I get it.
But adult me is
and
also
that's the thing.
not
It's
far
annoying,
enough removed
but
from
it's
that
fascinating.
experience that little teenage feeling doesn't come back. And that's the thing I find interesting about her. Like, I don't know who wrote Sarah, but this is a person who has clearly been through something similar and was able to kind of, because, like, especially in the way that she talks about the lady who adopted her, and the thing that, like, got me interested is when she's like, yeah, I'm an elf, but I'm not an elfy elf. And I'm like, oh, really? Say more about that.
Oh, God. How many times have I said the line, like, hey, I'm a coconut. I'm brown on the outside, white on the inside. I've said that before.
Yeah.
Many, many times. And, like, I feel it, right? Because, like, think of how many times I go around, like, criticizing traditional elements of Indian culture. And how many times I've had those conversations with my parents or my relatives, or, like, nowadays when Hindu nationalism is a huge thing and Hindutva is, like, this movement that, I mean, like, okay, in the recent Indian elections was chastened because Modi didn't win his majority, and thank God. But, like, over the past few years, as that movement has gained steam, watching people I knew saying these horrifying things and being like, okay, yeah, I'm Indian, but I'm not that kind of Indian. I'm not going around, like, celebrating the tearing down of some mosque somewhere. You know, I'm not them. Don't lump me in with them.
Sarah understands the importance of a caveat.
Yeah. And that, like, so these are all things that I feel. Now, is it well written necessarily? No, it's super obnoxious half the time. I don't think they got it fully right. But there's a kernel of something that I recognize and understand what they're going for.
Have you ever played an elf with Sarah? Where she kind of has, like...
No, I've only ever played human.
Okay, try that sometime and then get back to me. There's a lot of, like, weird, like, self-hate kind of there that goes on a lot, and
That's
it kind of...
me. I love that.
To me,
I get it,
but
though.
it gets to the point where, like, if you try to change her worldview or, like, get any deeper with her, she just leaves. You know?
Yeah,
and
she doesn't. And
Yeah, because she's a dick.
yeah, not just because she's a dick, but I've had that conversation with people. I've talked to people like that. That is a very real conversation that people have. And, like, when they have built up their identities such that, like, they are so focused on assimilating, and somebody comes up and tells them that, you know, this thing that they have externalized their self-worth onto isn't actually the way, isn't actually true, that they have other options, like, the ego death is too much, and they just stop talking to you.
Yeah.
Like, that's a very real thing.
Just from the gameplay, though, I think it's frustrating to have to deal with that when you're trying to play, like, an elf who does want to change the world for the better, and her response is, like, you're like, well, I think that me being the Inquisitor can lead to gigantic gains for the, you know, elves as an entire group of people. And she's like, yeah, let's put, you know, honey in their pants instead. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the teenager version of her just drives, like, the let's change the world Inquisitor of me, like, too much to an end. And I think that was an example of a writing of a character that might have been written realistically, but doesn't get the growth that every other character in that game gets, right? Like, you can do a lot of character work with those other characters, and with her, it's either like, no, either everything's silly or I leave. And I didn't I didn't vibe with that. Like, I guess.
Oh, that's totally fair, because I think there's a way to write that character that they would push back against you in a more interesting way, in a more, not necessarily more nuanced, but in a way that signals their personality more so than them being these people who don't think very deeply. Like, Sarah does not think. How about this? Not thinking deeply about one's beliefs is a very realistic thing that does not work for storytelling.
Yeah. Sure.
And you can have a version of Sarah that thinks more deeply about her beliefs, and that even if she's pushing back in a very stubborn way and you cannot change her mind, you get the sense that her beliefs were arrived at through deep cogitation. And that is not the version of Sarah that exists on the screen in Dragon Age Inquisition. So I get it from that perspective, that it is irritating. Like, I don't expect that you're going to be able to change her mind, but, like, maybe you understand where she's coming from a little bit.
Quick question for both of you. Did either of you romance her?
No.
Okay.
You can do that? I didn't know you could romance her.
Yes, you can romance her. That might be why I have the opinion of Sarah that I do. I still don't like her. Don't get me wrong. I still don't.
Oh yeah, she's one of the people who's an obligatory lesbian, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I remember now.
But you learned some. She's a little more open about some of that stuff if you romance her. But real quick, just kind of about the dating of the game and like how it's been for in development for 10 years. The thing I'm thinking about is when the Mass Effect, like you were talking about, like how some stuff, for Dragon Age and what things people take from it may not age well. I'm thinking about when the Mass Effect remastered trilogy came out, and all of those people were tweeting about, "Yep, we're leaving Ashley on Vermeer. We sure fucking are," and just talking about like just Garrus, being a vigilante cop and just kind of shooting civilians all willy-nilly, and then and things like that. And
I'm an Ashley apologist, so
I'm sorry to hear that.
No, I've worked it out. I'm comfortable with it, because my stance is that humanity is treated poorly as a species, right? We are the down species. This council is using us, right? So
no.
I think there's a little bit of structure to her hate. Is what I'll say.
The problem I have with Ashley is that is an example of BioWare trying to have it both ways, because you have a character who is space beige but kind of scans as white, saying like, no, it's not racism, not really. And then you are like, it kind of is. And then the issue I take with that is that her voice actress is black, so it almost feels like they were preemptively like, no, you can't get mad at us for having a white character say this, because we had a black woman.
I think she's canonically mixed race. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think her dad is in 3 or 2.
Yeah, I forget.
Probably.
Anyway, I don't need to be an Ashley apologist. My reason for keeping her around is because Caden's really good.
Okay. Thank you.
That's all it boils down to.
Really?
He's not expensive. He has a headache.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, his main character trait is he has headaches.
Fine.
Caden is just Jacob with a less nice ass. That's what it boils down to.
I would rather have him than a racist.
I'm trying to think of
That's
who
fair.
is Caden's voice actor.
Raphael Sparge.
Yeah, Raphael Sparge. Yeah. He was in.
Why do I know that off the top of my head?
I don't know.
Did they change him?
No.
You carried
No,
him over?
it's always been Raphael Sparge.
Thank God. All 3 times. But yeah, like Mass Effect.
So the funny thing is, he's canonically Canadian, and people say Raphael Sparge sounds Canadian, but Raphael Sparge is American.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know if he sounded Canadian to me. Can you hear the Canadian accent? Have you been in the U.S. long enough to hear it?
Me? Yeah, I can tell now that I have a Canadian accent.
Yeah, my best friend from Toronto lived there his whole life, never left, really. He's like, there's no such thing as a Canadian accent. I'm like, yes, there is. I don't know what to tell you, there is.
I mean, like, I can lay it on thick, right? I can start speaking a bit like this and then sound real Canadian. But, like, I can tell now, especially when I haven't been back to the States since I left, but if I were to go to the States and spend a couple weeks there and then come back to Canada, I would hear my own voice.
would hear
So-
every time you say the word sorry.
That's not a word. It's pronounced sword, by the way. I had this, like, my roommate in university was from Maryland,
Oh.
and she would talk, like, one time I mentioned something about borrowing a book from the library, and she went off on me. She's like, it's pronounced borrow. What the hell are you talking about? Like, as if I were the incorrect crazy one. I'm like, which country's soil are you in right now?
Also, is she from Baltimore? Because that'd be really, really funny if she's from Baltimore.
I think she's from rural Maryland.
Okay, that means that could
So-
be anywhere.
Like somewhere like along like the Chesapeake,
Oh, like Annapolis?
not
Really?
inland. Sorry,
Annapolis? Iamsville? I have family up there. That's
no. More Chesapeake Beach. I think.
okay. That makes sense. That's funny.
I don't know enough about Maryland to know why that's funny, but I'll take your word for it. So yeah, people pronounce words differently, different sides of the border. Any other thoughts on the Veilguard?
I cautiously optimistic. I think I'm a little bit higher on it than maybe other folks. I think what's really going to decide it is where it goes in that like first 2 hours of playtime. If they're not going to really let you kind of RP role play actual like ways around or through what's it's going to do, I don't know. I to me the Veilguard has a direct like this is something we are doing, right? I know it's a group in the game, but like, okay, the veil's been ripped. What are we doing about it? That I think a lot of the early Dragon Age had a very clear enemy, right? And a very clear way to stop them and very clear goals. I don't know that the Veilguard does yet because it's not a, what was the name of it? Like when the Darkspawn started coming out, it was like Eruption or something. There was like a name for it.
Like the Blight?
Yeah, like the Wardens. The Wardens fight the Blight. What do the Veilguard fight? Do they push things back in the veil? Do they close the veil? Do they go into the veil? God, I hope they don't go into the veil. But like
You can't go into the veil. You can go into the fade.
oh, okay, well,
yeah.
However, if the veil is like the fade, then count me out. We lose. But
the veil is the thing between the fade and
so
the world.
what do we?
It's been a while. I had to look this up. We haven't played the game in 10 years, right? Of course, we're going to forget all this nonsense.
I guess like what are we doing? Are we picking a side? Are we, you know what I mean? Are we dealing with Solus? Are we fixing things? Are we making the elves deciding between magic and no magic? What
I've like the way people are describing it is that like there's more to this game. Like Solus is like they've revealed Solus is not the main villain of this game.
He's an oopsie. Yeah, he made a little oopsie and brought back.
He made an oopsie doopsie. Oh, I just tore the veil. I just tore the fabric of reality. Oopsie doopsie.
You did that on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's some greater force, but I don't like until we get a sense of what the story of this game is. It's going to be very hard to see why we've gone from hunting down the Dreadwolf Fen'Harel to whatever the next major threat is. And the fact that we're facing Solus so early in the game makes you think there's a lot more to it. But they're going to have to do that work to situate us in this new version of the world. And until then, I think people are right to express a little bit of skepticism about a story that, with 10 years distance, they've started to kind of see the cracks in.
That's why I think those first 2 hours are going to be so important. I think it's really going to have to put you on a very clear path to like whatever it is this game is trying to do or say very, very quick, because we don't know what the bad guy is or how to stop it. And that...
It can't do that JRPG thing where it's like, it gets good 15 hours in.
No. It's got to get good quick. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like, you can't still be fucking around, 20 hours into the hinterlands being like, who are we against?
So the thing is, and going back to it having come out so long, most of those questions do have an answer. They're just all answered in Trespasser, which came out 10 years ago. And it is kind of wild to me that Mass Effect got a remaster when Dragon Age is the one that has a game coming out.
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of weird that Dragon Age did not get a remaster so that people could revisit it, kind of refresh their memories on what exactly happened. Because if you don't have a PS3 and a PS4, or a piece, a PC that can run it, you're not really going to be able to go back and play those games because only Inquisition is on the PS5's library. So it's really strange that you're going to have to do all of this, like I went to my little tapestry thing on Dragon
Oh
Age.
yeah, the keep or
Like,
whatever.
Oh yeah, the thing that they're dropping.
yeah, yeah.
Which is okay. Sorry, this is insane to me, and I do not get why they're doing this. Because like reading in like all that's stored there is a bunch of variables, like yes, nos, right? It is not that hard to import variables into a program and then make decisions on the basis of those variables. Like this is not a difficult programming task. I do not know why they're not just incorporating what's there in the keep. Like, even as an option, do you want to incorporate things from the keep or do you want to just make decisions now? They can have that on boot up. I don't know why they didn't do it. It seems insane to
I
me.
can speak to why they didn't do it, because when I accessed the keep, it asked for my password and I didn't remember it. When I looked at the email that was assigned to my username, it was the one I had in college.
Oh wow, that's probably why.
That's the reason. It's been so long. Like, when's the last time you accessed the keep? What email did you use? It's been 10 years. Chances are.
I mean, I've had that email address since I was a teenager.
I mean,
so.
okay, you have, but
But like, okay, I get that people have dropped their accounts or whatever, and no longer have access. Sure, but like two things. One, it should be the email address that's associated with their EA account. So if you've lost access to that, you no longer have access to any of your EA games. And the second thing is, I mean, on PC. I guess on console it's very different.
on console,
Sorry.
you don't need that. So yeah, it makes
Yeah,
sense.
and then the second thing is like, why not have the option for those who still have the account, right? There's like, if you don't have access to the keep, then okay, make whatever decisions you need to at the outset. But for the loyal fans who've been around for this long, why do they not have the option?
Because
That's
honestly, having gone through my tapestry and looking at all of these variables and thinking about the subsequent games and how really only 3 or 4 of those choices even mattered, I guarantee you that whatever is going to be included with Veilguard is not going to include all of that stuff, all of that.
Oh, it's not going to include most of it. Like,
yeah.
It's going to be 3 or 4 options.
Yeah, and
but then just tell me when I import.
Well,
hey, these options from the keep are going to affect your experience. Are you cool with these choices? Like, there are ways to handle this that don't dismiss what they said would be the thing that keeps track of your decisions throughout the Dragon Age series going forward.
That's what I'm getting at, though. I don't think... I think that's the reason, is that most of those decisions aren't going to matter, and that the decisions that do matter are going to be very, very quick to input, as in less than 10 minutes. And then the other thing is that, like, they're trying to get a lot of new players to this series and to this game. Like, why would you make them go back and try to, like, make an account for the keep or whatever, and have to...
Oh, like, for those people, they don't have to go make an account for a keep. It'll just prompt them to make the choices.
Okay, yeah, like...
if you don't have a keep account.
Yeah, but I get it. But, like, again, most of the stuff in the tapestry, like, having the hindsight of having played all 3 games, only 3 or 4 of those choices matter. Why does it matter if you can... why do you need to import the keep for that? If it's only going to be like 3, maybe 10 choices and take less than 10 minutes. I went through the tapestry and went through my story and made some changes. You have to watch the entire tapestry in order to upload that thing. You can't upload it until the very end when Varric is done telling your story. It takes like an hour. It's annoying. Why would you want to do that again?
I mean, that's a badly designed system, right? But like,
one thing I wanted to bring up,
like what I'd say is, like, I get the business decision. It's just annoying for someone who has been with the series for so long. But like, yeah, they messed up the import to Dragon Age Inquisition again, and the whole idea was, don't worry, we'll never mess this up again. And then they went and messed it up again. So like, for someone who's been a fan of the series for a while, it's irritating. But I get the business case for doing what they're doing. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
I just wanted to bring up one quick thing about Trespasser too. I think you made a really good point on that one. And the other thing to remember about Trespasser that was really weird was it was one of those like post-gen releases where
Yeah.
if you didn't play it on if you played Inquisition on PlayStation 3 or 360, you couldn't play Inquisition unless you upgraded to a 4 or a 1, right? So it was one of those like mid-gen upgrades, and it came out about a year later, which just seems about right,
Yeah.
timeline
Yeah.
wise. But there was a lot of
Could play Trespasser.
right,
Yeah.
but there might have been a lot of people who played, on a PlayStation 3 or a 360 that
Oh, there were a lot. Yeah.
that just didn't make that upgrade across generation in 1 year, and then therefore missed a lot of Trespasser, because Trespasser was great and it does explain a ton of stuff, but
Yeah.
I do think a lot of people missed it for some reason, and I think that's one big one. But also sometimes, if you're done with the game, you don't always come back a year later for a DLC unless you know it's going to be that important, right? So I know some people who never even played the Mass Effect. What was it, like the
Citadel.
yeah, Citadel, the Come Back and Party expansion, or DLC.
Yeah.
And you could have wildly different experiences with Mass Effect 3, whether you played Citadel or not. And I think Trespasser is kind of almost exactly the same, where if you didn't really tie up Inquisition, you don't really know where Dreadwolf is coming from. And there's a lot of like Alluvian stuff that explains what and why and what Solus's goals are, but not really exactly what he's doing or why he's doing it, I don't think.
He goes on a long monologue saying exactly what it is he's doing and why.
Was it?
When you confront him at the very end, right before he tears your arm off.
I remember him tearing my arm off. Okay, but I don't remember him. I remember you saying like.
I don't remember losing my arm. God,
It was
no,
something
so
about
long
saving
ago.
the elves, but I don't remember exactly.
Yeah.
What collapsed the
whole thing is
veil
the
to.
Dreadwolf. Yeah, his whole thing is the Dreadwolf is he's Van Harel, he's the one that put up the veil in the first place, and the reason he put it up was because the elven gods, it turns out they're not really gods, they're just elves who lived forever because none of them could die, and they were really, really powerful, but they were basically having a civil war or something going on, and he was playing both sides, and it ended badly because they killed Mathal, which was like the mother goddess of one of the elves or whatever, and like to try and fix what he had done, since I guess he kind of felt like it was his fault, he put up the veil and basically separated
the elves from their magic.
Yeah, he took the magic out of the world, and all of a sudden people can die now, and and then he himself sealed all the gods away behind the veil in the Mystic City or whatever it's called, and then he himself went into a slumber for like hundreds or thousands of years, I forget how long, and then around the time he woke up is around the time that the breach and stuff started happening. So he's trying to tear down the veil because he thinks he made a mistake, and that he needs to fix it to to bring the elves back to their glory and make sure that nobody dies.
Okay, that was the part I didn't get. I thought he was tearing down the veil I didn't know about the fixing it part, so I guess that makes more sense.
He thinks he's fixing it. He thinks this is the only way to fix it. It's not a good solution.
That's why I was going to say, because that first couple minutes of Veilguard doesn't look too good for fixing it. But I guess that kind of explains why it goes sideways, because I was under the impression they were trying to play it off like your character fucked up the ritual and messed it up. But I was always under the impression that he was going to tear down the veil either way. So I guess that's why that first part of it didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, no, he that's what he's trying to do. But I think he was trying to tear it down in a very specific way, because the other gods that they mention that you have to deal with are the Ivanarian, basically elven gods, the ones that he sealed away and doesn't fuck with. And I think those two figures that show up at the end of the trailer, I think that's who they are, and that's why he looked surprised. He was like, I think he was trying to tear open the veil in a way that they stayed sealed, but the veil still tore, and it didn't go down that way, and now they're here.
I'm still killing him either way. So cool.
Yeah, the way people are talking about it, they're saying they're gonna go crack that egg, and I'm like, that means something different. Probably don't want to use that terminology.
If you romance Solus, it's actually pretty heartbreaking. I did.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say it hints at like gender stuff.
Oh,
but
no,
like,
no.
Okay.
Solus is strange.
Okay.
It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I've heard it's bizarre, but you have to be an elf.
You have to be an elf woman. you cannot be an elf man and romance him. He only likes elf women. It's like, you're a god that can turn into a wolf. Why do you care? But apparently he does.
I always romance Josephine. She's just the perfect fit for my Inquisitor.
Oh, she's cute.
She's
I romanced Cullen for some reason. That was boring.
Really?
That was a boring choice.
Is that the one with he opens his lyrium case and there's like a little spoon in there?
yeah, like a little like needle and spoon. Like it looks like he's
Magical heroine.
yeah.
Oh yeah. I romanced the magical heroin addict,
Yeah.
and I helped him get clean. I think that was a story. I don't remember. I played this 10 years
I
ago.
was always like
I don't remember being like a social worker who also did the nasty with him. I don't know.
I just always like Josephine because it's like she wasn't.
I
one
don't
of the
think
party.
you should bang your social
I always thought
worker,
it'd be
by the way.
awkward for the party to be like have like a romance with like two other people are like, oh my god. But so she stayed home while I was out doing the other stuff. So, and she's got a really good.
I mean,
quest.
she's still at the same workplace.
Yeah, but
It's just like you do site visits and she works the back
Yeah.
desk.
She's admin.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
But you're still based out of the same HQ. You're still going to have some
Well, they don't give
awkward
you any options
all
for
hands
anybody
meetings.
who's,
You know
like,
what I'm
off
saying?
Campus, you know, like you don't have any
Well,
options.
she's below you in the chain of command, dude.
Well, she's royalty, and I am not royalty. Whenever I play that, so she's above me. She moves me up the chain.
Oh,
Her
okay.
quest is really good though, where she basically you foil the entire like Antivan, whatchamacallit, nobility, like
Oh, no, Bill.
yeah, they're like plotting on her family, and you get to like flip the tables on it, and then in the ball she restores her title or something. I don't remember, but that's a good one.
Neat.
All right. So that is Dragon Age the Veilguard. I think we're going to call
Yeah.
this episode to a close. I'm just scrolling down through my agenda. If you'd like to keep up to date with the podcast, we have a website, avocadogamescast.wordpress.com. On that website, that's the word for that thing. On that website. I'm really tired right now. I'm sorry. We post each episode along with a link that fact checks some of what we say. You can also subscribe to us on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. By the time this episode comes out, you will not be able to subscribe to us on Google Podcasts anymore because it won't exist in a week.
What the hell, man? That's like the third
Yeah.
podcast service we've outlasted.
Yeah, we just keep outlasting things. We outlast. I mean, can you believe we outlasted Babylon's Fall? I thought that thing was going to go on and on.
Is that one guy still playing it? That one guy still playing it all night? Remember him?
Oh yeah, I remember that guy. Do you think we could get him on the podcast?
I would love to.
Just be
That
like,
would be
"Yo."
the most fascinating. Just like, what was it like at the end?
When they pressed the shutdown
Yeah.
button. So if you want to find us on podcast services, just search for Avocado Gamescast. And also make sure you check out The Avocado, the community that spawned this podcast, at the-avocado.org. All right, everyone. Oh, by the way, big revelation. I was Merv stick distance all along. Really sorry for pretending to be a Japanese woman for clout.
Oh no.
Yeah, real big mistake I made there. I mean, it's been 4 hours since I made the first joke, so I don't think anyone's going to remember. Like, they're probably listening to this in installments, and like 5 days later, what the hell is Merv talking about? Merv saying distance? What is this jackass talking
4
about?
hours and 55 minutes. It's almost 5 hours.
They'll remember. Our E3. This is just our new version of E3 episodes anyway. They always run long, you know. Is it still E3? What do you consider this summer? It's not E3, but what would you consider this?
Summer Game Pass.
Like you got to frame it in something that you can relate to. What would you think so? Like, where does this fall? Is it now E3, or is it like something else, or is it like
It's Summer Games Fest? I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'm trying to like find out like what do you consider? Do you consider it for the announcements, the new stuff, the old stuff, or just more like you're gonna get state of plays?
I consider it as a quasi substitute for E3.
That's where I'm at too.
So you get some of the the trailers and like the presentations, but you don't have the same spectacle and bombast.
The
Yeah.
purpose is the same, but not the presentation, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I honestly kind of prefer this. Just give me some trailers. That's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, on that note, thank you to everyone for listening, and we will see you next time for more discussion goodness.
I just